Facing the harsh tribunal, Hortensia Remy Verdite was aggressively charged with the attempted assassination of the Denders Count's daughter. Trembling with desperation, she fiercely denied the horrific allegations and swore to the armored guards she never planned such a plot. Ignoring her frantic pleas, the commanding magistrate coldly condemned the young noblewoman to immediate death by beheading. Panicked and utterly helpless, she begged the judges for a reinvestigation. Her voice broke as she sobbed her absolute innocence to a cold and completely uncaring audience. Vicious whispers rippled rapidly through the gathered crowd. The bloodthirsty onlookers sneered in deep disgust as they eagerly pointed out the condemned woman. Watching with cruel disgust, the wealthy crowd ruthlessly condemned her as a low-born daughter who went too far by trying to violently steal control of the Duke's family. Stripped of all her former dignity, Hortensia was marched solemnly toward her inevitable doom. The heavy, cold execution chains clinked rhythmically against the stone pathway. Suddenly, her wide, tear-filled eyes locked onto a familiar, imposing figure. He was cutting smoothly through the oppressive, thick atmosphere of the execution grounds. A desperate surge of hope flared in her tightening chest as she quickly recognized her stepbrother. She called out his title in a final, agonizing plea for absolute salvation. Straining against her heavy restraints, she screamed until her throat was raw, begging him to intervene and swearing she was innocent of the plot. His ruthless response struck her like ice as he demanded absolute silence and coldly labeled her an unforgivable disgrace to their noble house. Staring down with pure contempt, he shattered her last sliver of hope by firmly declaring he had never considered her a true sister. A suffocating emptiness swallowed her broken soul as she stared blankly at the execution block, silently wondering where her tragic life went so horribly wrong. Facing her cruel fate, she prayed to the heavens with her final ragged breaths and desperately begged for just one more chance to rewrite her tragedy. Reality abruptly fractured in a blinding flash of white light. Hortensia bolted upright in a completely different space, unleashing a terrified, blood-curdling scream. Gasping violently for air, she clutched her heaving chest as the phantom agony of the executioner's blade lingered heavily on her neck. A gentle and deeply familiar masculine voice suddenly cut through her suffocating panic to softly ask the trembling girl if she was all right. Blinking heavily through disorienting tears, her eyes slowly focused on the concerned and warmly living face of a man she thought she had lost forever. Her frantic breath hitched painfully in her dry throat as total shock paralyzed her vocal cords, letting only a single trembling consonant escape her lips. Absolute disbelief washed over her pale features as she softly whispered his title while staring directly at the beloved father who had supposedly succumbed to a fatal illness long before her tragic arrest. Desperately trying to comprehend the impossible situation, she reasoned that since her father died before her execution, she must have been successfully beheaded and awakened in heaven. Believing this bizarre reality to be the afterlife, her morbid thoughts were warmly interrupted when the Duke smiled brightly and expressed his immense joy at becoming her father. A massive wave of stark confusion immediately derailed her heavenly theory as a bewildered sound slipped from her lips because the physical surroundings felt jarringly wrong. Snapping to sharp awareness, her gaze darted frantically around the opulent interior before she realized with a violent jolt that she was sitting alive inside the Verdite Duke family's private carriage. Examining her unnervingly small hands, she directly connected her father's words to a highly specific childhood memory and recognized the chilling sequence of long-past events. Looking through the ornate carriage window, her father pointed enthusiastically toward a sprawling majestic estate in the distance and proudly introduced the grand structure as her new home. A violent and nauseating wave of dizzying déjà vu struck her core, utterly confirming her terrifying suspicion that she had already lived this exact monumental moment once before. The towering Duke firmly and happily cemented her astonishing new reality by officially declaring to the stunned young girl that she would be his beloved daughter from this day forward. The monumental weight of her newly established social standing hung heavy in the air as he emphasized her incredible elevation to the respected status of a duke's daughter. Offering a reassuring paternal smile, he gently warned her of his son's difficult temperament but expressed genuine faith that the two newfound siblings would eventually get along. Utter paralyzing panic set in as Hortensia fully realized the heavens had answered her dying prayer by miraculously rewinding time back to the fateful day of her childhood adoption. A formal announcement echoing across the courtyard heralds her arrival and the dramatic beginning of her second life. Stepping from the carriage, she is greeted by a disciplined row of manor staff meticulously arranged to welcome their returning lord. The welcoming line parts to reveal Gerard, an imposing and aristocratic young boy waiting rigidly at the grand entrance. Placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, the Duke guides her forward and draws her attention to the intimidating boy standing before them. With a graceful gesture, her father introduces the glaring youth as her brand new stepbrother. Memories of their disastrous first meeting flood her mind as deep, unresolved trauma grips her throat at the sight of Gerard. Frozen by the glacial hostility in his eyes, she vividly recalls the paralyzing terror that defined her past life. Overwhelmed by the ghost of his future cruelty, Hortensia panics and finds herself physically incapable of meeting his intimidating glare. She painfully remembers the lonely years spent hiding from him while he treated her like empty air under their massive roof. Despite her rising fear, she rationalizes his past resentment regarding the sudden arrival of a stranger with a questionable bloodline. The weight of Gerard's piercing gaze snaps her back to the present, causing her to shrink backward with a frightened squeak. As her mind spirals, she desperately wonders if this miraculous regression is a divine blessing or a cruel punishment. She reflects on her impoverished but happy early years with her mother, which were shattered by a tragic and premature illness. Left alone in a merciless world, the defenseless child was unceremoniously dumped into the bleak confines of a local orphanage. Her hopeless existence was upended on her 7th birthday when the illustrious Duke Verdite arrived to legally claim her. Driven by a past romance with her late mother, the Duke sought her out under the strong suspicion she was his biological child. Offering tearful apologies for her suffering, he embraced her in the orphanage and proudly declared himself her true father. Securing her release with the promise of a massive donation, the Duke swept the stunned girl away to a life of high nobility. In a single instant, the lowly street orphan was elevated into the mighty Verdite dukedom and thrust into the apex of the nation's elite. Suddenly surrounded by servants calling her "my lady," Hortensia marveled at the rapid shift from pulling weeds at the orphanage just days ago. Overwhelmed with profound shock rather than happiness, she completely struggled to comprehend that a castle-like mansion was actually becoming her new home. Reflecting on the sudden adoption, she logically deduced her new father likely only wanted a titled daughter to eventually use as a political pawn for marriage. Acknowledging the Duke's cunning nature, she smartly concluded that her father was quite the brilliant strategist. A formally dressed woman approached with a polite bow, respectfully greeting the young lady Hortensia upon her arrival. Introducing herself formally as Annabelle, the stern woman officially declared that she would be serving as Hortensia's personal tutor. Keeping her swirling thoughts carefully hidden, Hortensia offered a polite, appropriately timid greeting in return. Mentally noting the bizarre reality of her regression, she silently acknowledged that this wasn't technically their first meeting. The strict tutor immediately launched into her lesson, her commanding presence demanding absolute attention. Annabelle firmly instructed the girl to always conduct herself with grace, announcing they would begin with the estate's most important rules for daily living. Intervening smoothly, the Duke gently asked Annabelle to pause, suggesting they all share a welcoming meal together first since Hortensia was clearly exhausted. Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, the young girl quietly marveled at the incredibly nostalgic feeling of the unfolding events. Vividly remembering her past life, she recalled how the relentless Annabelle had previously drilled manners into her until she wept. Dark memories surfaced of the cruel servants endlessly mocking her dubious bloodline, constantly whispering that she was merely a mistress's illegitimate child. A servant gestured respectfully to guide her forward, momentarily pulling her from painful recollections of crying silently into a soggy pillow every night. Seated at the grand dining table, Hortensia prepared to eat, surrounded by the opulent silverware and formal atmosphere. Suddenly noticing a heavy silence, a quiet gasp escaped her parted lips as she abruptly paused her meal. Panic instantly gripped her chest as she frantically realized everyone in the dining room was staring directly at her. Her eyes darted nervously around the imposing room, her mind racing to figure out if she had just committed a massive etiquette blunder. Breaking the tense silence, the Duke openly expressed his immense surprise at her absolutely perfect table manners, curiously asking where she had learned them. A startling realization hit her like a physical blow, instantly reminding her of the disastrous events from her first life. She vividly remembered how, right after being adopted in her previous life, she had lacked any knowledge of noble dining etiquette and committed a terrible blunder during this exact meal. Her mind flashed back to the humiliating insult she had endured, remembering how someone had cruelly compared her to an untrained mountain monkey. Having forcefully learned those flawless manners through blood, sweat, and tears, she now panicked over how to properly explain her current refinement. Sweating nervously under their expectant gazes, she frantically realized she couldn't exactly confess to rewinding time after being executed. The pressure in the room mounted as she desperately searched her mind for a believable, completely ordinary excuse. The intense, unified stares of her father and stepbrother felt like physical weights pressing down on her small shoulders. Terrified of drawing more suspicion, she internally screamed in sheer panic while maintaining her frozen posture. Desperately pleading to her late mother's spirit for guidance, she frantically urged her frozen brain to quickly invent a plausible explanation. A sudden spark of desperate inspiration finally illuminated her racing mind, giving her the perfect alibi. Adopting a shy, innocent demeanor, she softly lied that her mother had actually taught her the proper etiquette. She silently prayed the excuse wouldn't sound overly suspicious, hoping her late mother's fictional foresight was believable enough. Recognizing her deceased mother's name, Bernadette, the Duke thoughtfully accepted the explanation, musing that the woman must have anticipated this very day. Exhaling a tiny, silent breath, Hortensia gratefully realized her quick thinking had somehow successfully diffused the dangerous situation. A profound sense of relief washed over her as the tense meal finally resumed its normal, quiet pace. Observing her surroundings with sharp clarity, she fully comprehended that every single event was perfectly repeating its previous timeline. She momentarily doubted her sanity, wondering if her horrific execution for a false crime was merely a long, terrible dream. Firmly discarding that foolish hope, she credited her past life's agonizing experiences for helping her entirely avoid Annabelle's brutal scolding this time. A fierce spark of determination ignited within her, making her realize that her new actions could physically carve out a completely different future. Vowing never to endure that horrific torment again, she vividly remembered screaming her absolute innocence while being violently dragged away. Traumatic memories of her formal arrest violently resurfaced, echoing the harsh accusations that she schemed to steal the throne and poison the Denders Count's daughter. The sheer despair of that exact moment rushed through her veins, a dark shadow she desperately wished to forever escape. She vividly recalled the agonizing betrayal of desperately calling out to her stepbrother, violently begging him to properly investigate the false charges. Her heartbreaking final plea to her stepbrother echoed loudly in her resurrected mind, a testament to her utter helplessness. Her desperate, outstretched hand had been met with nothing but an icy, unforgiving rejection. The memory of his retreating solidified the absolute reality of his complete and utter abandonment. Reflecting on his total lack of familial mercy, she bitterly acknowledged that Gerard truly lived up to his notorious title as the cold-hearted Duke. Condensing her horrific previous life into a tragic summary, she remembered being brutally interrogated, branded a vile criminal, and executed without a single shred of mercy. Clenching her fists with newfound resolve, she fiercely refused to ever die again for a crime she absolutely did not commit. Staring down her second chance at life, Hortensia swore an unbreakable oath to survive this new timeline no matter the terrifying cost. Realizing that staying stagnant guarantees reliving her terrifying nightmare, she resolves to forge a deliberate path to survival. She immediately considers the danger of raising suspicion if she, a girl her age, unexpectedly declines the prestigious offer to become a queen candidate. Knowing she must establish survival flags immediately, she concludes that her very first objective is to build a functional relationship with her estranged brother. She calculatingly deduces that securing the backing of her brother, the Duke, is the ultimate insurance policy to prove her innocence when the inevitable disaster strikes. Desperately wanting to believe in her own plan, she acknowledges the daunting task of somehow earning his elusive trust and building a genuine bond. Dark memories suddenly resurface as a grim flashback reminds her of his harsh, dismissive words, explicitly stating he never once considered her a sister. Overwhelmed by the sheer hostility of her past interactions, she panics internally over the seemingly impossible difficulty of her starting conditions. Shaking off the despair, she steels her resolve with the absolute necessity of turning her brother into a reliable ally by any means necessary. Her newfound determination instantly crumbles as she unexpectedly stumbles into him in the hallway, mentally unprepared for such a sudden confrontation. Frantically recalling past survival advice, she forces a bright, disarming smile onto her face to mask her soaring internal panic. Channeling her past mentor's wisdom about smiles being the ultimate trap to lower a target's guard, Hortensia delivers a cheerful morning greeting. Remembering childhood lessons about loud greetings forging instant friendships, she projects her voice with forced, unwavering enthusiasm. Mid-greeting, a sudden spike of anxiety hits her as she abruptly questions if calling him brother is far too familiar and inherently rude. Rationalizing her choice in a split second, she desperately convinces herself that the familiar title actually projects the utmost politeness and respect. A heavy, agonizing silence falls between them as her forced cheerful greeting hangs suspended in the tense, suffocating air. He simply stares down at her with a chillingly unreadable expression, letting the absolute awkwardness of the encounter stretch into eternity. Her internal monologue screams in absolute terror as she agonizes over whether her mere attempt to speak was a fatal display of arrogance. Breaking the excruciating silence, he offers nothing more than a dismissive, freezing scoff before turning away completely. Exhaling a massive sigh of relief at surviving the encounter physically unharmed, she quickly realizes that his indifferent reaction is still a strategic failure. The tense atmosphere shatters as her father warmly approaches from behind, wishing Hortensia a good morning and kindly asking if she rested well. Still deeply shaken by the icy encounter with Gerard, she simply gives a small, silent nod in response to her father's paternal warmth. Noticing her obvious apprehension, her father gently reassures her not to worry about Gerard, attributing the boy's coldness to a difficult age rather than genuine hatred. Despite his comforting words, Hortensia privately harbors dark, lingering doubts about her legitimacy as the daughter of his mistress. She completely understands Gerard's rejection, knowing it is fundamentally impossible for an orphanage-raised girl to be suddenly accepted into the Duke's prestigious household. Spiraling headfirst into self-doubt, she concludes that her overly enthusiastic greeting only cemented Gerard's view of her as a shameless, opportunistic imposter. A wave of pure despair washes over her as she dramatically accepts her inevitable doom if their fragile relationship continues on this disastrous trajectory. Glancing nervously in his direction, she momentarily considers throwing away her entire survival plan and completely abandoning any hope of forming a bond. Her internal crisis is abruptly interrupted when her father instructs her to immediately prepare for her impending baptism ceremony at the Grand Cathedral. Snapping back to the present reality, she remembers this crucial historical event and quickly offers her father a compliant agreement. She mentally reviews the societal rules of the kingdom, noting that while commoners cannot afford it, nobles secure divine blessings through wealthy church donations shortly after birth. She recalls the critical detail that the specific nature and sheer power of the divine blessing granted is intrinsically tied to the recipient's innate disposition. Feigning innocent awe when asked if it is her first time visiting, she stammers about only knowing small chapels while secretly remembering her past life's visit. The towering ornate doors of the Grand Cathedral swing open, and a serene voice officially welcomes the Verdite family into the sacred space. The Duke formally introduces Hortensia to the bishop, requesting the prearranged baptism, to which the holy man reacts with immediate, glowing praise for the young lady. Bowing respectfully to the Duke's request, the bishop gracefully gestures for the noble family to follow him deeper into the illuminated cathedral. They walk in reverent silence through the cavernous, stained-glass halls of the cathedral as the sheer gravity of the upcoming ritual settles over them. The bishop commands Hortensia to kneel before the grand altar, beginning the solemn, ancient incantations invoking Almighty God and the goddess. The holy man's voice echoes through the massive chamber, proclaiming the ritual's purpose to bestow a sacred new identity and a divine gift upon the kneeling girl. Kneeling tightly with her head bowed, she braces herself for the imminent, mystical moment when the goddess will personally assign her irrevocable fate. Anticipation gnaws at her as she remembers the fundamental rule of this world, where the absolute power of a blessing is directly measured by the length of the granted baptismal name. A dark shadow falls over her expression as she bitterly recalls her previous life, where she was unfairly branded with the agonizingly short name of Remy. Indignation flares fiercely within her at the memory of receiving a pathetic two-letter name, a deeply humiliating anomaly for a noble who typically receives at least 4. She seethes with residual anger, remembering how her pathetic blessing to ward off misfortune only resulted in endless, cruel social mockery. The ultimate irony violently burns in her mind as she remembers that her supposed protective blessing completely failed, leading directly to her gruesome execution. Her thoughts immediately pivot to her stepbrother Gerard, whose overwhelming potential was permanently cemented by his massive 6-letter baptismal name, Adnation. She marvels at the sheer prestige of his title, knowing that a name on par with literal royalty forces the masses to physically bow in absolute awe. Gazing up with genuine curiosity, she wonders exactly what terrifyingly powerful divine gift accompanies such a prestigious and exceptionally lengthy title. The bishop's voice rises in a booming crescendo, fervently beseeching the goddess Aurella to impart her divine will and blessing upon the kneeling child. The sacred air vibrates with ethereal energy as the goddess's decree miraculously manifests, declaring her new, majestic name to be Altiel. Her eyes snap wide open in sheer, unadulterated shock as she realizes this new 6-letter name radically alters the timeline she thought she knew. A sudden, blinding light violently engulfs the surrounding space. Reality itself seems to warp away into a pristine white void. Hortensia looks around in utter confusion, violently trembling as she demands to know what is happening to her body. Ethereal lights swirl around the bewildered girl. A mysterious voice suddenly echoes through the void, softly calling out her name. Gasping in absolute shock, Hortensia realizes she is standing face to face with the divine goddess herself. The ethereal entity stares down at her. She firmly states she has little time and warns Hortensia that she will be incredibly brief. Startled by the sudden urgency in the divine voice, the young girl hastily confirms her full attention. The glowing figure leans in closely. She asks the stunned girl if she clearly remembers the horrific events of her first life. Hortensia reels backward in sheer disbelief, audibly questioning the very reality of her previous existence. The young noble struggles to process the massive revelation. She desperately asks if her past nightmare of an execution actually happened. The goddess firmly confirms her darkest fears. She assures the trembling girl that the horrific experiences were definitively not a dream or an illusion. Pure confusion instantly replaces her fear. Hortensia demands to know why she is currently breathing if her execution was a historical fact. The deity explains that she personally rewound time from the precise moment of the girl's death. That single unjust execution directly caused the world to fall into chaotic bloodshed. Hortensia's mind goes entirely blank, completely unable to comprehend the massive, apocalyptic scale of the divine revelation. Trying frantically to ground the escalating conversation, she asks for a detailed clarification on what exactly transpired after her wrongful death. The divine being reveals that a massive royal reinvestigation took place following her passing. This inquiry completely cleared the young noble of all assassination charges. Genuinely surprised by the sudden post-mortem justice, Hortensia wonders aloud who would actually put effort into proving a dead girl's innocence. The goddess softly confirms her suspicion. She acknowledges that someone did indeed fight fiercely for her tarnished name. Quickly dismissing any altruistic motives, the deity reveals that rival political factions are merely weaponizing her death to block Count Dender's daughter from marrying the crown prince. The ultimate truth came to light during the chaotic trials. Investigators discovered the count's daughter had entirely staged her own poisoning to win the prince's pity. Realizing her execution was the result of a pathetic theatrical act, Hortensia stands in the divine realm as the goddess explains her posthumous canonization as a holy saintess. The divine figure dramatically drops the final piece of the puzzle. She reveals that the solitary madman was none other than her stepbrother, Gerard Ednation Verdite. Complete shock washes over Hortensia's face. She stammers wildly, completely failing to understand why her incredibly distant brother would care about her fate. The goddess solemnly explains the boy's hidden torment. Gerard spent every single day drowning in bitter regret for failing to save her and never believing in her innocence. Driven absolutely insane by pure grief, he violently stormed the royal palace. The moment her name was officially cleared, he demanded immediate access to the scheming count's daughter. The tense situation instantly escalated to unavoidable bloodshed. The royal guards foolishly denied his furious request for vengeance. A horrifying massacre rapidly unfolded within the pristine halls. Gerard slaughtered dozens of people, violently tearing through multiple members of the royal family. Blood violently sprayed across the elegant palace walls. His relentless, superhuman rampage continued without a single shred of mercy for anyone in his path. The goddess grimly recounts how the count's daughter finally perished by his blood-soaked hand, yet even that long-awaited vengeance could not quench his bottomless fury. Blinded by absolute, unending rage, his dark emotions violently resonated with a sealed cosmic entity. This horrific synergy allowed him to awaken a terrifying demon god. Hortensia waves her hands in frantic, desperate denial. She is completely overwhelmed by the sudden introduction of a mythical, apocalyptic threat into her personal tragedy. Ignoring her mounting panic, the deity bluntly reveals that Gerard merged with the dark entity to become the Demon King and instantly plunged the world into ruin. The young noble violently grips her head and screams that the scale of this worldwide destruction is just too massive for her brain to process. Losing her remaining composure, she screams into the glowing void as she tries to figure out how her simple wrongful execution somehow triggered a literal world-ending demonic crisis. Pushing past the apocalyptic terror, she fiercely argues against the logic of the narrative. She insists it makes zero sense for her notoriously cold brother to go berserk over her death. Remembering his icy, dismissive glares, she insists he thoroughly despised her. She firmly believes he should have celebrated her execution instead of endlessly mourning her passing. The goddess looks down with profound, heavy sorrow. She gently corrects the girl's deeply flawed perception by revealing that Gerard truly loved her all along. A quiet, breathless gasp escapes Hortensia's lips. The earth-shattering truth completely shatters her previous understanding of her fractured family. Sensing her rapidly fading cosmic connection, the divine entity urgently commands the bewildered girl to focus. She demands Hortensia remember her final, critical instructions. The ethereal light begins to aggressively fracture and dissolve. The deity's glowing presence rapidly destabilizes as the time limit expires. The goddess reveals the lingering effects of the reverse timeline because Hortensia was canonized as a saintess originally. Warning of the world-ending potential still locked within Gerard, The deity commands the young noble to act. She must stay close to her brother and forcibly guide him back to the righteous path. With absolute, crushing finality, the divine voice echoes through the breaking void. She declares that Hortensia is the only person in existence who can save him from his dark fate. Desperately reaching out, the young girl screams that getting close to him is a guaranteed disaster. The goddess simply wishes her fortune as the mystical connection violently severs. A blinding flash of holy, golden light entirely consumes her vision. Her soul is violently ripped back into the physical constraints of the real world. Hortensia violently snaps back to reality inside the grand cathedral. She internally reels from the cosmic revelation while the bishop loudly praises the absolute miracle that just occurred. The Duke urgently shouts his daughter's name in concern. His booming voice breaks through the disorienting ringing in her ears. The bewildered girl slowly blinks, staring into space. Her mind races at light speed as she tries to reconcile the cosmic mandate she just received with her immediate surroundings. The bishop grandly announces her majestic new title to the stunned room. He proudly declares that the sacred six-letter name Altior is as unequivocally noble as any royal's. Amazed by her incredible power, the church leader begs the Duke to take her in and confidently predicts she will soon become the legendary saintess. Moving protectively closer to his child, the Duke firmly rejects the prestigious offer. He declares his selfish desire to personally spoil his newly reunited daughter for a while. A desperate plea echoes through the grand hall as unseen figures beg his grace to reconsider his impending decision. The heavy silence following the outburst hangs in the air, underscoring the suffocating tension that fills the grand room. An imposing figure smirks down at Hortensia, gleefully predicting that suitors from every noble and royal house will soon pour in with marriage offers. Hortensia freezes in sheer disbelief, her mind violently struggling to process the sudden and life-altering revelation. Swallowing hard, she realizes the terrifying gravity of the situation. Despite her initial confusion, she nervously admits to herself that this sounds like a massive ordeal. Recalling the goddess's dire warning, Hortensia realizes her brother is destined for ruin unless she forcibly steers him back toward the righteous path. Shaking off her hesitation, she firmly resolves to tackle her monumental priorities one strategic step at a time. Her eyes narrow with fierce determination as she commits to finding a foolproof way to win her brother's elusive favor. Desperation creeps into her expression as she frantically combs through her mind for a viable plan. A wave of dark doubt suddenly washes over her, momentarily halting her rapidly spinning train of thought. Panic sets in as she questions if changing her brother's doomed fate is even a physical possibility. Letting out a heavy sigh, she collapses from mental exhaustion as the weight of this second life proves overwhelmingly complicated. Frustration mounts as she realizes 3 full days have passed since her regression without a single tactical breakthrough. A sudden knock interrupts her internal rant, forcing her to realize that hiding in her room is no longer an option. Feigning the grace of a noble lady, Hortensia grants entry to her servant Pamela, who politely announces herself at the door. Hortensia blinks in sheer surprise, a deep wave of recognition washing over her as she stares at the young maid. As Pamela cheerfully offers tea, Hortensia realizes that at this point in the timeline, the maid is still actively working at the estate. A poignant silence settles between the two as Hortensia intensely observes the diligent servant. Deep nostalgia grips Hortensia as she recalls her previous life when Pamela was one of the few who served her faithfully. Darker memories surface of other staff members sneering behind her back and treating her like an unbearable nuisance. Breaking that cruel mold, Pamela always offered genuine smiles and warmly compared the young noble to her own little sister. A soft smile touches Hortensia's lips as she cherishes memories of the maid's pure-hearted and sincere nature. The warm memories sour into tragedy as Hortensia remembers how the honest Pamela was once mercilessly framed for a crime she never committed. The agonizing echoes of Pamela's desperate, tearful denials ring loudly in Hortensia's mind. The cruel accusations of the other staff overlap with Pamela's desperate cries of absolute innocence, while Hortensia vividly recalls the damning moment the stolen property was discovered in the maid's belongings. Overwhelming guilt crushes Hortensia as she remembers her own cowardice, paralyzed by the fear of becoming the servant's next target while she stood by in shameful silence. The painful memory concludes with Pamela being ruthlessly dismissed and permanently driven out of the grand mansion. Snapping back to the present, a sudden realization sparks in Hortensia's eyes as she recognizes her knowledge of the past gives her the power to stop this tragedy. Wondering if her past silence was the true catalyst, she ponders the possibility of taking a bold stand for Pamela to rewrite the girl's doomed fate. A surge of newfound resolve floods her veins as she tightly grips her dress, vowing that this time she will stop the unjust dismissal. Looking at the cheerful maid, Hortensia acknowledges the deep loneliness and bitter regret that plagued her after Pamela's original departure. Her eyes ignite with fierce determination as she fully embraces her temporal advantage as the ultimate weapon to change the future. A confident smirk replaces her anxiety as she remembers she is no longer powerless, now wielding the special blessing of the goddess. Clenching her fists, she strikes a dramatic pose of unwavering resolve. Treating this crisis as the perfect training ground for her mission, she swears to clear Pamela's name no matter what obstacles stand in her way. Completely unaware of her master's intense internal monologue, Pamela simply tilts her head in innocent confusion. The fiery resolve quickly fizzles into practical confusion as Hortensia realizes she lacks a concrete battle plan and begins scrambling for logistics. Entering detective mode, Hortensia pieces together the facts and deduces that the stolen property in Pamela's belongings proves it was a malicious setup. Her gaze sharpens as she identifies the core objective of unmasking the true culprit who plants the stolen goods. Frustration boils over as she realizes the impossibility of stalking Pamela around the clock, desperately wondering how to prevent the unseen sabotage. A sudden epiphany strikes her like a physical blow, instantly illuminating a clear path forward. Rifling through her belongings with frantic energy, she triumphantly uncovers the magical naming scroll. Berating herself for her momentary lapse in memory, she recalls the goddess's cryptic words regarding the gift of undiscovered blessings. With trembling hands, she prepares to unfurl the ancient parchment to learn the detailed mechanics of her newfound divine abilities. The ancient scroll unfurls with a magical flourish, forcefully spilling its glowing secrets into the open air. Hortensia staggers back, completely overwhelmed by the staggering volume of glowing text illuminating the parchment. Her jaw drops in shock as the list of blessings rolls on forever, resembling a sprawling fantasy novel. Gathering her wits, a tactical gleam enters her eyes as she scans the massive list, realizing this arsenal makes preventing the false accusation possible. The next morning arrives as Pamela cheerfully enters the room with an apology while Hortensia greets her with a calculated smile. Leaning forward with absolute confidence, Hortensia prepares to put her master plan into motion. Hortensia recalls yesterday's events, explaining how she saw beautiful blooming flowers in the garden and wanted to share them. Her heart pounds nervously as she frantically wonders if her rehearsed speech sounds natural enough for a 7-year-old. Pushing through her anxiety, she praises Pamela for always taking such good care of the flowers in her room since she arrived at the massive mansion. Offering the vibrant blooms, she begs Pamela to accept the gift and cherish the flowers just as she cares for her. Doubt immediately creeps back in, making her cringe internally and worry that presenting the flowers in such an ugly pot was incredibly weird. A heavy silence falls between them as the young noble nervously waits for her maid's reaction to the sudden gift. Pamela's eyes widen with overwhelming emotion, deeply moved to hear such gentle and kind words from her young master. Tears prick the edges of the maid's eyes as the sheer weight of the unexpected gratitude finally washes over her. Sniffling, Pamela confesses that her constant clumsiness and status as a simple country girl had nearly pushed her to quit multiple times. A bright, tearful smile breaks across her face as she loudly thanks the young lady for her immense kindness. While Pamela vows to treasure the plant forever, Hortensia mentally notes that this very pot will be the key to proving the maid's innocence, briefly regretting not picking a nicer container. The fateful day inevitably arrives when the mansion's lavish pure gold frog statue suddenly vanishes from the hallway without a single trace. A frantic search for the missing treasure immediately begins, swiftly resulting in Pamela being named as the prime suspect. Watching the exact events unfold just as she remembered, Hortensia fiercely vows to step in and save her friend this time. Vicious gossip rips through the hallways as the other servants sneer about the country maid being summoned to the master's office, openly wishing for her immediate arrest. Activating the goddess's blessing of eavesdrop, Hortensia covertly listens in on the harsh whispers echoing throughout the estate. She steadily approaches the heavy wooden doors of her father's office, steeling herself for the impending confrontation. Inside, harsh voices demand an end to the nonsense, aggressively berating Pamela for maintaining her fast despite the Duke's offer of leniency. Pamela's desperate cries pierce through the heavy tension as she tearfully swears she never stole anything or plotted any malicious crimes. Hearing the familiar, heart-wrenching pleas, Hortensia tightens her fists and silently promises that she will never let that dark future repeat itself. Pushing the door open, she interrupts the tense interrogation, causing her father to briefly scowl before realizing who has just entered. Meeting her father's gaze with unwavering resolve, she boldly claims her right to speak on behalf of her personal maid and begs for an audience. A heavy silence envelops the grand office as the imposing Duke stares down his young, determined daughter. Conceding the point with a heavy sigh, the Duke formally grants her entry, allowing Hortensia to mentally celebrate clearing her very first hurdle. Glancing around the room, she quickly identifies the head maid and the butler, noting the standard but intimidating lineup of accusers. The stern staff members confirm the grim situation, while Pamela gasps in utter shock at the sight of her young lady stepping onto the battlefield. The head maid steps forward with cold precision, officially reporting that the missing gold statue was explicitly discovered among Pamela's personal belongings. Without skipping a beat, Hortensia loudly interjects, fiercely defending her maid and declaring that Pamela would never commit such a heinous act. Her sudden and explosive defense catches the senior staff completely off guard, momentarily halting their relentless accusations. Recovering their composure, the staff coldly reminds the young girl that the irrefutable evidence of the stolen property was found directly in Pamela's things. Refusing to back down, Hortensia sharply cuts them off, confidently suggesting the high probability that someone maliciously framed the innocent maid. Pivoting gracefully, she locks eyes with her trembling friend and gently asks if she still possesses the potted plant gifted to her yesterday. Nodding vigorously through her tears, Pamela confirms she still has the gift, proudly stating she tends to it every single day with immense care. Taking absolute command of the room, Hortensia orders someone to fetch the potted plant, boldly declaring that she will use it to expose the true culprit. Intrigued by her commanding presence, the Duke leans forward and challenges his daughter to explain exactly what she intends to do with a simple plant. Keeping her divine secret carefully guarded, she mentally reviews the massive list of blessings she received, specifically isolating the one that reads the memories of Flora. She recalls the specific mechanics of Verdant Eyes, a powerful blessing that allows the user to touch a plant and vividly experience its memories from the past 3 days. Smiling to herself, she admits she initially thought the skill was incredibly weird and useless, but now realizes it is the absolute perfect tool for this exact crisis. Her confidence skyrockets as she silently guarantees that the flower she gifted Pamela will act as an unblinking witness to prove her absolute innocence. A servant swiftly arrives with the requested potted plant, and Hortensia politely thanks them before taking the crucial piece of evidence into her own hands. Gently resting her glowing fingertips against the vibrant green leaves, she desperately pleads with the magic to reveal the face of the true saboteur. A sudden, brilliant pulse of emerald light erupts from the plant, signaling the successful activation of her divine blessing. Thrilled by the immediate response, she mentally cheers as the magical connection establishes itself flawlessly. Spectral images instantly flood her mind, violently projecting the plant's recent memories directly into her consciousness. Her eyes snap open with a cold, calculating gleam, finally understanding exactly how the malicious framing was meticulously orchestrated in the shadows. Turning back to the Duke with an air of absolute authority, she confidently requests that every single person in the mansion be immediately gathered in the main hall. Striding out of the office with her head held high, Hortensia leads the procession toward the grand hall to deliver her final judgment. Along the way, a staff member rudely bumps into her, prompting Hortensia to glare at them and silently promise that their smug composure is about to end. Standing before the massive crowd of servants, the Duke formally announces that they have been gathered because his daughter has successfully unmasked the thief. Stepping up to the makeshift podium, Hortensia surveys the anxious crowd, fully prepared to shatter the culprit's lies and permanently clear Pamela's name. Stepping forward with absolute certainty, Hortensia points an accusing finger at a fellow maid. She boldly declares her the true thief who planted the stolen item in Pamela's belongings. The accused servant recoils in sheer panic. She violently stammers as she struggles to comprehend the sudden, aggressive accusation. Desperate to save her own skin, the guilty maid turns her focus to the Lord. She wildly claims that Pamela must have deceived the young lady into spouting such lies. Lord Verdite fixes his daughter with an intense, probing glare. He demands to know if her bold claims are truly accurate. Refusing to back down, Hortensia confidently doubles down on her accusation. She firmly insists she has the right culprit even as the treacherous maid arrogantly demands solid proof. Standing tall, Hortensia reveals the undeniable truth. She states that her goddess-blessed sight allowed her to witness the cruel framing firsthand. The sheer weight of that divine revelation paralyzes the guilty maid. She freezes in absolute terror as her defenses crumble. Snapping out of her shock, the panicked servant goes on the offensive. She frantically dismisses the divine claim as a ridiculous, baseless lie. She violently gestures toward Hortensia in a desperate plea, begging the Lord. She attempts to paint the young lady as nothing more than a manipulative liar. A single, chilling command for silence echoes through the room. The authoritative voice instantly shatters the maid's frantic pleas. Heavy, deliberate footsteps approach from the shadows. They carry an overwhelmingly oppressive aura that suffocates the room. Gerard steps firmly into the fray, his icy gaze pierces through the thick tension, demanding absolute submission. Hortensia flinches violently at the sight of him, her mind races with confusion as to why her notoriously cold brother would suddenly appear. Panic quickly consumes her racing thoughts, she fears he is about to violently punish her for overstepping her boundaries as a mistress's daughter. Instead of scolding her, Gerard fixes a lethal glare on the servant. He is absolutely furious that a mere maid would dare talk back to a member of the Verdite ducal family. Hortensia stops dead in her tracks, she stands completely bewildered by his aggressive and sudden intervention. Her eyes widen drastically as the pieces fall into place. A shocking, almost impossible realization begins to dawn on her. Trembling with sheer disbelief, she finally grasps the situation. She realizes that her terrifying brother is actually standing up to defend her honor. The guilty maid cries out in a final, desperate attempt to clear her name. She frantically pleads her case to the imposing Lord Gerard. Gerard instantly cuts her off with terrifying authority. He coldly threatens to sever her head if she dares to speak anything other than a direct answer. Crushed beneath his overwhelming pressure, the trembling maid finally breaks. She tearfully confesses to stealing from the estate and framing another servant. Having brutally extracted the confession, Gerard takes command of the situation. He coldly volunteers to handle the aftermath of the servant's punishment. Lord Verdite casually delegates the grim task to his son. He fully trusts Gerard to deal with the disgraced maid appropriately. Turning back to his daughter, the Lord offers a warm, grateful smile. He thanks Hortensia for exposing the true criminal and saving an innocent life. Deeply flustered by the rare parental praise, Hortensia averts her gaze. She shyly waves off her father's profound gratitude. She quietly watches Gerard's imposing figure walk away. His dark cape flows behind him as he wordlessly leaves the hall. Clutching her chest, Hortensia stands completely overwhelmed. The unbelievable reality of her brother's fierce protection finally sinks into her heart. The true culprit is swiftly handed over to the city guards for multiple severe crimes. This allows a massively relieved Pamela to safely keep her job at the mansion. Tears of absolute joy stream down Pamela's face. She sobs uncontrollably, overwhelmingly grateful to be saved from total ruin. Later in her private quarters, Hortensia stares blankly ahead. She still struggles to wrap her mind around Gerard's uncharacteristic kindness. She obsessively replays his authoritative words in her head. She analyzes exactly how he fiercely defended her noble status against a lowly servant. A small spark of hope ignites deep in her chest. She wonders if he is finally acknowledging her as true, legitimate Verdite blood. That fleeting hope wavers slightly as a dark memory surfaces. She vividly recalls the cruel day he explicitly stated he would never view her as a sister. Brushing off the lingering doubt, she firmly resolves to fight for her place. She decides to use this tiny shift in fate as momentum to completely melt his icy exterior. Breaking herself out of her intense plotting, she changes the subject. She casually calls out to a cheerful Pamela. She nervously asks her loyal maid for interpersonal advice. She needs to know how to properly bridge the emotional gap with a deeply unapproachable person. Pamela beams with radiant confidence. She is instantly ready with a foolproof solution to her lady's dilemma. The enthusiastic maid insists the answer is incredibly simple. She claims that a genuine, warm smile from Hortensia is more than enough to completely win anyone's heart. Caught entirely off guard by the overwhelming compliment, Hortensia freezes. She blushes furiously at the sudden, absolute praise. She bashfully waves off the high praise as utterly ridiculous. However, she still quietly and sincerely thanks her friend for the warm encouragement. While wandering the estate corridors shortly after, Hortensia's mind wanders. She accidentally crashes face first into someone's incredibly solid chest. Stumbling backward in a panicked frenzy, she quickly looks up. Her blood runs cold as she realizes she just bumped directly into Gerard. Internally screaming, she viciously kicks herself for her careless mistake. She realizes she just slipped up and casually called him brother out loud. To her absolute shock, Gerard calmly ignores the familiar slip. He instead initiates a conversation, updating her that Pamela's employment is officially secure. Her brain completely short-circuits in pure, unfiltered disbelief. She cannot comprehend that her famously cold brother is voluntarily speaking to her. Utter panic sets in as she searches for words. She frantically tries to formulate a normal, acceptable response to his casual update. Pamela's optimistic advice violently echoes through her racing thoughts. The maid's voice reminds her of the overwhelming power of a simple smile. Throwing all caution to the wind, she forces herself to commit to the bit. She decides to let fate take the wheel and boldly express her true feelings. Flashing a bright, breathtakingly earnest smile, she openly praises his reliability. She pours her absolute gratitude onto him for saving the day. Gerard stops dead in his tracks, completely frozen by her expression. He stares down in stunned silence, caught totally off guard by her radiant sincerity. Hortensia stands with her heart pounding heavily in her chest. She exhales a deep, nervous breath as she tries to process the overwhelming moment. Breaking the silence, Gerard casually announces that he needs to get going. He begins to turn away, leaving her alone with her racing thoughts. Pausing before his departure, Gerard softly instructs her to come to him if anything ever troubles her again. His unexpected words wrap around her like a gentle, reassuring breeze. Hortensia stares up at him in absolute, wide-eyed bewilderment. She remains completely frozen, struggling to comprehend this sudden display of warmth. A gentle, almost imperceptible rustle of clothing fills the quiet air. Gerard's imposing figure shifts slightly as he prepares to leave the scene. Snapping out of her daze, Hortensia eagerly stammers out her understanding of his offer. Her flushed face reflects the deep shock echoing through her mind. Left alone, she frantically tries to rationalize her notoriously cold brother's incredibly strange behavior. The sheer absurdity of him patting her head feels completely unreal to her. Dark memories resurface as she recalls his past cruelty, explicitly remembering when he called her a disgrace. His harsh declaration of never viewing her as a sister still haunts her. Grounding herself in past trauma, she firmly convinces herself that her brother undeniably hates her. She decides that his sudden kindness must be some sort of impossible anomaly. Sometime later, Hortensia encounters Gerard in a sunlit hallway and nervously greets him with a polite morning salutation. She stands stiffly, bracing herself for his usual cold dismissal. Gerard pauses his stride and turns his piercing gaze toward her. He offers a brief, quiet grunt of acknowledgement in response to her morning greeting. Her internal monologue immediately spirals into a frantic panic over his vague reply. She desperately wonders if that simple sound actually counts as returning her greeting. To her mounting horror, Gerard does not walk away but remains standing silently before her. She silently screams, entirely unsure of how to handle his lingering presence. Frantically recalling conversational advice, she decides to start with a harmless topic to gauge his reaction. She nervously searches her mind for anything safe to say. Mustering her courage, she cheerfully points out what a beautifully nice day it is outside. She forces a bright, eager smile to mask her absolute terror. Gerard simply stares down at her with an unreadable expression before plainly agreeing with her assessment. His blunt confirmation hangs heavily in the quiet air. Hortensia mentally collapses, interpreting his deadpan silence as a total conversational disaster while shrieking internally at the radiating awkwardness. Desperate to bridge the gap, she wildly suggests a garden walk in a frantic attempt to inject life into their agonizing exchange. Gerard remains entirely unfazed, offering another terrifyingly flat statement that provides zero momentum for their conversation. Sweating profusely, Hortensia pivots to a rare Shangri-La flower she discovered, hoping the specific detail will spark his interest. She praises the Verdite ducal house for their rare flora while internally berating herself for telling such boring daily stories. Gerard listens silently to her botanical tangent before delivering a curt, chilling confirmation. He turns his back and finally begins to walk away from the trembling girl. Hortensia stands utterly paralyzed, her heart pounding violently against her ribs. She watches his retreating back while completely drowning in confusion. Her anxious mind violently twists his words, interpreting his statement as a command to shut her mouth forever. She completely convinces herself that she has irreparably annoyed him. A few agonizing days pass, bringing a new encounter within the estate's grand corridors. Hortensia peeks around a corner, only to spot a familiar, terrifying figure. A pathetic squeak escapes her lips as she violently flinches backward. She stares in absolute horror as Gerard stands imposingly at the end of the hall. The world seems to zoom in on Gerard's intimidating presence. He stands completely still, exuding an aura of absolute authority. Hortensia cowers defensively, pulling herself as tight as possible against the architecture. She prays to the goddess that he hasn't noticed her pathetic attempt at hiding. Pressing her back against the cold stone, she mentally begs him to just walk by. She desperately tries to camouflage herself, pretending to be nothing more than a stain on the wall. Shattering her stealthy delusions, Gerard turns directly toward her and commands her to approach. His single, authoritative word completely paralyzes her with dread. Wildly considering her options, she contemplates pretending she didn't hear him and making a run for it. She frantically wonders where he could possibly be taking her. Suddenly, a cheerful maid pops up behind her, shattering her escape plan. The energetic servant enthusiastically points out that the Lord is directly calling for the young lady. Dragging her feet, Hortensia dreads what sort of lecture awaits her. She fears he is about to brutally remind her not to get carried away with her status. Her catastrophic imagination visualizes Gerard violently throwing her out of the estate gates. She envisions him coldly banning her from ever setting foot in the Duke's house again. Following him outside, she stares nervously at his broad, unreadable back. The oppressive silence between them only amplifies her mounting anxiety. She laments that not knowing his true intentions makes the situation infinitely more terrifying. Her mind races to decode the enigmatic thoughts of her frightening brother. Distracted by her internal panic, Hortensia completely misses a step and spectacularly trips over her own feet. She wildly flails her arms as she tumbles forward with a pathetic yelp. Preparing for a painful impact, she squeezes her eyes shut in sheer terror. She braces herself for the hard, unforgiving ground. Instead of hitting the dirt, a strong arm swiftly catches her mid-fall. She gasps as Gerard effortlessly stabilizes her clumsy plunge. Trembling and utterly mortified, she stammers out a pathetic whisper of gratitude. She nervously looks up, entirely unprepared for the sight before her. Gerard silently stands amidst a breathtaking, vibrant garden explosion. His stoic figure perfectly contrasts the overwhelming beauty surrounding them. Hortensia's eyes widen to an impossible degree as she takes in the staggering view. The sheer scale of the botanical marvel completely steals her breath away. She loudly marvels at the impossible sea of Shangri-La flowers blooming right before her eyes. The vivid, rare petals stretch out endlessly in a dazzling display of color. Confusion quickly mixes with her awe as she recalls the gardener's previous lesson. She distinctly remembers being told that these specific flowers were incredibly rare. Her botanical knowledge reminds her that the Shangri-La usually only blooms in remote, hidden highlands. The environmental impossibility of this garden deeply baffles her. Seeing the sea of blooms, she realizes the staggering wealth and magic required to maintain such a rare botanical feat. The head gardener breaks her trance by enthusiastically calling out to the stunned young lady. Beaming with pride, the gardener presents the blooming Shangri-La flowers and notes that such a sight is rare even in a royal palace. Gerard intervenes with an icy tone, commanding the gardener to ensure not a single flower withers under his watch. The gardener salutes, revealing he summoned expert craftsmen on Gerard's orders, making Hortensia realize her brother fulfilled her wish through extraordinary effort. Hortensia stares in disbelief at the massive garden. She wonders why Gerard personally gathered and grew all these Shangri-La flowers. She struggles to process this bizarre situation. She cannot imagine her infamously cold brother possessing the heart to admire such delicate things. Breaking the suffocating silence, Gerard stammers slightly. He nervously asks if she actually likes the breathtaking display. Hortensia suddenly recalls their last meeting in the courtyard. She innocently mentioned finding a beautiful, rare Shangri-La flower that the gardener showed her. Sweeping his hand proudly across the vast flowerbed, Gerard makes a grand declaration. He states that they are all entirely hers. Shock washes over her completely. She realizes he orchestrated this massive gesture simply because she mentioned the flower to him once. Pure panic sets in as her mind races. She frantically tries to figure out his true goal and the hidden, sinister meaning behind the gift. A heavy, unbearable silence stretches between them. Gerard stands perfectly still, waiting intensely for her response. Sweating nervously, Hortensia knows she is trapped. She realizes she has to say something quickly to break the crushing tension. She mentally cries out to her mother for salvation. She remembers how her mother used to happily receive single flowers from loyal tavern customers. A fond flashback overtakes her memory. Her mother cheerfully assures a young Hortensia that she will receive more flowers than she can carry when she grows up. Snapping back to a terrifying reality, Hortensia nervously laments her situation. She realizes an entire flowerbed is vastly more than she can ever carry. She recalls her mother's strict, survivalist advice. She was told to always act overly delighted when receiving any kind of gift. Bracing herself for the performance of a lifetime, she decides to just go for it. She fully commits to faking her joy to appease her brother. Forcing a blindingly bright smile, she thanks Gerard enthusiastically. She boldly claims she absolutely loves the pretty flowers. Internally, her soul cringes with profound embarrassment. She desperately wishes she could just disappear from the garden right now. Gerard simply stares blankly at her forced smile. His silence leaves her terrified that she might have completely overdone her theatrical reaction. Shattering her rising anxiety, he abruptly speaks up. He flatly asks what else she desires. Hortensia freezes in place. She is caught completely off guard by the sudden and overwhelming question. She inwardly screams in pure terror. She knows the only thing she truly desires is to escape from him this very instant. Fumbling for words, she stammers helplessly. She completely fails to formulate a safe and acceptable answer for her brother. Stepping in smoothly, the loyal butler covers for her silence. He elegantly claims Lady Hortensia is simply too modest to ask. The butler leans in and whispers discreetly to Gerard. He suggests that clothes or jewelry might be more appropriate for a lady of her age. Gerard nods curtly at the suggestion. He instantly understands and accepts the servant's highly practical advice. Reaching out silently, he gently pats her on the head. This unexpected action seals his unspoken decision. Hortensia flinches slightly at the touch. She is utterly bewildered by the sudden and uncharacteristic display of physical affection. With his mysterious mission accomplished, Gerard turns his back. He calmly walks away from the flowerbed. Left standing entirely alone among the blooms, Hortensia stares into space. She wonders what on earth is going on in her life. A stylized transition panel shifts the focus. It highlights Hortensia caught forever in her ongoing, chaotic confusion. The title sequence boldly displays the series name. It marks the official beginning of Episode 3 Part 1. Sometime later, her strict tutor conducts a grueling private lesson. She aggressively demands total composure from the young lady. Hortensia sits rigidly at her wooden desk. She tries her absolute best to survive the intense and exhausting etiquette training. Suddenly, the quiet classroom door bursts open. Boisterous voices unapologetically announce their uninvited arrival. A flamboyant designer strides into the room with supreme confidence. They immediately begin cooing over how adorable the Duke's daughter is. Wiggling their fingers with wild, creative excitement, the newcomer makes a bold claim. They declare their hands are itching to get started. Hortensia stares in blank, silent confusion. She cannot comprehend the bizarre and highly energetic intrusion. Furious at the sudden disruption, the strict tutor fiercely objects. She commands the uninvited guests to leave her classroom at once. Ignoring the hostility completely, the designer introduces herself as Solange. She elegantly gestures toward her quiet assistant standing nearby. Hortensia gasps loudly in pure shock. She instantly recognizes the woman as the legendary Madame Solange from the Sorcier brand. She remembers that Sorcier is the kingdom's most popular fashion brand. It is highly coveted by every noble lady for its beautiful, innovative designs. Despite her total ignorance of trends in her previous life, she knows the truth. She recognizes the legendary brand's name perfectly well. Solange smoothly ignores the angry tutor's glare. She cheerfully urges Hortensia to step forward immediately for her measurements. Still completely dazed by the chaos, Hortensia hesitates. Meanwhile, the designer excitedly asks what kind of dress she prefers. Solange proudly announces she will create a wonderful dress to make the young lady shine. She explicitly notes it is a direct commission from Lord Gerard himself. The tutor clears her throat loudly to assert dominance. She interrupts to verify if this chaotic intrusion was truly requested by Lord Gerard. Solange confirms the fact with a bright, unwavering smile. She states she received a direct order to create a dress absolutely worthy of Lady Hortensia. Hortensia's mind reels out of control. She struggles to process the unbelievable fact that her terrifying brother ordered a custom designer dress for her. Defeated by the absolute, crushing authority of the Duke's name, the tutor sighs deeply. She bitterly concedes that a command from Lord Gerard cannot be ignored. The tutor abruptly ends the grueling lesson for the day. However, she sternly warns Hortensia never to let her guard down. Left entirely in a daze while being aggressively measured, Hortensia stares ahead. She remains totally overwhelmed by the staggering reality of her brother's extravagant gift. Questioning her current reality, Hortensia nervously wonders if her father directly ordered Gerard to spoil her. She notes this bizarre behavior never occurred in her previous life. Following that fateful day, an endless parade of famous designers from the royal capital continuously visits the mansion. A lavishly wrapped delivery box arrives at the estate. It bears an elegant tag distinctly marking it as a personal gift from Lord Gerard. Yet another exquisite package is swiftly presented by the staff. It proudly displays the exact same tag from the imposing young lord. Servants scramble frantically through the sprawling hallways. They diligently carry massive stacks of luxurious boxes and high-end fashion items into the estate. Before Hortensia can even process the chaos, her spacious quarters vanish beneath a towering mountain of expensive gifts. A cheerful maid announces an empty room will be remodeled into a personal dressing room, leaving the young lady visibly stunned. Desperately watching yet another delivery arrive, she clutches her face in absolute panic. She frantically wonders where all these extravagant items are even supposed to go. Gazing in absolute awe, the maid marvels at the breathtaking pile of treasures. She excitedly confirms they are all exclusive gifts meant solely for her mistress. Hortensia frantically asks who could possibly be sending this immense mountain of wealth. The servant proudly reiterates they are entirely sent from Lord Gerard. Clutching her head in utter, overwhelming distress, the young lady cries out to the heavens. She desperately demands to know what on earth is happening to her chaotic life. Trembling with deep-seated anxiety, she stammers helplessly in the center of the room. She wonders why her infamously cold brother would ever do something so radically out of character. Clasping her hands together in pure bliss, the naive maid confidently assesses the situation. She declares that Gerard simply wants to make his adorable sister incredibly happy. Violently rejecting the wholesome notion, Hortensia internally screams in absolute denial. She knows such a warm and fuzzy reality could never possibly be true. Pausing her frantic mental breakdown, she reluctantly observes the mountain of boxes. She admits that from an outside perspective, this massive onslaught of gifts truly does look like deep affection. Connecting the terrifying dots, she tentatively asks herself a dangerous question. She wonders if her intimidating brother is actually trying to genuinely please her. Immediately dismissing the hopeful thought, she questions his ultimate, hidden goal. She is utterly terrified of what sinister twist comes next once he finally achieves it. Deciding to brazenly exploit the bizarre situation, she elegantly models the magnificent dress Madame Solange crafted. Striking a dramatic pose, she loudly praises her brother's incredible gift. Pushing her dangerous luck even further, she tightly hugs a cute teddy bear to her chest. She cheerfully claims she sleeps with the plush toy every single night. Staring deadpan at her wildly forced performance, Gerard delivers an icy, piercing glare. His terrifying expression instantly chills the young girl straight to the bone. Breaking the suffocating tension, the Duke's son speaks with a chillingly calm voice. He flatly states his total understanding of her specific, plush-related desires. A few days later, a sobbing and traumatized Hortensia finds herself trapped in her room. She is completely buried under a massive, suffocating avalanche of newly delivered teddy bears. Shifting entirely to a rigorous etiquette lesson, the strict tutor Annabelle ruthlessly commands her student. She orders the exhausted girl to lower her head and bend her waist perfectly. Observing the delicate physical execution closely, Annabelle crosses her arms. She firmly declares she will officially deem the respectful bow as a passing grade. Exhaling a massive breath of relief, Hortensia silently celebrates the small victory. She credits her harsh past life training for allowing her to somehow survive the grueling, high-stakes test. Adjusting her pristine glasses, the stern tutor sharply warns the young lady. She insists a true noble must never let her guard down before formally concluding the lesson. Bowing gracefully to her strict instructor, Hortensia politely bids a formal farewell. She respectfully acknowledges Annabelle's swift departure from the private study. The heavy wooden door shuts firmly with a loud, resounding thud. The exit leaves the exhausted girl completely alone in the deafeningly quiet room. Slumping her tense shoulders entirely, she lets out a heavy, miserable sigh. She mutters to herself about how incredibly nerve-wracking the entire ordeal truly was. She reflects thoughtfully on her tutor's intensely strict behavior. She notes Annabelle has been entirely on edge lately, particularly following the chaotic designer intrusion from the other day. Hortensia carefully observes her tutor's intimidating demeanor. She notes Annabelle's glasses seem to glint sharper than ever, constantly scanning her movements for the absolute slightest flaw. Acknowledging her own dreadful past life, she admits her etiquette foundations are terribly weak. She only ever learned basic, inadequate commoner manners thanks to her hardworking mother. Remembering the tutor's brutal, past criticisms, she recalls being deeply insulted. She was called an uncouth wild mountain monkey whose basic manners fundamentally failed in noble society. She fully understands the deep class divide separating them. To a born aristocrat like Annabelle, a tavern girl's orphanage-raised daughter is nothing but a highly frustrating thorn in her side. Staring blankly at the closed door, Hortensia gracefully accepts the grim reality. She realizes she cannot actually blame the strict woman for her deeply ingrained, societal hostility. Shattering the quiet, introspective moment, a frantic maid bursts excitedly into the room. She urgently addresses her young lady with a pressing message. The servant respectfully announces that His Grace is formally calling for Hortensia's immediate presence. This sudden, unexpected summons leaves the young girl highly confused. Blinking in absolute, stunned surprise, the young girl questions the bizarre timing aloud. She wonders why her distant father would suddenly summon her out of nowhere. She cautiously approaches the grand, imposing double doors of the Duke's lavish office. A heavy, crushing sense of dread aggressively builds inside her chest. Peeking timidly inside the opulent, dimly lit study, she respectfully greets her imposing father. She nervously asks if he truly called for her to attend him. Sitting formidably behind his massive mahogany desk, the Duke warmly welcomes Hortensia. He explicitly expresses his genuine gladness at her prompt and obedient arrival. Leaning forward slightly, he reveals the true purpose of the sudden meeting. He states he just received a highly comprehensive report regarding her recent progress directly from Annabelle. Pure panic instantly strikes Hortensia's core like a bolt of lightning. She frantically wonders if she did something terribly, unforgivably wrong during her strict lessons. Completely shattering her fearful expectations, the Duke plainly states the exact opposite. He reveals Annabelle highly praised her incredible efforts and reported she has done wonderfully. He elaborates deeply on the glowing, unexpected praise. He notes her remarkably composed nature for someone who only recently joined the prestigious Duke's household. A look of sheer, unadulterated shock washes completely over Hortensia. She violently struggles to comprehend the strict Annabelle actually praising her behind her back. Capitalizing directly on her excellent progress, her father makes a formal decree. He states that as a daughter of the Verdite ducal house, it is officially time for her to begin attending social gatherings. Frozen completely in absolute disbelief, the young girl nervously contemplates her next move. She realizes her strict tutor genuinely considers her fully ready for high society. Torn between her dread of social events and the desperate need to improve her brother's impression, she hesitates as she debates if active participation will secure her standing. Sensing her rapidly rising anxiety, the Duke gently reassures her not to worry. He calmly explains it is merely a small, low-stakes tea party specifically for children around her own age. Looking up with genuine gratitude, Hortensia sincerely thanked her father for the opportunity. She confessed her nervousness but eagerly accepted the invitation to attend the event. Remembering her past execution caused by a lack of allies, she resolved to make connections early on to change her tragic future. Time passed quickly, and the fateful day of her tea party debut finally arrived. Standing in the grand hall, she nervously glanced around at the gathered nobility. She internally cringed under the heavy, piercing stares of the judgmental guests. Motioning her over, her father instructed her to greet the Countess hosting today's gathering. The Countess stood elegantly, awaiting the approach of the Duke and his daughter. Recognizing the Countess as a potential ally of the Verdite family, Hortensia carefully planned her approach. She calculated that securing this connection might save her when future troubles inevitably arose. Her father formally introduced her as his daughter who had recently returned from living in the countryside. Stepping forward with impeccable grace, she introduced herself as Hortensia Remy Verdite and expressed her honor at the meeting. A heavy, pregnant silence immediately fell over the aristocratic gathering. Panicking frantically, she whipped her head around and wondered if she had said something highly offensive. Flustered, the Countess hastily dismissed the silence and stuttered out her own honor at meeting the young lady. Clasping her hands together, the Countess dramatically praised Hortensia as a divine goddess. Shocked by this stark contrast to her previous life, Hortensia recalled how people used to react with utter disdain to her illegitimate status. Eavesdropping guests wildly whispered about her royalty baptismal name, Artilial, confirming her as the Duke's legitimate child. Activating her eavesdropping skills, she marveled at how a simple name change held the power to alter reality entirely. Following her father's gentle prompt, she obediently moved to greet the rest of the eager attendees. Swarms of nobles completely surrounded her, endlessly flattering her intelligence, grace, and exquisite custom dress. Observing the chaotic scene with detached clarity, she recognized the shallow nature of standard noble flattery. She wished she could naturally read these hidden meanings, though her primary goal remained decoding her enigmatic brother's thoughts. Determined to survive, she swore to polish her social skills and gain more allies by attending countless tea parties. Following her successful debut, endless invitations began pouring in one after another. Staring at the massive mountain of letters for concerts and salons, she felt completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume. She shivered at the terrifying realization that these adults would not hesitate to use a little girl for their political convenience. Weighing her precarious options, she considered the immense risks of blindly expanding her noble network. Gathering her wavering courage, she decided to ruthlessly accept as many invitations as physically possible. Throwing herself into the grueling social battlefield, she diligently attended every single event. Dragging her exhausted feet through the hallway, she instantly froze upon hearing a familiar, terrifying voice call out to her. Her heart pounded violently in her chest as she slowly turned her head. Looming over her, her brother fixed her with an incredibly intense, intimidating glare. Screaming internally in pure terror, she desperately analyzed his visibly angry expression. The suffocating silence between the two siblings stretched to an unbearable breaking point. Relying on pure reflex, Hortensia forced a strained polite smile and nervously greeted him. Her mind raced with terrified assumptions, convinced he was furious that an illegitimate daughter was getting carried away with socializing. Breaking the tense silence, he dryly noted that she had been visiting other nobles quite frequently lately. Shaking with absolute dread, she offered a trembling confirmation while bracing for his explosive wrath. She fully expected him to drop the thunder of judgment and brand her a total disgrace to the Duke's house. Instead of yelling, he gently rested his hand on her head and quietly warned her not to overdo it since she just arrived. Stunned by the unexpected head pat, she wildly wondered if he was actually worried about her well-being. Slapping her cheeks mentally, she quickly dismissed the dangerous thought and categorized his words as a roundabout warning. Watching his retreating back, she bitterly reminded herself of his past cruel declaration that he never considered her a sister. The dark memory of his absolute rejection echoed painfully through her mind. She silently swore to never forget the harsh truth that he found her completely detestable. Despite anchoring herself in that painful reality, a conflicting emotion stubbornly bubbled up within her chest. She quietly confessed to herself that, neither in her past life nor her current one, had she ever truly hated her brother. Whenever his cold eyes locked onto hers, her entire body still trembled with undeniable fear. Unlike her past self who simply ran away, she fiercely resolved to stand her ground against her terrifying brother. Reflecting on the events, Hortensia recalled how her brother proudly faced his fate head-on. She remembered his stoic resilience, noting that he neither cried nor faltered even when their father passed away suddenly in her first life. Stepping up to protect the Duke's house, he stood tall and embraced his heavy responsibilities as the young Duke. Looking back on his unwavering resolve, she silently admitted her deep admiration for his formidable strength. She wished she could understand even a fraction of the immense burden he carried, despite the disastrous results of her past timeline. Harboring a sincere desire to support him, she desperately wanted to be of real help to her brother. A bittersweet thought crossed her mind, making her wonder if they could have faced each other properly had they not been siblings. Shaking off her melancholic thoughts, she slapped her cheeks and decided there was absolutely no time to mope around. Resolving to heed her brother's advice, she concluded she should ease off the tea parties, though she still needed to attend the ones she had already accepted. Promising to choose her social engagements wisely from now on, she swore to be much more careful about which invitations she accepted. Arriving at her scheduled social event, Hortensia gracefully greeted her host and apologized for her father's absence. Surprised by the incomplete party, the host curiously inquired about the whereabouts of the Duke. Maintaining her polite facade, Hortensia smoothly explained that her father unfortunately had pressing matters to attend to. The host dramatically expressed her disappointment over missing the Duke's esteemed presence. Turning to her tired maid Pamela, Hortensia kindly suggested she head home first rather than waiting until the grueling event concluded. Dismissing Pamela's hesitant protests, Hortensia cheerfully assured her maid she would be perfectly fine taking a carriage back since she knew a few people there. Returning to the gathering, she was immediately swarmed by fawning nobles praising her adorable appearance and celebrating the presence of the Duke's daughter. An eager noblewoman quickly shifted the topic, inquiring if Hortensia had met the prince yet since they were about the same age. Offering a polite smile, she tactfully replied that she had not yet had the honor, though she had heard rumors of his great intelligence. Spotting a fleeting moment of peace, she internally rejoiced and finally relaxed as she zeroed in on her chance to grab some cake. Her brief moment of tranquility shattered when a strange, alarming smell suddenly wafted through the elegant hall. Pure chaos erupted as panicked voices screamed that a massive fire had broken out inside the mansion. Terrified guests shrieked in absolute horror, stampeding blindly as they desperately urged each other to escape. Caught in the terrifying crush of panicked nobles, Hortensia realized she needed to evacuate the burning building immediately. Struggling through the thick smoke, she choked on the fumes and feared she would completely lose sight of the exit. Cutting through the dense smoke, a mysterious figure suddenly approached and politely excused himself to get her attention. Urging her to follow his lead, the stranger firmly promised to guide the young lady to safety. Sighing with immense relief, she mistakenly assumed her rescuer was a trustworthy servant employed by the mansion. Trusting his confident guidance, she obediently followed the mysterious man deeper into the shadowy corridors. Panting heavily from the exertion, she gratefully thanked her supposed savior between exhausted, ragged breaths. Glancing around the unfamiliar surroundings, confusion suddenly gripped her as she realized they were moving entirely away from the mansion's main entrance. Before she could voice her rising suspicion, the man violently ambushed her from the shadows. Shock and terror flooded her mind as she frantically struggled against his iron grip. Trapped inside a dark, confined space, she pounded fiercely against the walls and screamed to be let out. Huddled in the terrifying darkness, a sickening realization slowly washed over her trembling form. Her blood ran cold as she finally comprehended the horrifying truth that she had just been kidnapped. Her brother's gentle warning not to push herself too hard echoed mockingly through her traumatized mind. Crushed by bitter regret, she wished she had remained humble and simply declined the fateful invitation. Staring into the pitch-black void, she cursed her own foolishness for carelessly stepping straight into the absolute worst possible narrative route. Disbelief gnawed at her sanity as she realized her reckless socializing had directly triggered a catastrophic kidnapping event. Shivering violently in the freezing dampness, a sudden sneeze racked her frail body. Sitting completely alone in her grim cell, she tried to pierce the oppressive darkness surrounding her. Losing track of time entirely, she admitted that her initial assumption of a simple ransom kidnapping was drastically wrong. Agonizing, blood-curdling screams suddenly ripped through the stone walls, accompanied by the desperate apologies of tortured prisoners. A voice sobbed uncontrollably in the distance, begging for forgiveness for failing to save someone. Trembling uncontrollably, Hortensia listened in sheer horror as the rhythmic, agonizing screams continued to echo through the dark dungeon. The overwhelming stench of fresh blood filled the air, heavily implying that she would surely face the same brutal fate when her turn arrived. Squinting against the gloom, her eyes locked onto a deeply disturbing, jagged symbol carved into the stone. A wave of pure dread slammed into her as she recognized it as the unholy mark of the demon god spoken of by the goddess. Paralyzed by the terrifying revelation, she realized she was trapped inside the secret hideout of the demon god worshippers' cult. Trembling in the darkness, Hortensia realized that worshipping the demon god was supposed to be strictly forbidden. Wishing for the warm comfort of Pamela's tea, she noted that heretic cults and dark deities were no longer just distant stories. Dreaming of returning to her everyday life, she imagined politely greeting Annabelle and surprising everyone with her skills. Clinging to hope, she envisioned peaceful garden walks with her father while admiring the vibrant Shangri-La flowers. Most of all, her desperate thoughts drifted to her estranged brother. Regret washed over her as she violently wished she had spoken to him more properly before being trapped. Summoning her inner resolve, she vowed to face him head-on instead of running away if she ever escaped. Recognizing her precarious standing, she accepted that she might never be fully embraced by the Duke's house. Despite the distance between them, she wanted to tell him that she respected him both as a person and as a brother. Reality crashed back down, reminding her that these hopes relied entirely on escaping this suffocating dungeon alive. Haunting memories of her first life resurfaced, bringing back the terror of being falsely accused and imprisoned in a similar cell. Desperate prayers had been met with nothing but suffocating silence. Breaking beneath the psychological weight of the dark cell, she began begging for anyone to help her escape. Panic seizing her lungs, her cries for help grew more frantic and pathetic in the empty room. Tears welling in her eyes, she desperately cried out her brother's name into the desolate void. Suddenly gasping for air, terror gripped her heart as ominous footsteps echoed through the gloom. Shrinking back against the cold stone wall, she pleaded with the unseen figure to stay away. Startled by a sudden movement, she gasped as the heavy cell door finally groaned open. Stepping out of the shadows, a sinister man mockingly greeted her as Lady Verdite of the ducal house. Feigning politeness, the cultist sneered and told the terrified Lady Verdite not to be so frightened. Summoning a shred of courage, she angrily demanded to know why they had kidnapped her. Staring down at her trembling form, the imposing man offered absolutely no immediate answer. Amused by her composure, the man noted that he fully expected the Duke's daughter to be screaming and crying. Leaning in closer, he declared that he would finally reveal the true reason she was brought to this wretched place. Confirming her worst fears, he proudly announced their worship of the demon god. Horrified by the revelation, she gasped as the devastating truth settled over her shoulders. Biting her lip, she forced herself to swallow her screams and maintain her dignity. Steeling her resolve, she swore not to lose her pride as a daughter of House Verdite even if it meant her brutal death. Echoing the strict lessons of her upbringing, she reminded herself that a true lady never lets her guard down. Drawing immense strength from Annabelle's teachings, she managed to steady her trembling hands. The cultist's eyes gleamed with madness as he declared Lady Verdite the ultimate, finest sacrifice for the demon god. Confusion swirled in her mind as she desperately wondered why they singled her out as the perfect offering. Explaining their twisted logic, he claimed her royal equivalent baptismal name and pure soul would perfectly satisfy their dark deity. Shock bolted through her as she realized her powerful divine protection from the goddess had painted a massive target on her back. Recalling the goddess's mission to save the world, Hortensia ironically noted that she was spiraling straight down the worst possible route. Scoffing at her internal panic, the cultist crossed his arms in smug, unearned victory. With absolute fanaticism, he declared that sacrificing a priceless treasure like her would fully revive the demon god. Disbelief flashed across her face as she remembered that the calamitous demon god was supposed to be permanently sealed away. History flashed in her mind, recounting how the terrifying entity lost the ancient war against the gods and was buried deep underground. A cold sweat broke out across her skin as she visualized the sheer chaos the world would endure if the demon god actually revived. Glaring at her captors, she was utterly appalled that these fanatic cultists were actively trying to trigger the apocalypse. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the cult leader ordered his mindless subordinates to take her away. Thrashing violently, she screamed for them to stop as rough hands aggressively grabbed her arms. Dragged out of her cell, she was mercilessly escorted deeper into the oppressive, labyrinthine compound. The dimly lit corridors seemed to swallow the struggling girl as they hauled her toward the sacrificial altar. A crushing weight descended upon her chest as an immense, horrifying power radiated from the depths of the sanctuary. Trembling violently against her captor's grip, she realized with mounting dread that the demon god was truly awakening. Panic surged through her veins as she desperately acknowledged the catastrophic, irreversible consequences of her impending death. Refusing to break, she glared defiantly and swore that her brother Gerard and the Verdite ducal house would mercilessly destroy them. A sinister, echoing chuckle reverberated violently through the suffocating darkness of the underground ritual chamber. The cultist sneered with vicious, unadulterated delight, utterly impressed that his captive could still act so incredibly defiant in the face of absolute terror. Leaning in uncomfortably close to her trembling form, he greedily noted that she was almost too beautiful to be callously offered to the demon god. With a dramatic, sweeping flourish of his robes, he announced that it was finally time for them to part ways, though he harbored one final, horrifying caveat. The suffocating tension in the gloomy, blood-stained room reached a sickening peak as the fanatic eagerly prepared his gleaming sacrificial instruments. Suddenly, a sharp, violent sound sliced seamlessly through the heavy air, momentarily interrupting the fanatic's morbid, deadly preparations. Completely oblivious to the impending, unseen danger rapidly approaching them, the madman continued to chuckle darkly to himself. Tracing a cruel, imaginary line through the damp air, he sadistically speculated that the precious blood and vital organs flowing beneath the skin of such a refined lady must be exceptionally beautiful. His wide eyes glowing with absolute, fanatic madness, he declared it an unparalleled honor to violently reveal her insides with his very own hands. A sudden, sharp gasp ripped forcefully from his throat as something entirely unexpected and lethal broke his sinister concentration. A blinding, immaculate flash of silver violently shattered the suffocating gloom of the dungeon as a deadly blade swung through the shadows. Hortensia desperately clung to the strict, echoing memories of her etiquette lessons, reminding herself that a true lady must never let her guard down regardless of the horrifying circumstances. The frantic, phantom voices of Annabelle and her other devoted guardians screaming her name violently echoed through her spiraling, terrified mind. The overlapping voices of her desperate protectors fractured into incoherent, fading fragments as her exhausted consciousness began to rapidly slip away. Teetering dangerously on the very brink of utter despair, she sent one final, pathetic plea into the desolate void, desperately begging her brother to save her. Total chaos instantly erupted within the chamber as the cultists frantically screamed for a light source, their panicked shouts brutally cut short by agonizing, wet grunts. A rapid succession of lethal, invisible strikes utterly decimated the frantic cultists before they could even attempt to draw their rudimentary weapons. Another agonizing, blood-curdling scream tore through the cavern as a massive physical impact sent a heavily armed guard flying violently into the cold stone wall. The heavy iron door burst completely off its massive, reinforced hinges, slamming violently into the ground with an earth-shattering crash. A towering, imposing silhouette stepped deliberately through the thick, suffocating cloud of pulverized dust and shattered stone debris. Staring through her incredibly blurry, tear-filled vision, Hortensia gasped in absolute, paralyzing shock as she instantly recognized the commanding figure of her brother, Gerard. Gerard stood completely triumphant amidst the utter carnage of the shattered room, his lethal blade dripping heavily with the dark blood of the fanatical cultists. Rapidly recovering from their initial shock, the surviving, desperate cultists furiously ordered their terrified comrades to swarm and kill the lone intruder. Completely ignoring the charging fanatics rushing toward him, Gerard locked his intense eyes with his terrified sister and softly commanded her to close her eyes. After a few agonizing moments filled with sickening, wet slashes, his calm, steady voice cut seamlessly through the ensuing silence, gently informing her that it was finally over and she could open her eyes. Slowly opening her tear-filled, hesitant eyes, Hortensia desperately took in the breathtaking, unbelievable reality of her sudden, miraculous salvation. The imposing, blood-soaked figure of her older brother stood completely motionless like an invincible, furious guardian angel between her and certain death. He gracefully lowered his deadly, crimson-stained weapon, his normally stoic and terrifying expression softening immensely as he looked down at her fragile, trembling form. A small, breathless gasp escaped her trembling, pale lips as the overwhelming gravity of the horrific situation finally caught up to her exhausted mind. Overcome with profound, indescribable emotion and relief, she weakly whispered her beloved brother's name into the quiet, blood-soaked cavern. Gerard swiftly closed the remaining distance between them in long strides, his towering physical presence offering an impenetrable, comforting shield against the surrounding horrors. Without a single moment of hesitation, he reached out his strong, incredibly reassuring hands to gently lift her battered form from the cold, blood-stained floor. Carefully gathering her violently trembling body into his protective, powerful arms, he held her with a surprising, profound tenderness that defied his terrifying reputation. Burying her tear-streaked face deeply into his warm chest, Hortensia finally let go of her tightly held composure as silent, heavy tears rapidly soaked his heavy coat. Her heavily repressed terror violently spilled over in a torrent of raw emotion, manifesting as frantic, repeated cries of his name as she clung desperately to his solid frame. Sobbing completely uncontrollably against him, she continued to call out to him over and over, firmly anchoring her fractured, exhausted mind to his undeniable physical presence. Gerard simply held her even tighter in response, his silent, unwavering embrace speaking absolute volumes more than any comforting words ever could. The dark, oppressive atmosphere of the ruined sacrificial chamber seemed to physically recede away from them, banished entirely by the radiant warmth of their emotional reunion. Stroking her messy hair with surprising, deliberate gentleness, he softly and repeatedly reassured her that she was completely safe and that the terrifying nightmare was finally over. Hortensia confusedly noticed the bright, warm sunlight filtering in and sluggishly wondered if this beautiful rescue was merely a fading, cruel dream. Still thoroughly disoriented from her horrific, near-death ordeal, she instinctively mumbled her brother's name into the comforting, blinding light. A sudden, sharp realization violently pierced through her lingering brain fog, instantly and violently snapping her back to waking reality. Jolting awake with a massive, sudden burst of adrenaline, she shrieked loudly as she fully realized that her miraculous rescue was absolutely not a dream. She bolted completely upright in the luxurious, soft bed, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs as she frantically scanned her lavish, sunlit surroundings. Her wide, terrified eyes instantly locked onto the incredibly familiar, immensely comforting face of her loyal, weeping maid, Pamela. A profound, incredibly heavy wave of utter relief crashed forcefully over her trembling body, instantly draining all the frantic tension from her tense, aching muscles. Hot tears of pure, unadulterated joy rapidly welled up in Pamela's wide eyes as she witnessed her beloved, precious mistress finally return to the waking world. Crying out in immense relief, Pamela throws herself forward and squeezes Hortensia so tight that the breathless noblewoman has to gently complain about the crushing pressure. Instantly realizing her gross breach of formal etiquette, Pamela wailed a tearful, loud apology, though she absolutely refused to let go of her precious, newly recovered lady. Basking fully in the overwhelming warmth of her safe, sunlit bedroom, Hortensia simply smiled widely through her own happy tears, eternally grateful to be alive and finally home. A frantic servant bursts through the doors, shouting the miraculous news that their lady has finally awakened. Hortensia slowly flutters her eyes open, struggling to process the familiar surroundings of her own bedroom. Still dazed and reeling from the trauma, she whispers into the quiet room, questioning if she is truly alive. Her father crashes into the room and immediately pulls her into a desperate, tearful embrace, overwhelming her with his relief. Completely smothered by his tight grasp, a stunned Hortensia can barely force out the word father. Stroking her hair, he assures her that her captors are dead and credits Gerard for arriving just in time to save her. He gently urges her to bury the traumatic memories, promising that her horrific ordeal has finally reached its end. Staring blankly over his shoulder, Hortensia silently wonders if the nightmare is truly over. Smiling warmly, her father swears on his life that no one within these walls will ever harm her again. He softly advises her to take all the time she needs to rest, prompting a quiet, obedient nod from her. Left alone with her thoughts, Hortensia sinks back into her plush pillows. She sits in heavy silence, allowing the sheer weight of her survival to settle over her exhausted mind. Without warning, her dedicated maid Annabelle bursts into the bedroom, her face stained with fresh tears. Caught completely off guard, Hortensia nervously notes her own messy hair and nightgown as the maid rushes closer. Sobbing uncontrollably, Annabelle cries out her immense relief at seeing her beloved lady safely returned. Deeply moved by the raw emotion, Hortensia stammers out a heartfelt apology to her devoted caretaker. Annabelle vehemently rejects the apology, insisting that Hortensia's survival is the only thing that matters in the world. Observing her maid's genuine distress, Hortensia realizes she deeply misunderstood Annabelle's notoriously strict demeanor. She reflects on how the constant scolding was actually a profound shield of care, completely shattering her assumption of indifference. Hortensia recognizes that Annabelle chose the difficult path of guiding and worrying about her instead of remaining emotionally distant. Crushing guilt washes over Hortensia as she admits to falsely convincing herself that Annabelle despised her. She finally understands that every harsh lesson was born from a desperate, protective concern for her future and dignity. Smiling through her lingering pain, Hortensia thanks Annabelle and promises to resume her lessons once her heart has fully healed. Radiating joy, Annabelle eagerly accepts the promise, swearing to wait for her lady no matter how long it takes. Wiping away her tears, the maid gently commands Hortensia to prioritize resting both her battered body and spirit. Hortensia's fragile peace shatters as dark, phantom voices suddenly echo in her mind, viciously demanding to know why only she survived. The terrifying hallucination swallows her vision, threatening to drag her consciousness back into the absolute despair of her captivity. Jolting awake from the vivid nightmare, Hortensia gasps for air, realizing her kidnapping carved deep, psychological wounds into her soul. Trembling violently in the pre-dawn shadows, she huddles into herself and admits her overwhelming terror of the dark. She agonizes over the endless, suffocating cycle of insomnia and waking up screaming from horrific dreams. Seeking a desperate escape from her thoughts, she slips out of her bedroom and wanders into the silent, empty hallways. She pauses at a massive corridor window, staring blankly out into the serene, moonlit night. A sudden, sharp noise pierces the silence, causing her to violently flinch in pure terror. A tall, familiar figure steps out from the suffocating darkness, revealing himself in the pale moonlight. The imposing figure turns to face her, locking his piercing, unreadable gaze onto her trembling form. Recognizing the sharp features, a shocked Hortensia stammers out a hesitant greeting to her older brother. Her brother simply stares her down in total silence, the cold moonlight casting harsh shadows across his stoic face. Breaking the tense silence, he dryly informs her that her maid went completely hysterical upon finding her bedroom empty. He crosses his arms in annoyance, clearly unimpressed by the midnight panic her wandering has ignited. Realizing the massive misunderstanding, a panicked Hortensia remembers she left her room without leaving a single note for Pamela. Desperate to undo the chaos, she frantically begs her brother to go tell Pamela that she is perfectly safe. Sighing heavily, he agrees to deliver the message but insists on personally escorting her back to her room first. A heavy, suffocating silence immediately falls between the estranged siblings as a cold night breeze sweeps through the stone corridor. The quiet, hollow rustling of the wind only amplifies the deep, awkward tension dividing them. Unable to bear the crushing weight of her trauma any longer, Hortensia quietly confesses that she cannot sleep. Hot tears well up in her eyes as she explains her paralyzing fear of still being trapped in that hellish prison. Shaking like a leaf, she openly admits her overwhelming, absolute terror of simply closing her eyes. She voices her darkest nightmare, fearing that the moment she falls asleep, she will be violently dragged back to her captors. Without uttering a single word of comfort, her brother suddenly steps forward and reaches his hand out toward her. Startled by the abrupt, unexpected motion, Hortensia gasps his name as he pulls her into a sudden, protective embrace. Murmuring hesitantly into the darkness, a timid Hortensia struggles to find the right words to express her overwhelming emotions. Sensing her profound awe, Gerard gently points outward into the sprawling estate and instructs her to look closely. The vast, meticulously manicured grounds of the estate slowly come into focus under the soft glow of the moon. A massive, majestic manor towers in the distance, beautifully illuminated against the serene night sky. Hortensia stares in absolute, breathless wonder as she takes in the breathtaking sight of the grand estate. Breaking the silence, Gerard softly declares that this beautiful, sprawling manor is finally her true home. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the moment, she timidly questions if she is truly allowed to stay in such a grand place. He firmly reassures her that their father explicitly decided to welcome her, stripping anyone else of the right to oppose it. His stoic expression suddenly darkens with lethal intent as he vows to instantly eliminate anyone who dares to threaten her belonging. Hortensia gazes up at him in stunned silence, deeply moved by the unexpected ferocity of her brother's protection. Basking in the warm morning light, she mentally thanks him, feeling the fragile bonds of their unconventional family strengthening. Sometime later inside a grand study, teacher Patrice awkwardly stammers out Gerard's name while attempting to regain control of his lesson. Without even bothering to glance away from his books, Gerard sharply demands to know what the problem is. Right beside the notoriously cold noble, Hortensia slumbers peacefully on a plush sofa, completely oblivious to the tension. Patrice internally panics, utterly baffled that the famously ice-cold Lord Gerard would so openly spoil his little sister. Shocked by this sudden, radical change of heart, the flustered teacher nervously suggests escorting the young lady back to her bedroom. Gerard immediately dismisses the concern with a casual wave and orders Patrice to continue the grueling lesson without interruption. Thoroughly intimidated by the boy's commanding aura, the flustered teacher instantly complies and resumes his intense lecturing. Time drifts lazily by as Gerard diligently absorbs the complex academic material while his sister continues her deep slumber. Stirring awake, Hortensia lets out a soft yawn and slowly blinks her heavy eyes open to the bright room. Noticing her quiet movements, Gerard calmly pauses his studies to ask if she is finally awake from her nap. Jolting up in absolute shock, she stammers out her brother's name as sheer panic floods her waking mind. Her thoughts race frantically as she suddenly remembers sitting right beside him to chat just moments ago. Utterly mortified by her own exhaustion, she realizes she accidentally dozed off right in the middle of their casual conversation. She immediately bows her head in shame, frantically apologizing for bothering him with her wildly disgraceful nap. Remaining completely unfazed by her panic, Gerard flatly assures her that everything is perfectly fine. Still flushed with immense guilt, she frets that her deep, unplanned sleep must have disrupted his incredibly important studies. He smoothly shoots down the notion, clarifying that he attended the entire lecture without encountering a single issue. Pivoting in her seat, Hortensia turns her frantic apologies toward the stunned teacher and begs for his forgiveness. Gerard silences her panicked rambling by gently patting her head with a surprisingly tender, comforting touch. Noting her lingering exhaustion, he quietly advises her to rest whenever possible since she clearly still struggles to sleep at night. She nods obediently, privately reflecting on how drastically her second life is slowly beginning to change course. While deeply relieved that her relationship with her brother is growing closer, she nervously worries if these unpredictable shifts are for better or worse. Resolving to survive above all else, she clenches her small fists and firmly vows to become much stronger. She acknowledges the harsh reality that Gerard only saved her by sheer coincidence and cannot always be there to rescue her. Determined to never be rendered utterly defenseless again, she realizes she must learn how to protect herself from unexpected dangers. Staring up at her brother's imposing figure, she silently promises to do her absolute best to forge her own strength. However, a heavy wave of utter confusion washes over her as she struggles to figure out exactly how to actually gain that power. Pondering the true definition of strength, an idealized image of powerful warriors slowly begins to form in her imaginative mind. She envisions heavily armored knights and genuinely wonders if rigorous, brutal training could transform her into one. Imagining herself as a skilled, unwavering knight holding a gleaming sword, she gets entirely fired up at the thrilling prospect. Marching confidently down the manor halls, she cheerfully informs a bewildered Pamela that she is heading straight to the knight's order. A thoroughly confused Pamela desperately chases after her, demanding to know why a noble lady would ever visit such a rugged place. Hortensia boldly declares her grand ambition to become a strong, fearless knight, leaving her exhausted maid utterly speechless. Arriving at the expansive training grounds, Hortensia gazes out at the sparring soldiers in pure, unadulterated awe. A frantic Pamela trails closely behind, strictly reminding her adventurous lady that they are only here to observe from a safe distance. Observing the clash of swords, Hortensia recalls how fiercely Pamela had initially opposed this incredibly dangerous field trip. Knowing Pamela was the only person she could ask for such a favor, Hortensia had relentlessly begged her to yield. Smiling mischievously at the memory, she celebrates the flawless victory of using her ultimate, cutesy-acting attack to completely break the maid's resolve. Peering eagerly onto the dusty dirt field, she reflects on this being her very first time witnessing the Verdite Duke family's private knight order in thrilling action. Hortensia reflects on her shadowed status as a concubine's child fearing the judgment of the noble estate. She realizes why she has avoided this place for so long. Gripping her dress in dismay, a wave of self-doubt crashes over her. Her frail confidence crumbles as she questions her right to even stand there. Noticing the trembling girl, a towering guard steps forward to investigate. He leans in slightly, gently asking what seems to be troubling her. Lady Hortensia, the Duke's daughter. The attendant firmly requests an immediate audience with the vice-captain of the knights. Shock violently ripples through the guards upon hearing her prestigious title scrambling into action. They frantically promise to fetch the vice-captain at once. Watching the frantic scramble, Hortensia realizes the staggering weight of her title. Overwhelmed by the sudden commotion, she shrinks back from the escalating situation. Thunderous, heavy footsteps echo through the corridor, signaling the arrival of a massive presence. The air grows thick with building tension as the imposing figure approaches. Looming over the small girl, the vice-captain offers a formal greeting. His massive frame casts a daunting shadow as he respectfully addresses Lady Hortensia. Terrified by his bear-like stature, a visibly shaken Hortensia cowers under his gaze. She silently notes his frightening aura, struggling to maintain her composure. She reminds herself of the heavy burdens placed upon the Knight Order. She understands that commanding such warriors demands an aura of absolute, terrifying authority. A brief mental interlude clarifies the military hierarchy, establishing Duke Verdite as the titular leader. However, it notes that this towering man serves as the true operational commander. Placing a hand to his armored chest, the giant formally introduces himself as Ambit Telia. He proudly declares his prestigious rank as the vice-captain of the Verdite Knights. Swallowing her lingering fear, Hortensia curtsies gracefully and returns the introduction. She meets his imposing gaze, politely asking the veteran knight to treat her well. Leaning in with an uncomfortably close glare, Telia inspects her delicate features. He mutters quietly to himself, his piercing eyes analyzing every detail of the young lady. Panic instantly grips Hortensia as she misreads his intense, unbroken silence. Sweating nervously, she frantically wonders if her polite greeting offended the hardened warrior. Breaking the heavy tension, Telia bluntly points out her complete lack of familial resemblance. He notes with a sharp tone that she shares no physical traits with her father or brother. Dread washes over Hortensia as the harsh implications of his words strike her core. She freezes in place, her anxious mind rapidly spiraling into dark assumptions. Trembling under his scrutiny, she assumes he is subtly rejecting her royal legitimacy. She fears he views her as a complete outsider, unworthy of the Duke's prestigious lineage. Her anxiety peaks as she imagines strict chivalry codes denying her respect, firmly believing a loyal knight could never pledge allegiance to a child of unknown origins. Telia finishes his intimidating observation by emphasizing their staggering physical differences, looming closer to repeat how distinct she is from the Verdite family tree. Shattering his stern facade, Telia bursts into joyful disbelief and exclaims that an old rascal could never father such a cute girl. As his intense glare vanishes. Utterly bewildered by the violent shift in tone, Hortensia stares blankly at the towering giant. Her spiraling panic evaporates instantly into sheer, stunned confusion. Blushing furiously, the fearsome vice-captain fawns over her undeniably adorable presence. His imposing aura completely shatters as he swoons helplessly over the young lady's charm. While an attendant whispers reassurances to the bewildered girl, Telia loudly questions what past life miracles granted the Duke such an adorable child. Hastily regaining his professional composure, Telia bows his head in sincere, flustered apology while explaining her innocent charm reminded him of his own daughter. Blaming his outburst on her lack of the Duke's gruff traits, he admits he thought a divine miracle occurred for that old rascal to produce someone so sweet. Relaxing her tense shoulders, Hortensia releases a soft giggle at his candid confession while observing the deep, unspoken bond shared between the vice-captain and her father. Telia's expression hardens into profound respect as he solemnly reflects on the shared, blood-forged history and the countless times they have danced with death upon the battlefield. Contrasting their leadership styles, Telia praises the Duke's unmatched cunning while explaining how their complementary skills guide the mighty Knight Order. Relieved by his underlying warmth, Hortensia silently celebrates her survival and notes that the terrifying giant is far kinder than his monstrous exterior suggested. Seizing the comfortable atmosphere, she steps forward with blazing determination and boldly declares her sudden desire to learn the way of the sword. Taken completely off guard, Telia blinks in stunned, heavy silence. He repeats her audacious request, struggling to process the tiny girl's sudden martial ambitions. Pointing eagerly at the heavy steel strapped to his waist, she confirms her martial intent. She demands to learn how to wield a blade just like the noble knight standing before her. Telia seriously ponders the logistical reality of her bizarre request. He hums thoughtfully, weighing the tiny lady's ambition against the harsh demands of combat. He warns her of the unforgiving reality of the battlefield. He insists she must first understand the crushing physical toll before committing to the heavy blade. Unsheathing his massive weapon with a fluid motion, he extends the hilt toward the eager young girl, challenging her to feel the unyielding weight of a knight's burden. Eager to prove her strength, she confidently grasps the leather-wrapped hilt and prepares to hoist the massive weapon with untested determination. The punishing gravity of the steel instantly yanks her arms downward, shattering her facade as the blade remains anchored to the stone floor. Towering over her, Telia explains that wielding such destruction requires immense muscle mass and offers to train her if she truly wishes to pursue this path. Groaning under the weight, Hortensia calculates the years of sweat required and instantly regrets her romanticized request for physical conditioning. Defeated by gravity, she releases the hilt and thanks the giant before beating a hasty tactical retreat to reconsider her martial ambitions. Smiling with fatherly affection, Telia invites her to visit anytime and reassures her that her presence alone encourages his hardened men. The surrounding knights playfully scold their vice-captain for trying to turn the delicate lady into a brute, prompting Telia to burst into booming laughter. Sometime later, heavy and deliberate knocks echo through the silent halls of the grand estate, signaling an arrival at a massive wooden door. Peeking nervously through the timber, Hortensia softly announces her presence while bracing herself for impending judgment. Seated behind a massive desk, Duke Verdite formally thanks his daughter for attending his summons with an unreadable and stern expression. Shrinking under the oppressive atmosphere, she timidly takes her seat and awaits the terrifying verdict from her formidable father. Piercing her with a calculating gaze, the Duke leans forward and demands to know if she understands the reason for this private audience. Anticipating a scolding, Hortensia correctly deduces his ire and meekly asks if this is related to her disruptive visit to the Night Order. Bowing her head in shame, she profusely apologizes for the uproar as the Duke confirms the chaos she unleashed upon his command. Sitting behind his grand desk, the Duke gazes down with a somber, contemplative expression. He maintains a heavy silence, waiting for the right moment to speak. Leaning forward in his chair, he softly explains that he merely wanted to understand her reasoning. He assures Hortensia that no one places any blame upon her for the recent events. Meeting his gaze, Hortensia declares her fervent desire to grow stronger. She vows that if danger ever strikes again, she wants the power to escape entirely on her own. Absorbing her resolute words, the Duke closes his eyes in silent understanding. He acknowledges the deep sincerity behind her newly forged determination. He admits their environment is perpetually steeped in danger. He solemnly apologizes for the guard's failure, confessing that losing her that day was a devastating blow. Reflecting on his own turbulent past, he recounts the numerous times he narrowly escaped death. He admits that his continued survival feels nothing short of a miraculous anomaly. Gesturing with his hands, he reveals his own frustrating lack of innate martial talent because of his own physical limitations. He deeply empathizes with her feeling of powerlessness. Absorbing her father's vulnerable confession, Hortensia lowers her gaze in somber reflection. She silently acknowledges the undeniable truth of her own physical frailty. Breaking the heavy tension, the Duke gently grasps her tiny hands with a warm chuckle. He humorously notes that it would take a century for such delicate fingers to properly wield a blade. Pouting indignantly at his teasing, Hortensia sharply reminds him that she is completely serious. Amused by her fiery spirit, he bursts into light-hearted laughter and quickly apologizes. Shifting back to a serious demeanor, the Duke fixes her with an intense, meaningful stare. He sagely advises that swinging a heavy sword is far from the only method of self-preservation. Leaning closer, he cryptically asks if she would be willing to test her talents in an entirely different arena. He offers her a unique alternative to traditional martial training. Reaching into his desk, he presents a beautifully ornate, glowing artifact. He holds the mysterious item up to the light, preparing to reveal its hidden purpose. He explains it is a sacred key bridging their realm to the world of spirits. He proudly states that this spiritual connection has guarded the Verdite ducal family for generations. Staring wide-eyed at the glowing relic, Hortensia gasps in absolute, unbridled shock. The sudden revelation of ancient magic leaves her completely stunned. Urging her forward, he instructs her to brave the spirit realm and beseech its ethereal denizens for aid. He promises that forging a successful pact will grant her an impenetrable, magical shield. Outlining the logistical requirements, he explains that such a profound ritual requires careful preparation. He formally invites her to return the following night if she truly wishes to embrace this power. Sealing the monumental offer, he vows to personally guide her to the hidden gate of the spirit world. He watches carefully, awaiting her final decision on the matter. Later, Hortensia silently navigates the grand, echoing corridors of the Verdite estate. Her mind races with the staggering implications of her father's magical proposition. Releasing a heavy, exhausted sigh, she agonizes over the monumental choice before her. She constantly questions whether she is truly prepared to step into an unknown, magical dimension. She admits a complete lack of understanding regarding spiritual entities. Paranoia creeps in as she imagines angering divine beings with her reckless trespassing. Recalling fragmented lore, she visualizes ethereal beings residing in a distinctly separate, elevated plane. Reflecting on history, she notes that spirits exclusively serve those boasting pristine nobility and pure hearts. Gripping her head in despair, imposter syndrome shatters her confidence as she questions her own tainted heart. Refusing to succumb to fear, she fiercely pumps her fist and resolves to aggressively research spiritual lore. Fueled by determination, she boldly shoves open the library doors and steps into the silent repository of knowledge. Spotting her entrance, a librarian offers aid while Hortensia requests texts detailing the history of spirits. Bowing respectfully, the librarian swiftly disappears into the labyrinth of bookshelves to retrieve the ancient tomes. Devouring the texts, she discovers her ancestors were legendary commanders whose magical affinity has since degraded. Clutching the book, a spark of hope ignites as she dreams of reclaiming her family's glory through a divine pact. Deep in study, a sudden, imposing shadow falls across her desk and startles her into whipping around. Looming over her, her older brother mentions the Duke's spiritual proposition while she stammers a surprised greeting. Sweating nervously under his intense scrutiny, she timidly confirms the rumors of her upcoming trial. She shrinks slightly, intimidated by his cold, unreadable presence. Glaring down with absolute, freezing authority, he bluntly declares her magical ambitions entirely unnecessary. His sharp words cut through the library's heavy silence like a physical blade. He outright forbids her from taking the dangerous journey into the spiritual dimension. Completely caught off guard by his absolute veto, she stares up at him in utter confusion. She desperately argues the necessity of self-reliance in the wake of her terrifying kidnapping. She pleads that obtaining personal power is the only logical safeguard against future violent threats. Rejecting her logic entirely, he leans in and repeats his absolute dismissal of her magical training. He completely dismantles her desperate arguments with an unbreakable, icy resolve. He brutally promises to mercilessly slaughter any danger that dares approach her. He vows to act as an impenetrable, lethal shield against the world's endless malice. Doubling down on his bloody oath, he swears an eternal, unbreakable vow of absolute protection while a stunned Hortensia stammers in the face of his obsessive declaration. Rendered entirely speechless, Hortensia stares blankly as the staggering weight of his fierce, uncompromising promise leaves her emotionally paralyzed. Reeling from the shock, she internally struggles to reconcile his current fierce devotion with the fractured, distant relationship of their past. Painful flashbacks assault her mind, recalling the agonizing day he venomously disowned her and left her for dead amidst a traumatic echo of hatred. Staring into his unyielding eyes, she realizes that beneath his aggressive overprotectiveness lies a deep, raw anxiety for her safety. A soft, radiant smile breaks across her face as she joyfully accepts his miraculous change of heart, believing this bond signals a radically brighter future. Beaming with unrestrained affection, she offers a sincere expression of gratitude that instantly melts the heavy tension lingering in the library. Baffled by her cheer, he stubbornly reminds her he forbade the trial, yet she boldly declares her intent to enter the spirit realm regardless. Pressing her hands to her chest, she passionately vows to gain spiritual strength so that she may become the shield that protects him in return. Struck by her pure devotion, his stern facade crumbles into wide-eyed astonishment as her selflessness short-circuits his dictatorial logic. Admitting her lingering fear, she smiles bravely and raises her hand in a cheerful oath to survive the spiritual trial and return unscathed. Turning her gaze toward the unseen horizon, her eyes burn with an unbreakable resolve to seize her destiny and forge a triumphant future. Royal and ducal families possess a mysterious door connecting to the realm where their ancestral spirits reside. These ethereal entities remain strictly tied to their respective noble lineages. Navigating this vast spirit realm is incredibly dangerous. Anyone foolish enough to enter without a proper guide is guaranteed to quickly lose their way. Venturing deep into the Duke's mansion, Hortensia confirms the old rumors. She finally discovers the secret passage hidden entirely in the shadows. Gripping her resolve, she cautiously descends the dark and winding underground corridor. Dust dances in the air as she ventures further into the unknown. Recalling yesterday's crucial instructions, she remembers being handed a strange key. A voice from her past echoes, urging her not to fear what lies beyond the door. Steeling her nerves, she stares down the daunting path ahead. She reminds herself that conquering this terrifying trial is absolutely necessary for her survival and her brother's future. Pushing aside all lingering hesitation, Hortensia makes a vow. She boldly declares her unwavering determination to grow stronger. She finally inserts the key into the ornate lock. A radiant burst of magic explodes outward as the grand doorway heavily unseals. Bathed in ethereal, blinding light, the brave girl steps forward. She leaves the physical world behind and crosses into the brilliant unknown. Crossing the mystical threshold, Hortensia officially breaches the barrier. She stands firmly in the domain beyond the door. She gazes around in sheer awe at the alien landscape. The breathtaking expanse of the spirit realm instantly mesmerizes her. Floating structures and glowing flora paint a picture of untamed magic. The air itself hums with heavy, ancient power. Without warning, the shimmering magical portal behind her begins to collapse. It softly fizzles out of existence, leaving no trace behind. A sudden wave of intense confusion washes over her. She quickly turns around to inspect the unnatural sound. Panic instantly grips her rapidly beating heart. She realizes the exit door has completely vanished into thin air. Frantically assessing her suddenly trapped situation, she breaks into a cold sweat. She wonders with mounting dread how she will ever return to the human world. A sudden, unknown voice interrupts her terrifying spiral of despair. It casually asks what is wrong while she freezes in place. Startled by the unexpected sound, Hortensia violently jumps. She nervously assumes her panicked, isolated mind is simply playing tricks on her. The mysterious voice loudly demands her full attention. However, she stubbornly denies that anyone else could possibly be out here. Scanning her immediate surroundings, a tiny bounce finally catches her eye. She spots a small silhouette moving nearby. A tiny, feathery creature angrily chirps at her. It puffs up, deeply offended that she is blatantly ignoring its presence. Shock widens Hortensia's eyes to the breaking point. She stammers in disbelief, realizing the tiny animal is actually speaking human language. Puffing its chest with authority, the bird expresses its own immense astonishment. It bluntly notes how incredibly long it has been since a human last entered the realm. When questioned about her specific point of origin, she answers nervously. She explains she descended straight from House Verdite's underground chamber. Hearing the prestigious Verdite name, the little spirit freezes. It is immediately overwhelmed by a heavy wave of deep nostalgia. Hortensia listens in total disbelief as the creature opens up. It dramatically recounts spending its past alongside a Verdite child long ago. The tiny spirit proudly declares its unwavering past loyalty. It swears it faithfully protected that human child until their very last breath. Connecting the obvious dots, the bird excitedly makes an assumption. It deduces this new Verdite descendant has arrived strictly to forge a spirit contract. Thrilled by the incredibly fortunate prospect, Hortensia nods her head. She eagerly confirms the creature's spot-on deduction. The bird nods wisely, closing its eyes in thought. It processes her enthusiastic response with quiet, serious contemplation. A booming voice suddenly echoes, playfully acknowledging the lively commotion. Bowing her head, Hortensia expresses her profound gratitude to the bird. Intense relief floods her nervous system, bringing a warm, hopeful smile to her face. She prays internally for a smooth and rapid contract negotiation. However, a dark and heavy cloud of doubt swiftly shatters her confidence. She begins internally questioning her true bloodline connection to her father. Consumed by sudden anxiety, her smile drops entirely. She admits to herself that she completely lacks hard proof of bearing genuine Verdite blood. Heavy guilt rapidly crushes her lifting spirit. She realizes the bird is only offering its kindness due to a completely false assumption. Wrestling violently with her own conscience, she hesitates. She desperately debates whether she should confess her questionable lineage right now and risk everything. Before she can utter a single word of truth, the little bird takes off. It joyfully commands her to immediately follow its lead. Deeper in the ethereal realm, massive ancient spirits peer down from the darkness. They stare in absolute awe at the rare human intruder walking among them. Shaking off her lingering nerves, Hortensia politely steps forward. She gracefully bows and formally introduces herself to the looming, monstrous entities. A wise elder spirit quickly recognizes her Verdite quest for power. It points toward a specific candidate, suggesting she partner with a notoriously mischievous boy. Bursting onto the scene with wild, chaotic energy, a small spirit crashes the meeting. He demands to know if they are secretly discussing something important. He immediately locks eyes with Hortensia in the center of the room. The two initiate an intense but incredibly adorable staring contest. Instantly melting under his large, innocent gaze, she blushes deeply. She silently screams in her mind over how overwhelmingly cute the new arrival is. Tilting his head in total confusion, the tiny spirit points a finger. He bluntly asks who the strange, unfamiliar human standing before him is. Regaining her noble composure, she smiles brightly. She proudly announces herself as Hortensia, representing the Honorable House Verdite. Seeing him stumble over her complex name, she warmly offers a compromise. She gives him the simple nickname Shia, which he instantly and enthusiastically accepts. The energetic little boy immediately invades her personal space. With zero hesitation, he playfully squishes his tiny cheek right against hers, cementing their sudden bond. Their joyful bonding is abruptly and sharply cut short. The towering elder spirit solemnly calls out Hortensia's full name, killing the mood. Snapping to rigid attention, she gasps in surprise. She nervously turns back to acknowledge the massive, intimidating entity. Staring directly into her mortal soul, the elder spirit demands the absolute truth. It insists on knowing the real, underlying reason she desperately seeks their ancient power. The story silently resumes as the vast ethereal realm looms ominously in the background. Staring intensely into the void, Hortensia recalls a terrifying moment from her past when she was in grave danger and nearly lost her life. Her expression darkens completely as she reflects on her painful inability to stop others around her from being violently killed. Gripping her chest with fierce emotion, she firmly resolves that she never wants a bloody tragedy like that to occur ever again. She stands incredibly tall, bracing her trembling body against the overwhelming weight of her dark and traumatic memories. Meeting the spirit's ancient gaze, she boldly explains her driving motivation is to become stronger so she can finally protect the people she truly cares about. The massive ancient entities listen to her passionate, heartfelt declaration in stunned and heavy silence. Shattering the suffocating dramatic tension, the tiny spirit cheerfully interjects and tells Shia not to worry at all. Bursting with sudden fiery confidence, the little boy boldly promises to use his power to protect her and everyone important to her. Shocked by his immediate unquestioning loyalty, she frantically asks if he should be making such massive promises, wondering aloud what would happen if she turned out to be an evil person. The colossal elder spirit calmly interrupts, explaining that evil beings are physically incapable of entering their realm because the sacred key is only entrusted to the worthy. Trembling with rapidly mounting guilt, Hortensia fears that telling the truth might ruin their potential contract and deeply disappoint her newly found friends. Steeling her absolute unwavering resolve, she decides it is far better to bravely confess her secret than to keep hiding it in the shadows. Closing her eyes tightly against the fear, she blurts out the harsh truth that she might not actually carry the noble blood of the Verdite ducal family. The shocking verbal revelation hangs heavily in the tense air as she braces her entire body for their inevitable and crushing rejection. The giant spirit dismisses her fears completely, stating that her arrival through a trusted keybearer is absolute undeniable proof of her inherent worthiness regardless of bloodline. A massive and overwhelming wave of relief washes over the young girl as the crushing weight of her darkest secret finally lifts. Gesturing gently with massive energy, the elder formally introduces the tiny, mischievous boy as Tyrol and asks her to take good care of his kind heart. Hortensia beams with newfound, overflowing joy at the official and heartwarming introduction to her new spiritual partner. Floating much closer, Tyrol gleefully tells Shia to count on him, permanently solidifying their newly formed and powerful partnership. The little avian guide suddenly scolds them to hurry up, warning that dawdling could cause 100 years to instantly pass in the mortal human world. Panicking at the highly terrifying thought of losing a century, she listens carefully as the bird promises to create a safe magical path back. Expressing her profound boundless gratitude, she prepares to leave while the bird strictly instructs her to walk straight and never stray from the glowing trail. The feathered guide playfully notes her unusual straightforwardness for a Verdite, advising her to learn to live a little more cunningly in the dangerous future. Watching the mortal humans depart, the wise elder spirit quietly prays that they find true lasting blessings on the difficult path they must walk. Hortensia steps confidently and bravely onto the newly formed, shimmering magical bridge leading directly back to her home world. Surrounded entirely by absolute, suffocating darkness, she marvels at the complete lack of visibility outside their glowing, ethereal light. Trudging steadily forward along the seemingly endless pathway, she wonders aloud just how far they have to walk to finally reach home. Suddenly snapping to attention, Tyrol spots something exciting in the shadowy distance and recklessly darts off into the dangerous unknown. Pure fear rapidly rises in her voice as she violently screams for the mischievous spirit to stop his advance immediately. Sprinting desperately down the glowing bridge, she gasps for air while frantically trying to catch up to her runaway companion. She nearly collides with Tyrol's floating physical form, letting out a startled and breathless yelp as she abruptly halts. To her absolute sickening horror, the magical ground beneath them completely vanishes, sending both of them plummeting straight into the terrifying void. Screaming in pure and unadulterated terror, she flails wildly through the empty air, utterly bewildered by the sudden and catastrophic disaster. She violently hits the solid ground hard, groaning in sheer burning agony as the brutal impact severely rattles her entire body. Thick dark dust aggressively settles around her collapsed, trembling form as she physically struggles to process the strange, uncharted environment. Pushing desperately through the severe dizzying pain, her very first frantic thought is to loudly call out for her spiritual partner. The little spirit weakly and softly whimpers in the debris, struggling fiercely to recover from the devastating and completely unexpected fall. Clutching his wildly and painfully spinning head, Tyrol quickly checks his surroundings to make sure his new contractor is completely unharmed. He breathes a very heavy, exhaustive sigh of relief, genuinely glad that she miraculously survived the terrifying drop completely unscathed. Hortensia smiles softly and warmly through her lingering physical pain, equally thankful that her tiny friend is entirely safe from harm. Looking around at their incredibly strange and highly eerie surroundings, she trails off in deep, unsettling confusion about their location. Peering closely through the dense and oppressive fog, she spots the faint, imposing silhouettes of bizarre buildings looming quietly in the distance. Hoping desperately for any clear answers, she suggests they head toward the mysterious structures to figure out exactly where they violently landed. Stepping highly cautiously, the wary duo slowly advances together into the eerie, shadow-filled, and utterly unknown territory. A sudden and highly sharp noise startles her, prompting her to nervously call out to see if anyone is hiding nearby in the ruins. A dark and thoroughly ominous presence instantly makes itself known, emerging silently and threateningly from the deep surrounding shadows. A tall and highly intimidating figure slowly steps into full view, radiating a chilling and intensely dangerous aura that freezes them in place. The mysterious stranger glares down at the terrified intruders with icy disdain and coldly demands to know what they are doing in this forbidden place. Piercing her entirely with an unforgiving and intense stare, the imposing boy firmly demands to know her exact identity without any hesitation. Startled by a sudden voice, Sia turns to find a well-dressed boy demanding to know what she is doing there. Glancing around the unfamiliar surroundings, she ponders if meeting a human means she has finally returned to her original world. She lets out a soft breath, trying to steady her racing heart as she assesses the situation. Taking in the expansive grounds, she wonders in a panic if she has accidentally trespassed onto private land. She realizes that landing in a noble's mansion could spell disaster, especially given the boy's wealthy appearance. A wave of dread washes over her as she considers the catastrophic possibility of falling into the estate of an enemy to the House of Verdite. Recalling Miss Hortensia's strict lessons, she remembers that the illustrious Verdite family naturally attracts many dangerous rivals. Noting the boy is around her age, she quickly formulates a plan to talk her way out of trouble and escape unnoticed. Forcing a polite smile, she apologizes for startling him and casually claims she simply wandered in by mistake during a walk. Maintaining her gentle facade, she respectfully asks the young boy to point her toward the nearest exit. Her hopes are instantly crushed when the boy eagerly insists she must play with him first. She swallows her protests, fighting the overwhelming urge to flee immediately. Reasoning with herself, she decides that indulging him in a quick game might be the easiest way to earn her freedom. Beaming with infectious excitement, the boy promises to show her something truly special and gestures toward his secret hideout. He flashes a bright, innocent smile, clearly thrilled to have a new companion for his adventures. Observing his carefree demeanor, she mentally notes that this is how real children act and vows to study his behavior. The boy cheerfully introduces himself as Victor and curiously asks for her name in return. Tilting his head, Victor immediately presses her for details about where exactly she came from. Flustered by the interrogation, she vaguely explains that she was just walking and ended up here from somewhere far away. Victor sympathizes with a nod, admitting he also gets lost when all the estate hallways look exactly the same. Changing the subject with bright eyes, Victor points out that Sia is traveling with an incredibly rare cat. The creature instantly bristles in her arms, indignantly thinking to itself that it is absolutely not a feline. Panicking slightly, Sia forcibly agrees that her companion is just a cute cat to shut down any further questions. She nervously realizes her entire cover would be blown if anyone discovered she was secretly traveling with a spirit. Unaware of her internal crisis, Victor excitedly announces their arrival and unveils his hidden sanctuary. He gestures grandly toward a stunning, sunlit greenhouse area bursting with lush greenery. Sia gazes around the beautiful glass enclosure, genuinely amazed by the serene and vibrant environment. Victor proudly declares it his private sanctuary, emphasizing that sharing it with her is a very special exception. He beams with uncontainable pride, thrilled to share his most treasured space with a new friend. Sunlight filters perfectly through the intricate glass roof, casting a warm glow over the thriving plants. A peaceful silence settles between them as the tranquil atmosphere of the greenhouse washes away the outside world. Captivated by the breathtaking scenery, Sia softly murmurs her genuine praise for the lovely garden. Relaxing into the environment, Victor admits that retreating to this secret garden is the only thing that calms him down. He explains that hidden away in nature, he is free from angry adults and endless rushing. Touched by his unexpected vulnerability, Sia silently watches Victor as he opens his heart to her. She realizes that despite his privilege, even the child of a noble family must face immense and suffocating pressures. Suddenly, the name Victor echoes loudly in her mind, triggering a sharp but distant feeling of recognition. She frantically searches her memories, frustrated that she cannot pinpoint exactly where she has heard his name before. She stares at the boy intently, her mind racing as she tries to connect the missing pieces of her past. Empathizing with his noble burdens, she recalls how much she used to despise Annabelle's endless scolding. She reflects that Annabelle was only strict due to high expectations, realizing Victor's family likely acts the same way out of hope for his future. She gently reassures Victor that the strict people in his life probably behave that way because they truly care about him. Victor frowns in confusion, arguing that people who genuinely like him should simply be nice instead of harsh. Sia smiles warmly, explaining that their strictness is a shield to ensure he never embarrasses himself when it truly matters. Victor listens quietly, processing her thoughtful and mature perspective on his family's overbearing behavior. Acknowledging the wisdom in her words, he quietly concedes that it is a valid way to look at the situation. Smiling brightly, Sia brushes off his praise by sharing that she recently discovered her own strict mentor was actually incredibly kind. Victor smiles back with a newfound sense of kinship, happily declaring that the two of them are exactly alike. Suddenly remembering his greatest prize, he eagerly offers to show Sia his ultimate treasure. Sia stares in absolute disbelief as he casually plays with a priceless, gold-leaf illuminated manuscript as if it were a cheap toy. The atmosphere shifts quietly as intricate details of a richly decorated manuscript cover the visual field while glimmering edges catch the ambient light. Examining the pages with intense curiosity, Victor excitedly points at an animal illustration and admits his complete inability to decipher the ancient text. Leaning in to inspect the cryptic drawing, Sia thoughtfully analyzes the features before tentatively identifying the creature as a fearsome cockatrice. Stunned by her revelation, Victor demands to know how she possesses such knowledge, prompting Sia to explain she simply read about it in an old book. Victor beams with unabashed admiration, showering Sia with enthusiastic praise for her unexpected and impressive intelligence. Brushing off the compliment, Sia reflects on her restricted past where she had nothing to do but read and practice embroidery to pass the time. As Victor flips the page and asks to learn more, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly echoes through the room, cutting their playful moment short. Panic seizes Sia as she hears heavy footsteps approaching, realizing the search party looking for Imperial Studies treatises is about to discover them. Gripped by dread, Sia frantically realizes that being caught in this restricted area would expose her true identity and make her seem highly suspicious. Sensing imminent danger, Chiral alerts Sia to a swirling space-time rift and insists that diving into the portal is their only chance to escape. Making a split-second decision, Sia hastily apologizes to Victor and resolves to plunge into the unknown rather than face capture by the officials. Caught off guard by her abrupt departure, Victor lets out a confused gasp but still flashes a grateful smile to thank her for playing with him. Just as Sia begins to vanish, a stern voice announces they have located the prince, causing the shocking truth of his identity to crash into her mind. Eyes widening in disbelief, Sia repeats the royal title in a breathless whisper, stunned that her cheerful playmate was actually a member of the royalty. Without warning, the turbulent rift yanks her backward into the vortex, pulling a terrified scream from her lungs as the estate fades from view. The chaotic energy of the rift consumes her entirely, twisting her through a blinding expanse of temporal distortion as silence swallows her cries. Slowly regaining consciousness, Sia blinks at a beautiful, unknown landscape and asks Chiral if the spirit knows which way they should navigate. Chiral admits to having no idea where they are, so Sia logically decides their only option is to pick a direction and start walking. Trudging forward, Sia observes with growing unease that the scenery remains exactly the same, making the journey feel like a surreal and inescapable loop. Exhaustion creeping in, she gazes into the unchanging void and wonders aloud just how much time has passed in this static environment. Reaching her physical limit, Sia suggests to Chiral that they should take a break, a proposal the exhausted spirit enthusiastically accepts. Slumping onto the strange terrain, Chiral estimates that several hours have passed as the crushing isolation of the infinite landscape weighs on them. Suddenly, a subtle shift in the environment catches their attention, prompting them to freeze and analyze the disturbance breaking the eerie monotony. Seeking comfort in the uncertainty, Sia intimately bonds with her small companion to maintain her sanity in this bizarre and unchanging realm. A burst of joyous laughter erupts from Sia as Chiral tickles her, a fleeting moment of happiness that banishes the shadows of their predicament. Finding her resolve restored, Sia confidently reassures Chiral that they will definitely find an exit, refusing to surrender to the endless labyrinth. Giggling softly, she confesses that she never would have made it this far alone and expresses deep gratitude for Chiral's comforting presence. Looking to the future, Sia promises to introduce the spirit to everyone back home and treat him to all sorts of delicious food. Tilting its head in confusion, Chiral curiously asks if by everyone she means her packmates, projecting an animalistic understanding onto her human life. Smiling warmly, Sia explains she means her family and the mansion staff, reflecting softly on the bonds of the people waiting for her return. Sia stares into the distance with a somber expression as memories of her beloved family pull violently at her heartstrings. Tears well in her eyes as her voice cracks, heartbreakingly confessing her desperate desire to see her big brother again. A sudden splashing sound shatters the silence, instantly pulling Sia out of her grief and snapping her senses to high alert. Demanding to know what is happening, Sia watches in absolute shock as a bizarre anomaly begins manifesting before her eyes. Observing the structural rift, Chiral speculates it may be a portal while Sia admits she can only pray for a miracle. Fueled by a surge of hope, Sia commands Chiral to follow her as they both sprint toward the mysterious potential exit. The pair rapidly closes the distance to the anomaly, praying this strange phenomenon serves as their long-awaited salvation. Skidding to a halt, they evaluate the massive, imposing barrier that stands as the final threshold to their freedom. Sia's eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes the towering structure as the grand front door of her family's mansion. Chiral cranes its neck in awe, loudly marveling at the impossible scale of the massive, oversized gateway. Trembling, Sia presses her hand against the cold wood and desperately whispers that her home must be waiting on the other side. Mustering her remaining strength, she heaves the grand doors open and steps forward into a blinding, unknown light. Stepping through the threshold, Sia lets out a sharp gasp of confusion as the scene before her contradicts all expectations. Spinning around to scan her surroundings, she frantically questions if this unfamiliar place could truly be her home. Realizing she has intruded into a private bedroom, Sia's panic rises as she confirms she has never seen this room before. Whispering urgently to Chiral, she warns that they must sneak out immediately to avoid a scandalous trespassing charge. A jarring noise startles her, and Sia frantically urges her companion to flee before they are discovered by the occupant. Her escape halts abruptly as her eyes lock onto a specific personal detail on the desk that connects all the puzzle pieces. A look of unadulterated shock washes over her as she realizes she has teleported directly into her brother's private quarters. Caught red-handed in the most forbidden place imaginable, Sia stands petrified and stammers, unable to explain her intrusion. Waking slowly from a deep slumber, the girl lets out a confused sigh as she takes in the familiar yet disorienting surroundings of her room. Blinking away the lingering sleep, she silently stares ahead while struggling to process the sudden shift in her environment. A familiar, welcoming voice suddenly shatters the silence, warmly greeting her upon her miraculous return. She pauses for a long moment, allowing the heavy reality of her safe arrival to finally sink into her mind. Recognizing her beloved brother standing before her, she softly announces her homecoming with a profound sense of relief. Without warning, an energetic figure violently tackles her from the side with a loud, incredibly affectionate cry. Struggling helplessly against the crushing embrace, she desperately complains that the tight grip is choking her to death. The energetic attacker immediately yanks herself back, shouting a panicked apology for the overly rough welcome. Catching sight of her unusual companion, her brother points out the highly suspicious cat standing boldly beside her. Bristling with immediate indignation at the insult, the small creature fiercely denies being a simple, ordinary feline. Puffing out its tiny chest, the creature proudly declares itself to be Chiral, a majestic and powerful snow leopard spirit. Stepping in to calm the situation, she formally introduces Chiral to her brother as the loyal spirit who chose to follow her home. Her brother smirks slightly, quietly absorbing this bizarre new magical development with a sense of hidden amusement. Shifting his focus back to reality, he insists they must immediately inform the rest of the anxious household of her safe return. She inwardly marvels at the wildly distorted flow of magical time, realizing her half-day trip to the spirit realm actually spanned an entire week in the human world. Another rushing family member quickly bursts forward, loudly expressing overwhelming gladness at Hortensia's safe and sudden arrival. Overjoyed by the heartwarming reunion, Hortensia warmly embraces her deeply relieved father. Her father's attention soon drifts away from his daughter, locking onto the strange, hovering spirit floating right beside her. Striking a deliberately confident pose, Chiral puffs up grandly under the sudden, heavy scrutiny of the patriarch. Finding the fluffy creature entirely adorable, her father warmly encourages her to take excellent care of her new magical pet. Hortensia silently reflects on her initial grand goal of entering the dangerous spirit realm to gain immense, unparalleled power. Glancing down at the tiny, non-threatening creature, she frankly admits that Chiral does not look very strong at all. Pushing her lingering doubts aside, she happily embraces the spirit as a precious friend while her father chuckles approvingly in the background. Buzzing with renewed excitement, Her father loudly declares a grand, lavish celebration to honor Hortensia's return and their constantly growing family. A massive, grand feast is swiftly laid out across the long table, filling the vast estate with a deeply joyous and lively atmosphere. Eager for a taste of human cuisine, Chiral excitedly demands a large share of the delicious banquet food. Hortensia politely turns to the staff, asking them to prepare a special, massive plate for her ravenously hungry spirit companion. Chiral happily devours the towering meal in seconds, loudly purring with absolute, unrestrained delight. Looking across the bustling, crowded room, Hortensia suddenly notices an unfamiliar, strikingly handsome man standing quietly nearby. Her father proudly introduces the striking man as a newly hired servant, bringing him forward so they can officially meet. Bowing with flawless, practiced grace, the new servant introduces himself as Lucian and smoothly expresses his great pleasure at serving House Verdite. Lucian flashes a breathtaking, elegant smile that instantly commands the absolute attention of everyone in the room. A sparkling, undeniably magnetic charm visibly radiates outward from the handsome servant, overwhelming the senses. Hortensia panics internally, instantly recognizing his incredibly dangerous, playboy aura from a mile away. Forcing herself to keep her composure, she offers a polite but heavily guarded greeting to the suspicious new arrival. Her father calmly explains that Lucian will mainly assist Gerard, though he remains fully available to help her whenever needed. Leaning in smoothly, Lucian promises to fulfill any requirement she might ever have without a single second of hesitation. She offers a very curt, stiff thanks, remaining highly suspicious of his overly smooth and intensely polished demeanor. Lucian holds his piercing gaze, staring down at her with an unwavering, intensely captivating charm. He confidently doubles down on his flirtation, boldly declaring he would come running anytime to grant the wish of such an adorable lady. Rolling her eyes inwardly, Hortensia completely dismisses the man as a classic, serial flirt who absolutely cannot be trusted. Lucian dramatically praises her as the ultimate treasure of House Verdite, boldly predicting that endless, desperate suitors will soon seek her hand. Gerard sharply cuts into the conversation, fiercely ordering Lucian to immediately stop his excessive and inappropriate flattery. A heavy, incredibly tense silence instantly falls between the furious Gerard and the completely unfazed, smiling servant. Feigning utter innocence, Lucian playfully teases Gerard about being an overly protective brother who deeply hates any talk of marriage. Hortensia watches the exchange in silent awe, seriously wondering how this brazen man survives working directly beneath her terrifying brother. Retiring to the quiet safety of her room with a completely full stomach, she happily marvels at the exceptional quality of her ducal family's meals. Suddenly, a deeply dormant memory violently strikes her, bringing back clear fragments of someone named Victor who was widely known as the Prince. The scattered puzzle pieces violently snap together in her mind, sending a massive, paralyzing jolt of realization straight through her body. Wide-eyed with absolute, undeniable horror, she admits the highly embarrassing truth that she completely forgot the name of her own kingdom's crown prince. Analyzing the contrasting memories, Hortensia struggles to reconcile the regal crown Prince Victor from her first life with the mischievous boy she recently encountered. Pieces of the confusing puzzle suddenly snap into place, confirming a terrifyingly perfect alignment of past and present events. Wide-eyed with utter shock, she finally deduces that the young boy she just met was actually the child version of Crown Prince Victor himself. Clutching her abdomen in severe distress, she groans quietly as the heavy, undeniable realization makes her stomach physically ache. Cursing her absolutely terrible luck, she silently laments ending up inside the royal castle after catching barely a glimpse of his face. Harboring no personal grudge against the prince, she gravely remembers that his eventual bride selection directly triggered her execution in her past life. Steeling her inner resolve, she firmly decides the absolute best survival plan is to never get involved with the royal family ever again. Meanwhile, the unusually marked spirit cat sneezes energetically, bouncing around the room with boundless, joyful vigor. Watching the fluffy creature scurry about, she immediately finds it incredibly cute and desperately wants to hold it close. Contrary to her initial fears of him growing homesick, Tyrell busily explores every single corner of the vast mansion with endless curiosity. Still utterly terrified of facing outside high society, she completely focuses her energy on mastering everything she can within the safe estate walls. Studying relentlessly, she fiercely vows to blow away any future kidnappers so she can handle dangerous situations much better next time. Gripping her quill tightly, she sits determinedly at her wooden desk and dives straight back into her intense academic studies. Staring intently at her dense notes, she firmly asserts that she absolutely never wants to endure another terrifying abduction again. Checking her meticulously planned daily schedule, she notes her upcoming music lesson and quietly reinforces her burning desire to grow significantly stronger. Stepping into the quiet hallway, she spots Gerard and immediately pauses, instantly noticing something fundamentally wrong with his usual appearance. Offering a polite, hesitant greeting, she directly points out that her normally composed brother looks unusually pale and sickly today. Brushing off her highly visible concern, Gerard calmly claims he simply lost some sleep over an unexpected, sudden surge of paperwork. Refusing to simply drop the subject, she stares up at him with deep, undisguised anxiety regarding his visibly declining health. Attempting to quickly reassure her, he firmly insists that the sudden workload is already completely handled and requires no further worry. Gripping the soft fabric of her dress, she casts a highly skeptical glance, quietly doubting if that brief excuse is truly the whole story. Frustrated by her current physical weakness, she desperately wishes she could grow up faster to finally help shoulder his heavy burdens. Looking directly into his tired eyes, she earnestly begs her beloved brother not to carelessly overwork himself for the family's sake. Firing up with intense, fiery determination, she fiercely promises to become stronger so she can actively support him in the near future. A heavy, incredibly tense silence instantly falls between the two siblings as Gerard stares silently down at her small frame. Panicking wildly internally, she deeply worries he might be angry or mistakenly think she is acting like an arrogant, cheeky little brat. Breaking the suffocating silence, Gerard lets out a soft, defeated sigh and gently rests his large hand on top of her head. Looking down at her affectionately, he softly admits that he is genuinely counting on her promised support. He lovingly ruffles her hair, fully acknowledging her fierce dedication and accepting her earnest, heartfelt promise. Completely stunned by his warm, unexpected encouragement, she stands frozen in place as his gentle words wash over her. Glowing with immense, newfound joy, she clenches her tiny fists and enthusiastically swears to work even harder for his sake. Suddenly realizing the current time, she panics over her delayed lesson while frantically asking a grinning Shia why she is staring so intensely. Walking away from the heartwarming encounter, Gerard silently reflects that absolutely no one else in the estate noticed his carefully hidden fatigue. Marveling at the brief interaction, he realizes only his reckless, hyper-observant little sister managed to sense the subtle, dark change in him. Staring blankly ahead down the hall, he remains deeply moved that the typically anxious girl was the sole person to catch his distress. Reviewing his previous verbal excuse, he coldly dissects his own claim about unexpected work and a simple, harmless lack of sleep. He freely admits to himself that those reassuring words were a carefully constructed, manipulative mixture of half-truth and half-lie. Maintaining a perfectly managed, rigid schedule with ample rest margins, he knows sudden work never truly disrupts his ironclad routine. However, he gravely acknowledges that the severe, debilitating lack of sleep was indeed a completely factual statement. Plagued by an inescapable, horrific recurring nightmare, he constantly watches two women scream for help while his paralyzed body acts against his will. In the haunting, bloody vision, one woman violently declares her innocence against assassination charges while the other desperately begs for his aid. Trapped within the cruel, recurring illusion, he desperately wishes he could simply take her hand and assure her that she is finally safe. Instead, his nightmare self coldly rejects the pleading girl, mercilessly branding her a complete, irredeemable disgrace to the Duke's prestigious house. Piercing through the blurred, chaotic dreamscape, he recognizes the desperate, crying woman with absolute, terrifyingly unshakable certainty. Staring into the dark void, he firmly confirms the heartbreaking, tragic truth that the doomed woman is definitely his sister, Hortensia. Watching her die by the executioner's heavy blade every night, he deliberately avoids sleep, but resolves to stop running now that she has noticed his fatigue. Finding immense, soothing comfort in her recent words, he warmly recalls her eager, innocent promises to grow stronger and eagerly support him. Grounding himself completely in the bright present, he forcefully dismisses the brutal nightmares as mere fictions that cannot harm his current, stable reality. Clenching his fist with renewed vigor, he fiercely vows that those dark, bloody illusions will never be allowed to consume his real, waking life. Shattering his intense, brooding train of thought, Lucian smoothly steps out of the shadows to politely ask if something is secretly troubling the young lord. The unfolding drama shadows linger in the background, hinting at the deeply woven political tensions that surround the aristocratic characters. An imposing figure stands confidently in the lavish room, addressing Lord Gerard with a deeply respectful yet strictly guarded tone. The addressed man simply replies with Lucian's name, letting a suffocating pause linger as he silently sizes up his counterpart. Shattering the silence, The figure earnestly urges Lucian to entrust any deep-seated concerns directly to him to build rapport. Lucian narrows his eyes in creeping frustration, internally admitting that the man before him is an absolute, unreadable enigma. The two men remain locked in a brief, unreadable staring contest while searching for hidden motives within the ornate room. Shaking off his unease, Lucian abruptly dismisses the conversation and commands they move forward with their scheduled duties. Bowing in submission, the subordinate accepts the command without hesitation and allows the suffocating tension to dissipate. The atmosphere shifts as a cheerful maid named Pamela excitedly presents a plate of freshly baked cookies to her lady. Gazing at the treats shaped like Tyrol, the young lady's eyes sparkle with pure delight as a radiant smile fills her face. Taking an eager bite, the noblewoman ecstatically praises Pamela as a culinary genius while savoring the incredibly tasty treats. Chewing thoughtfully, the young woman suddenly realizes she hasn't received any aristocratic invitations lately, halting her snacking. Shifting uncomfortably, Pamela nervously admits there is a hidden reason for the sudden silence in their daily correspondence. The maid reveals the master explicitly ordered the staff to hide all invitations until the lady feels ready for high society. Stunned, the young lady realizes her father's overbearing secrecy was actually a touching display of care for her mental state. As she admits her lack of courage to return to social circles, a sharp voice slices through the room demanding answers. Startled by the intrusion, the young lady spins around and gasps upon seeing her imposing brother standing in the doorway. Observing his stoic face, she realizes she has finally learned to detect his faint shifts in happiness, anger, and sadness. She internally acknowledges that while she once thought he hated her, his cold exterior is just an awkward way of showing care. Frowning at the hidden papers on the table, her brother marches forward and aggressively demands to know what he is looking at. Glancing at the letters, the girl explains these are the invitations that accumulated while she was bedridden. A heavy silence blankets the room as her brother stares at the pile of superficial correspondence with narrowing eyes of disgust. Without skipping a beat, he ruthlessly orders the immediate burning of every single letter in the pile, sparking absolute fear. Pamela stammers her compliance while the brother instructs his sister to completely ignore the senders and their devious motives. Panicking, the young lady frantically begs him to reconsider, fearing they might offend someone influential within the royal court. Halting her protests with a blood-chilling glare, he effortlessly silences the room and asserts his absolute, terrifying dominance. Sneering at her worries, he declares House Verdite is too powerful to bow to pathetic, groveling aristocrats. Gripping her dress, she internally screams in panic, believing she needs those social connections to survive the political landscape. Brushing off her anxiety, he explains that anyone approaching a sick girl is merely a pesky insect unworthy of her attention. Softening his tone, he urges her to avoid gossiping court sparrows and leave the political mingling for the future. Struck by his protective logic, she realizes with an exhausted sigh that she has been recklessly rushing her re-entry into society. Looking inward, she reflects somberly on her obsessive struggle to survive at any absolute cost, acknowledging that her overreaching caused the pain absent in her previous life. Snapping back to the present, a comforting sense of relief washes over her as she looks up with genuine admiration at the figure defending her peace. Offering a gentle smile, she softly thanks her brother for his willingness to ruthlessly shield her from the crushing weight of the noble world. Despite her gratitude, she privately wonders why he has become so uncharacteristically kind while cherishing their newfound familial happiness. Analyzing his behavioral shift, she hypothesizes that her proactive approach changed their dynamic entirely compared to her terrified demeanor in her first life. Clenching her fists with determination, she silently praises the goddess and Pamela's advice for empowering her glorious second chance at life. Reminiscing about her strategy to act aggressively cute upon adoption, she feels a surge of pride realizing her bold gamble was a total success. Observing his muscular frame, she happily deduces that beneath his terrifying exterior lies a reasonable man who rewards those who admire him. Giggling to herself, she notes the hilarious irony that her once terrifying brother is now even more fiercely overprotective than their doting father. Staring into space, she allows a brief moment of tragic reflection, wondering if her first life could have been saved had she reached out sooner. Pushing away dark memories, she embraces her heartwarming new reality, finding peace in knowing her brother truly cares for her well-being. Fueled by familial duty, she resolves to support him and immediately pivots the conversation to a serious concern regarding his personal health. Leaning forward with unmasked worry, she confronts him about his habits and asks if he has recovered from his destructive sleep deprivation. Stiffening at the unexpected question, her brother breaks eye contact in a panic while desperately trying to formulate a convincing lie. Dismissing her worries with an unconvincing declaration of health, he attempts to retreat, triggering her accusations that he is overworking himself. Refusing to back down, she points out his poor track record and insists his hollow reassurances always precede an unavoidable problem. Adopting her best puppy dog eyes, she ruthlessly weaponizes his protective nature by tearfully asking if he finds her untrustworthy. Caught off guard by her calculated vulnerability, his stoic demeanor shatters into genuine, wide-eyed, stuttering confusion. Recovering his composure, he firmly deflects her emotional ambush by ordering her to stop worrying and focus entirely on her own recovery. Hortensia gently reassures herself that she will be entirely fine. Acknowledging her brother's harsh but true point, she realizes she would only be a heavy burden right now. Determined to be genuinely helpful in the future, she resolves to become much stronger. Clenching her fists with intense, fiery resolve, she vows to build her inner strength. Stepping quietly into the lavish study, Hortensia respectfully greets her busy father. Smiling warmly at her arrival, he expresses his genuine happiness that she came to see him. Her father generously offers her a selection of sweets. He thoughtfully adds that he can easily have some warm milk brought in to accompany the sugary treats. Hesitating playfully, Hortensia warns that strict Annabelle will severely scold her for eating late-night treats. She looks up at her father with a humorous mix of caution and deep craving. A brilliantly mischievous solution, he suggests they simply keep their rebellious midnight snack an absolute secret from the head maid. He emphasizes that this will remain their special little secret. He gently asks for her complete agreement, rapidly fostering a warm, unbreakable bond between them. Bursting into bright, melodic giggles, Hortensia teasingly calls her father a bad man for his incredibly sneaky plot. Succumbing to temptation, she happily admits midnight sweets are irresistible while playfully accusing him of using unfair persuasive tactics. Shifting the mood to a serious tone, her father reveals he summoned her specifically to entrust her with a sensitive and highly important role. Startled by the sudden weight of responsibility, Hortensia gasps in surprise and questions if she is truly capable of such a critical task. Lowering his voice, her father expresses deep concern for Gerard's physical well-being, noting how worn out and exhausted the young man has become. Catching a knowing look in her eyes, he realizes she shares his worries and acknowledges that she has also seen Gerard's rapidly declining condition. Nodding in solemn agreement, Hortensia recounts her recent confrontation where her stubborn brother brushed off her concerns as mere sleep deprivation. Absorbing this troubling information, her father quietly processes the typical and deflective excuses Gerard uses to mask his struggles. Sighing with immense guilt, her father confesses his flaw as a demanding parent who relies far too heavily on Gerard's immense capabilities. Highlighting the core of the issue, he notes that Gerard stubbornly refuses to show any signs of true weakness to those around him. Looking intensely into her eyes, he explains that this dangerous stoicism is exactly why he needs her help with a specific personal favor. Nervous but attentive, Hortensia stammers a question about the favor as her father reveals his plan to send Gerard away from the chaotic capital. Outlining the itinerary, he explains that Gerard must travel to the Verdite territory for vital recuperation before the next grueling school year begins. Repeating the distant destination, Hortensia questions why her father chose the specific and isolated Verdite territory for this rest. Confirming the location, her father smoothly transitions to the specific role she will play in this grand scheme of recovery. He firmly orders her to personally accompany Gerard to the estate to keep a remarkably close and unblinking eye on her stubborn brother. Processing the massive and shocking request, Hortensia can only stare blankly at him in utter, paralyzed astonishment. The crushing weight of the impending journey settles between them as a thick silence fills the room. Clarifying her critical duties, her father brands her mission as an act of loving surveillance to ensure Gerard finally takes a proper, healing rest. Letting out a soft, delayed gasp, the true, overwhelming magnitude of her covert assignment finally clicks in her mind. She completely understands the brilliant tactical logic. She agrees entirely that if left completely alone, Gerard would simply continue his destructive, non-stop work habits. A deeply warm wave of validation washes over her as she recognizes her father's immense, unwavering trust. Despite the massive honor, a creeping, dark shadow of hesitation rapidly begins to cloud her bright enthusiasm. Anxious doubts flood her mind as she wonders if entering the notoriously hostile Verdite Duchy is truly safe for someone with her specific background. Reflecting on her tragic first life, she recalls strictly avoiding the territory out of fear that the bitter locals would despise a common girl with royal blood. Dark family history resurfaces as she grimly remembers that her brother's biological mother, the late Duchess, passed away just a few short years ago. Digging into swirling rumors, she notes the Duchess lived separated from their father because their marital relationship had grown notoriously cold long before her death. Shuddering at the thought of the intense political blowback, she realizes she is waltzing into highly hostile territory. Noticing her internal conflict, her father affectionately praises her sharp and clever mind. Dismissing her hidden fears, he fiercely declares she is a daughter of House Verdite and assures her the domain is as safe as her own garden. Gazing up with wide, hopeful eyes, she tentatively asks if his comforting words are actually the reality. Analyzing his motives, she realizes her father loves testing her resolve and notes how different this is from her brother's aggressive overprotection. Squinting suspiciously at his smiling face, she suspects a hidden secondary motive lurking beneath his reassuring commands. Letting out a resigned sigh, she accepts that she simply has no choice but to obey his direct orders. Snapping to attention, she energetically promises to make her brother's vacation a joy and formally accepts the mission with a determined salute. Pleased with her spirit, her father admits Gerard is difficult to advise and places his full trust on her capable shoulders. Utilizing her undeniable cuteness, her father slyly suggests that Gerard will crumble if she just asks him sweetly. Daydreaming about the journey, her initial fears transform into bubbling excitement as she wonders what the distant duchy looks like in person. The scene shifts violently to the loud, rhythmic clattering of a moving luxurious carriage. Sitting across from him, she happily offers a box of sweets and notes the entire manor staff helped prepare the travel snacks. Maintaining his stoic wall, Gerard bluntly refuses the sweets and tells her to eat them herself while she recalls how he fought against this vacation. Flashing back to the setup, she remembers how her father trapped the stubborn boy by claiming Hortensia desperately wanted to see the family's grand territory. The Duke expresses his worry about leaving his precious daughter in someone else's care. However, he laments being stuck in the capital for work. Turning to Gerard, the Duke suggests that he should be the one to show his cute little sister around their lands. Hortensia observes her brother's silent reaction. She notes that he would normally never listen to demands for a vacation. To her absolute surprise, Gerard bows his head and accepts the order without a moment of hesitation. A carriage rumbles down the road as Hortensia reflects on her father's wisdom. She realizes he perfectly understands Gerard's personality. Staring out the window, she mentions it is a shame Lucian could not join them. She recalls how much he wanted to come along. A flashback shows an enthusiastic Lucian suddenly appearing. He excitedly volunteers to accompany the group. Gerard flatly rejects the idea, insisting on bringing only the minimum necessary staff. Lucian immediately protests that more attendance would be better. Pushing forward, Lucian eagerly argues his case. He claims his presence is absolutely vital to protect the young lady. The flashback fades as Gerard advises Hortensia to ignore the knight. He smirks, noting he has already buried Lucian in enough paperwork to keep him busy. Looking out the carriage window, Hortensia excitedly anticipates the journey. She wonders about the lush nature within the Duchy of Verdite. She smiles down at the small creature nestled beside her. She tells Tyrol that he will have plenty of space to run around. Tyrol happily snuggles into her arms. The little companion clearly enjoys the comforting attention. Gerard sternly interrupts her excitement with a dark warning. He states that while playing is fine, leaving the estate alone will result in her getting lost. Taking his ominous warning to heart, Hortensia flinches. She nervously promises to be incredibly careful. She gazes outside, pondering what kind of massive estate awaits them. The thought of getting lost in its grounds terrifies her slightly. The carriage continues its long journey. It travels deep into the rugged wilderness and towering mountains of the northern domain. They finally approach their destination. The grand, imposing gates of the Verdite estate loom in the distance. The carriage rolls smoothly past the thick stone walls. It enters the sprawling, meticulously kept grounds. An enormous, multi-storied mansion rises before them. The grand architecture looks more like a regal fortress than a simple home. Peering through the window, Hortensia stares in absolute awe. The monumental scale of the building leaves her speechless. The carriage finally slows to a halt at the grand entrance. A line of perfectly poised servants awaits their arrival. Still overwhelmed, she marvels at the sheer distance they traveled just from the front gates. She cannot believe all this land belongs to the Duke. The massive northern domain stretches out endlessly before her eyes. It is a stunning display of House Verdite's wealth. Stepping out of the carriage, Hortensia gasps softly. The breathtaking size of the manor completely overshadows her. The sharply dressed servants bow in perfect synchronization. They loudly welcome Lord Gerard and Lady Hortensia. A refined man steps forward from the ranks with a warm smile. He expresses his deep relief at their safe arrival. He introduces himself as Constance, the head butler. He warmly urges them to rely on him for absolutely anything during their stay. Hortensia feels a wave of relief wash over her. She is incredibly glad that the head butler seems so welcoming and kind. However, her relief shatters as she notices the hostile, piercing glares from the other servants. She quickly realizes she is not truly welcome here. Gerard suddenly steps in, his powerful voice cutting through the tension. He loudly declares Hortensia's official status as his sister and a member of House Verdite. He coldly scans the gathered staff. He establishes as an absolute fact that she holds the highest rank among the women. Gerard continues his imposing speech. He emphasizes her unquestionable authority within the current hierarchy of House Verdite. Delivering a chilling ultimatum, he vows severe punishment for any disobedience. He promises to banish anyone who shows her even a fraction of disrespect. His intense, murderous aura flares up aggressively. He commands them to prepare for the worst if they dare mistreat Hortensia. The sheer pressure of his terrifying presence crushes the courtyard. The servants remain frozen in absolute silence. Observing from the shadows, an elegant woman smirks. She silently mocks Gerard's arrogant display of power. She suspiciously questions this sudden visit. She wonders what business this new daughter has in their remote northern domain. A malicious glint flashes in her eyes. She sneers, insisting they must give the girl a very proper welcome. Her subordinate bows subserviently in the shadows. He quietly acknowledges the dark command. Lady Jian turns away with a wicked smile. Her mind is already spinning a web of treacherous schemes. The servant formally accepts the order. This secret exchange cements the impending plot against the young lady. The narrative echoes Gerard's fierce protective warning. Hortensia silently processes the heavy weight of his words. Breaking the heavy silence, Gerard commands her to follow. She nervously stammers an agreement and hurries after him. Walking slightly behind him, Hortensia looks up at her brother's back. She offers a heartfelt and trembling thank you. He brushes it off as natural respect for the head family. He coldly notes that this trip serves as a prime opportunity to discipline the unruly staff. They step further inside the manor. The grand interior proves to be just as wildly luxurious as its exterior. Reaching a high balcony, Hortensia is instantly captivated. She gasps at the breathtakingly beautiful scenic view. She breathes in deeply. Closing her eyes, she notes how the crisp mountain air feels incredibly fresh and revitalizing. Her energetic maid suddenly bustles into the room. She insists they change clothes immediately so Gerard can fulfill his promise to show her around the estate. Hortensia realizes her brother is strictly following their father's orders to show her around, fearing he will immediately return to work if she lets her guard down. Formulating a plan to help her brother relax, she decides to lead him into a carefree state. She visualizes a comforting wave of relaxation washing over him to prevent his return to his duties. Executing her strategy, she activates a cheerful little sister persona to completely throw him off balance. She strikes a bright, energetic pose to initiate her distraction. Bounding forward with renewed energy, she excitedly calls out to her brother. She brightly apologizes for keeping him waiting. Twirling to show off her attire, she proudly explains that she is wearing the custom-made Lorelei dress he previously ordered for her. Flashing a brilliant smile, she eagerly asks him how it looks. She immediately feels embarrassed for showing off so proudly. Fumbling for words, she nervously asks if the outfit actually suits her or makes her look cute. Panicking internally, she wonders if he never learned basic aristocratic etiquette. She questions whether every nobleman is naturally taught to compliment a dressed-up woman. She assumes women flock to him regardless of his cold attitude. She concludes that his immense popularity means he simply never needed to bother learning how to flatter others. Peering at her with intense and unreadable eyes, Gerard remains perfectly silent. The heavy quiet stretches between them as he observes her fidgeting. Breaking the silence with a blunt observation, Gerard compares her to a restless little animal. His deadpan delivery completely shatters her romanticized expectations. Caught entirely off guard by the strange comparison, Hortensia stammers a confused thank you. She awkwardly tries to process the bizarre compliment. Analyzing his blunt remark, she wonders if her brother genuinely cares nothing for appearances. She suspects he is completely indifferent to both his own looks and those of others. Staring up at him, she marvels at how incredibly handsome he is. Despite his severe personality, his striking presence demands absolute attention. Admiring his flawless features, she compares his serene blue eyes to the frozen northern lands and his lustrous silver hair to moonlight. She views him as a doll crafted with absolute divine precision. She humorously theorizes that his own overwhelming beauty makes everyone else look like mere potatoes. A comical vision of him surrounded by potato-faced people dances in her mind. Shaking off her awe, she stubbornly decides to live up to her new title as a restless little animal. Determined to keep him on his toes, she grabs his arm and drags him forward. Entering the bustling capital city of Rouget within the Duchy of Verdite, the pair takes in the vibrant urban landscape. The sprawling streets stand in stark contrast to the quiet estate. Gazing around in absolute awe, Hortensia points out the incredible variety of shops. She enthusiastically tells her brother how amazing the lively city is. Ignoring the festive atmosphere, Gerard seriously contemplates conducting a surprise inspection of the town. His workaholic tendencies immediately threaten to ruin the outing. Panicking at his suggestion, Hortensia violently waves her hands in protest. She loudly reminds him of his promise to their father to actually rest for the day. Gerard falls silent, visibly reeling from her fierce reprimand. He reluctantly accepts her forceful reminder of his required vacation. Spotting something exciting in the distance, a sudden gasp escapes Hortensia's lips. Her eyes light up with immediate intrigue. Pointing excitedly toward the water, she desperately begs her brother to let her ride one of the boats. Her energetic demands perfectly mirror her restless animal persona. Dismissing her request with typical coldness, Gerard orders her to go with her maid. Instead, he makes no move to join her on the water. Refusing to be pushed aside, Hortensia loudly whines her disapproval. She stubbornly insists that she wants to ride the boat exclusively with him. Clinging to him while throwing a dramatic tantrum, she notices the surrounding crowd staring and laughing at her embarrassing display. She internally cringes at her own desperate behavior. Steeling her resolve, she reminds herself that giving up now would waste all her efforts. To force him to relax, she prepares to deploy a secret weapon. She puts on a devastatingly sad expression and asks if he hates her. She confidently predicts that this emotional trap will instantly break his resolve. Watching his reaction intensely, she wonders if the manipulative tactic will actually work. She admits to herself that she never expected to use such a shady move in her life. Surrendering to her emotional blackmail, Gerard sighs and agrees to accompany her. He strictly warns her not to get too excited and fall off the boat. Victorious, Hortensia cheers brightly and loudly declares her love for her brother. Her sudden burst of joy completely contrasts her previous fake tears. Accepting his defeat, Gerard motions for them to proceed to the docks. He quietly leads the way toward the water. The pair boards the small wooden boat, floating peacefully out onto the calm waters. The gentle rocking creates a serene and secluded atmosphere. Leaning over the edge with a satisfied smirk, Hortensia cheerfully searches the water for fish. She silently celebrates the success of her forced relaxation plan. Glancing back at Gerard, she observes his calm demeanor. She feels relieved that he does not appear to be in a bad mood despite being coerced. Mentally cheering her victory, she declares the first obstacle officially cleared. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to her from the shoreline. Standing safely on the shore, the energetic maid loudly calls out to her lady. She vigorously waves her arms to grab Hortensia's attention. Recognizing the voice, Hortensia excitedly spots Pamela standing by the water. She waves back happily at her loyal servant. Turning her attention to her small companion, she notes that Tyrol was far too terrified of the water to board the boat. The tiny creature stays safely behind with Pamela. Bidding them a cheerful farewell, Hortensia calls out a happy goodbye to both Pamela and Tyrol. She enjoys the peaceful separation from her usual entourage. Breaking the tranquil silence, Gerard asks if she is absolutely sure she did not want to ride with the maid. Instead, his sudden question catches her completely off guard. Confused by his unexpected inquiry, Hortensia blinks in surprise. She cautiously asks him why he would bring that up. Gerard bluntly states that a maid is likely much better suited for such leisurely activities. Hortensia immediately counters, softly insisting that she truly wanted to ride with him. Staring at her with genuine bewilderment, Gerard questions her desire to be with him. His simple inquiry hangs heavy in the air between them. Shocked by his severe lack of self-esteem in this area, Hortensia freezes. She struggles to comprehend his lingering doubt. Elaborating on his insecurities, Gerard coldly states his certainty that she would not actually enjoy herself even if she was with him. He completely dismisses his own value as a companion. Staring at him with wide and sympathetic eyes, Hortensia realizes her brother genuinely worries about being bad company. His unexpected vulnerability strikes her deeply. Analyzing his profound self-doubt, she wonders if someone in his past deeply insulted him. She suspects someone previously told him he was awful to be around. Trying to imagine the culprit, she questions who on earth could have caused such deep-seated insecurity. Her mind races to find the original source of his trauma. Trembling at the thought, she wonders if there is truly anyone brave enough to say something so cruel directly to his terrifying face. Gazing at her enigmatic brother, Hortensia shatters the heavy silence by admitting that reading his guarded mind presents an imposing challenge. She cheerfully confesses that observing his subtle shifts in mood has blossomed into her favorite personal pastime. Tracking his fleeting facial expressions and measured gestures helps her painstakingly decode his true underlying feelings. Through this relentless observation, she has slowly begun to decipher the complex labyrinth of his hidden thoughts. Despite her efforts, she acknowledges that his ultimate intentions usually remain shrouded in impenetrable mystery. Looking at him with unblinking focus, she gathers her resolve and calls his name to command his undivided attention. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she prepares to share a heartfelt and vulnerable sentiment with her stoic sibling. Flashing a radiant smile, she drops her guard and boldly declares that she is genuinely enjoying her new life. Leaning closer, she reveals that her profound happiness stems entirely from being anchored faithfully by his side. A highly charged moment stretches between the siblings as her emotional declaration hangs in the still air. Shattering the quietude, he finally reacts to her confession with a calm and ruthlessly stoic acknowledgement. Sitting completely rigid, his impassive expression stubbornly betrays no hint of the emotions he guards behind a mental wall. The atmosphere settles as a comfortable, unspoken understanding takes root between the two enigmatic figures. Later, Hortensia reflects on her seamless transition into the estate, attributing her peace to her brother's stern warnings to the staff. Marching beside her, Pamela boasts about aggressively glaring back at the few insubordinate staff members who dared look at her mistress. Discussing household politics, they note that several veteran ladies loyal to the late Duchess still reside in the mansion. Pamela warns that these bitter servants continue to harbor deep, venomous resentment toward their newly installed lady. Historically, these elite maids wielded the late Duchess's authority to act as the undisputed masters of the household for years. Analyzing the dynamic, Hortensia deduces that her arrival severely threatens their deeply entrenched power structure. She understands that her existence as an illegitimate child completely disgusts the arrogant ladies of the old guard. Releasing a burdened sigh, Hortensia sags under the pressure and silently prays for continued peace within the volatile estate. Stepping forward with unwavering determination, Pamela vows to mercilessly shield her mistress from any malicious threat. Expressing genuine gratitude, Hortensia gently urges her protector to avoid inciting unnecessary conflicts with the veteran staff. Leaving the conversation behind, they step out into the brilliant afternoon sunshine flooding the sculpted stone balcony. Awestruck by the imposing scale of the massive ducal estate, Hortensia freezes in a moment of pure architectural wonder. Sweeping her gaze across the grounds, she marvels at a residence that vastly overshadows even the grandest mansions of the royal capital. Constance explains that the sprawling property generates local employment and doubles as a fortified refuge during emergencies. Shifting the focus, Hortensia curiously inquires about her elusive brother's current whereabouts and his incredibly strict schedule. Constance informs her that the diligent heir is currently buried in territorial reports and scheduled for rigorous field inspections. Shocked by his punishing work ethic, Hortensia laments that she was tasked by their father to force the stubborn boy to unwind. Giggling mischievously, Pamela suggests that the devoted brother could never refuse a direct invitation from Hortensia to venture outside. Blushing at the perceptive idea, Hortensia chuckles in shy agreement with her maid's clever and hopeful plot. The trio leisurely resumes their exploratory stroll down the sun-drenched marble corridor, aimlessly enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Hortensia halts as her sharp survival instincts scream a dire warning of a chilling shift in the corridor's welcoming atmosphere. Stopping dead in her tracks, she urgently asks Constance to identify the resident of this gloomy and dangerously isolated wing. A harsh, authoritative voice aggressively shatters the quiet as an unseen figure demands to know what the intruders are doing in this restricted sector. An impeccably dressed woman storms from the shadows, roaring that they are desecrating the late Duchess's sacred personal chambers. She glares hatefully at Hortensia, outraged that an illegitimate girl would dare to trespass on such hallowed ground. The loyal elite servant looms menacingly over the startled girl, radiating lethal intent toward the unwelcome heir. Moving with lightning-fast reflexes, Constance leaps into action to step protectively between Hortensia and the aggressive older woman. Coldly addressing Madame Gian, Constance asserts that as a recognized family member, Lady Hortensia possesses unrestricted access to the entire mansion. Madame Gian's face twists into a mask of pure shock at the audacity of the bold and insolent declaration. Seething with uncontrollable rage, Gian demands to know if they truly intend to surrender the Duchess's untouched rooms to an unworthy interloper. Maintaining icy composure, Constance clarifies that Hortensia is simply exercising her legal birthright to explore her own inherited home. Spitting verbal venom, Gian snarls that a bastard child born from betrayal deserves no rights within these ancestral walls. Visibly rattled by the crushing malice, Hortensia instinctively recoils in heartbreaking dismay at the unprovoked verbal assault. Desperate to de-escalate the volatile situation, Hortensia nervously stammers a request to be shown a different part of the estate. Cutting off Constance's indignant protests, the panicked girl begs to flee the hostile area before blood is drawn. Reluctantly yielding to her master's desperate orders, Constance bows and agrees to escort her away from the confrontation. Watching them retreat, Gian ruthlessly mocks Hortensia by accusing her of inheriting her mother's seductive tricks to manipulate her brother. Stepping protectively forward, Constance coldly confronts Madame Gian and firmly declares that the veteran maid has gone entirely too far. The loyal maid warns that Gian's excessive insults toward the young master and lady can no longer be ignored and will be aggressively reported directly to the Duke. Scoffing with pure, unadulterated arrogance at the direct threat, Madame Gian completely dismisses Constance and boldly challenges her to do exactly as she pleases. The older woman fiercely complains about the Duke's womanizing ways, his lifelessly eerie son, and the ultimate, crushing insult of a courtesan's daughter suddenly appearing. Looking back on the sprawling family tragedy with profound, deeply entrenched bitterness, she loudly proclaims poor late Duchess was the absolute only one truly deserving of any pity. Startled heavily by the incredibly cruel description, Hortensia's eyes widen dramatically as she suddenly realizes the furious old woman is referring directly to her enigmatic brother. The girl realizes that while she is used to brutal insults directed at herself, hearing someone viciously mock her brother is an entirely new and deeply unsettling experience. Recalling Gerard's melancholic warning that she would not enjoy his company, Hortensia wonders if those hurtful words originally came from someone incredibly close to him. The incredibly cruel description of an eerie, completely doll-like son aggressively echoes in her racing mind, forcefully shifting her entire understanding of his deeply guarded nature. Her breath violently hitches as a highly disturbing, utterly tragic realization suddenly begins to violently take root in her racing, highly chaotic thoughts. Trembling with profound dread, Hortensia wonders with absolute horror if the late Duchess spoke those venomous words to her own flesh and blood. Grappling with the unfathomable cruelty, she struggles to accept that a mother could ever be so monstrous to her own child. Connecting the tragic fragments, she realizes her brother's stoic demeanor hides a bottomless well of sorrow behind his impassive eyes. Constance warmly assures her shaken mistress that they will strictly enforce household rules to prevent such an abusive encounter from happening again. Brushing off the toxic danger, Hortensia smiles and reassures her loyal maid that she is entirely all right. Shifting focus from her own safety, she asks Constance to reveal the tragic history between the madam and the late Duchess. Leaning in with genuine concern, Hortensia nervously asks if the bitter madam and her stoic brother were never close in the past. A somber silence falls over the corridor as Constance considers the delicate and dangerous question. Nodding with grave solemnity, Constance acknowledges that Hortensia has the right to know the dark, guarded truth. Asking for her mistress's permission, the loyal maid offers to recount the troubled family past. Staring into the shadows of the estate, Constance braces herself and begins her solemn tale about the mysterious late Duchess. She reveals that Lady Catherine was originally the refined and sheltered daughter of a prominent Marquis family. Describing her unyielding personality, Constance explains the Duchess was a demanding perfectionist who was exceptionally difficult to please. Highlighting her voluntary isolation, the maid notes that Catherine remained secluded because she struggled with basic social interactions. The loveless strategic marriage initially forced the distant couple to maintain a cautious and heavily guarded relationship. The atmosphere grows suffocating as Constance pauses, steeling herself to reveal the darkest turning point in the family history. Breaking the silence, she reveals the Duchess's cold attitude shifted the very moment Master Gerard was born. Surprised by the revelation, Hortensia asks for clarification regarding her brother's complicated and tragic birth. Confirming the timeline, Constance solemnly continues her heartbreaking and dark narrative. She describes young Gerard as an intelligent child who possessed a brilliantly mature mind from an early age. However, a fatal flaw emerged as the observant young boy rarely smiled and struggled to show outward emotion. This natural emotional distance utterly infuriated the demanding and perfectionist Duchess. Hortensia listens with aching sympathy, realizing her brother's cold exterior masks a misunderstood and warm heart. She reflects on her past ignorance, painfully regretting that it took a second life to recognize his hidden warmth. Spiraling into toxic resentment, the Duchess lashed out at everyone and branded her own son as a flawed child. Descending into madness, she isolated herself with Madame Gian while violently abusing the rest of the frightened staff. Her fragile mental state shattered when rumors of the Duke's royal mistress finally reached her isolated ears. Fueled by blinding jealousy, her abusive treatment of Master Gerard terrifyingly escalated. Clenching her fists in disbelief, Hortensia refuses to accept the destructive cruelty inflicted upon her sibling. She recalls the radiant warmth of her own mother, contrasting it with the suffocating darkness of Gerard's upbringing. Her heart breaks as she considers the devastating emotional toll this relentless abuse took on her vulnerable brother. She realizes that being hated by his own flesh and blood must have shattered his young spirit into oblivion. Recognizing the lethal danger, the Duke finally intervened by moving the traumatized boy to the capital to sever ties. Tragically, the isolated Duchess never recovered her sanity and ultimately succumbed to a devastating physical illness. Following her death, the Duke ordered Madame Jeanne to remain stationed within the castle on a permanent retainer. Taking in the complex history, Hortensia softly murmurs in profound and empathetic understanding. Flashing a gentle smile, she thanks her trusted maid for finally revealing the painful truth. Constance bows her head in shame, lamenting her past inability to stop the abuse or persuade the Duke to intervene sooner. She tearfully confesses that she carries an unforgivable sin for her inaction during those dark years. Offering healing grace, Hortensia reassures her guilt-ridden maid that assigning blame in such a tragedy is difficult. Reflecting on her painful childhood, she realized she could never find it in her heart to forgive the Duchess. The woman had relentlessly tormented her brother for years. However, logic forced her to acknowledge a broader truth: their father and his sycophantic inner circle shared the blame for driving the woman into such a desperate, unstable state. She remembered the vicious rumors of a mistress hidden in the royal capital. A dark suspicion crept in that her own mother might have been the catalyst that pushed the Duchess into total despair. Despite her dark suspicions, she accepted the lingering uncertainty she would never truly know if her mother was the homewrecker of legend. Meanwhile, Gerard bowed with absolute perfect posture. He promised to swiftly deliver the message to the young lady as instructed. Seeking out her sibling in the quiet halls, she paused. She softly called out to her brother. He turned toward the sound of her voice, studying her face closely. He quietly asked if she was all right. She held his intense gaze without flinching. With a steady voice, she confirmed that she had indeed spoken with Constance. Taking a deep breath, she laid her cards on the table. She revealed that Constance had exposed the entire tragic truth regarding him and the Duchess. A heavy, suffocating silence violently crashed down between the two siblings. Neither dared to speak a word. An indistinct scuffle suddenly echoed in the quiet space. A brief, hesitant physical movement disrupted the overwhelming tension. Offering a gentle, reassuring smile, she stepped closer. She softly urged him not to wear such a deeply pained expression. She boldly asked him to walk with her for a while. Caught off guard, he questioned the sudden, seemingly random request. Beaming warmly at his confusion, she refused to elaborate. She simply stated that strolling with him was exactly what she wanted to do. Stepping out into the cool, refreshing air, they left the manor behind. They began a quiet walk across the expansive, moonlit grounds. She gazed around in wide-eyed awe at their surroundings. She openly marveled at the sheer, breathtaking vastness of the sprawling estate. Gesturing casually to the right, he pointed out a distant goat pasture. He smoothly suggested she return to visit it when the daylight returned. She turned to him, expressing her sincere, heartfelt gratitude. She praised his extensive, detailed knowledge of the territory. Maintaining his rigid stoicism, he easily dismissed her compliment. He coldly stated it was only natural for the next duke to master his own lands. Refusing his logical deflection, she held her ground. She insisted that deliberately recommending places she might enjoy was an act of genuine, undeniable kindness. Peering at him with burning curiosity, she probed into his past. She asked if he had spent his earliest childhood years living on these very grounds. He nodded with heavy, unbreakable solemnity, confirming his past residency. He bluntly admitted he harbored absolutely no fond memories of the place. She paused her steps on the dirt path. Letting the silence stretch, she hesitated momentarily as she desperately gathered her swirling thoughts. She confessed the limits of her knowledge. She admitted her entire perspective relied solely on Constance's second-hand stories, since she had never actually met his mother. Lowering her eyes in sudden shame, she retreated slightly. She admitted feeling she lacked the rightful authority to speak on their fractured, bloody past. Her gaze swept across the shadowy, silent landscape. The suffocating weight of their unspoken history hung heavily in the air between them. Suddenly, she met his eyes with fierce, unyielding determination. She declared that the Duchess distancing herself was not his fault in the slightest. He prepared to explain his side of the tragic story. However, he noted how absurdly strange his own defense might sound coming from his own lips. Looking away, he bluntly confessed the reality of his youth. He admitted he had never possessed the typical, joyful innocence expected of a normal, healthy child. Concluding his harsh, unrelenting self-assessment, he sighed. He claimed it was no wonder his mother had found him deeply, disturbingly troubling. She entirely rejected his toxic self-deprecation. She passionately argued that a lack of dramatic emotional expression was merely a personal difference and perfectly acceptable. Her voice rose with undeniable, fiery conviction. She insisted that labeling someone's natural demeanor as creepy or unpleasant was nothing short of unforgivable rudeness. Startled by her fierce, unwavering defense, his eyes widened. He confessed she was the very first person in his entire life to view him in such a forgiving light. He observed her intensely through narrowed, analytical eyes. Breaking his silence, he quietly remarked that she was a rather strange girl herself. Letting out a warm, echoing laugh, she didn't take offense. She playfully shot back that his own strangeness made them exactly the same. A poignant, wordless understanding suddenly passed between the two. The heavy weight of their shared eccentricities comfortably settled over the landscape. Blinding panic suddenly flared in her chest. She frantically worried she had overstepped her bounds by claiming they were identical. He froze completely in his tracks, falling dead silent. He carefully processed the sheer, unprecedented audacity of her comparison. Breaking the agonizing stillness, he finally nodded. He thoughtfully conceded that her wild assessment of his strangeness was actually entirely accurate. He revealed his terrifying numbness toward life's most profound moments. He felt nothing, whether witnessing beautiful art or surviving the tragic death of his own mother. Staring blankly ahead into the void, his voice dropped to a whisper. He confessed that through all those monumental, life-altering events, his emotions had barely moved an inch. Watching his perfectly stoic face, she deduced that the Duchess's cruel rejection had wounded him so deeply he was forced to lock his heart away entirely. Recalling a dense psychology book, she framed his trauma by understanding that victims often seal their emotions as a desperate self-defense mechanism against overwhelming shock. Drawing from her own traumatic kidnapping, she anchored her empathy by recognizing the hazy, dreamlike detachment he relied upon just to survive the horror. Her heart violently ached as she imagined him agonizingly freezing his own heart piece by piece over the years to endure the daily torment. Realizing his condition with crystal clarity, she saw his emotional numbness not as a flaw, but as an impenetrable shield built to protect his shattered soul. Bridging the physical gap between them, she stepped into his space and reached out her hand in a gentle, wordless gesture of comfort. Gently grasping his fingers in hers, she immediately noticed the icy, death-like chill radiating outward from his pale skin. Smiling brightly through the evening gloom, she offered a sliver of hope by sharing her mother's saying that people with cold hands secretly possess the warmest hearts. He clinically and logically blamed his freezing hands on biological body temperature fluctuations. Unfazed by his science, she playfully insisted on believing the romantic superstition. Staring at his back, she resolved to work slowly, determined to chip away at the ice surrounding her brother's heart. Calling out to him, she silently promised to begin her mission to melt his frozen exterior right then and there. Stepping closer into his space, she bravely suggested they split their emotional burdens straight down the middle. Channeling their mother's ancient wisdom, she vowed to share all her future joys and sorrows with him to build their happiness together. She promised to laugh brightly and recount every fun moment, hoping her shared joy would eventually spark a genuine smile on his face. He stared down at her in completely stunned silence as the radiant warmth of her promise washed over him. Glancing up at the rapidly fading twilight, he gently suggested they head back to the safety of the manor. She eagerly agreed while demanding a tour of the goat pasture next time, noting the twin stars shining like siblings in the dark sky. The very next morning, Gerard stepped forward to formally declare Lady Jeanne's devastating official punishment. Stripped of all rank and wealth, a furious Jeanne shrieked in absolute disbelief at her sentence of remote exile. Desperate, terrified servants begged the stoic lord to reconsider the incredibly harsh judgment. Jeanne lashed out in utter humiliation, violently thrashing and demanding to know what gruesome fate awaited Madame Gibbs. Gerard coldly revealed that while execution was standard, he only spared the woman's life because his sister vehemently opposed the bloodshed. He declared the harsh exile was designed to force Jeanne to rot in a remote wasteland, reflecting agonizingly on the heavy weight of her crimes. With the treacherous elements purged, a quiet, idyllic peace supposedly settled back over the sprawling ducal lands. Utter chaos instantly erupted as explosive, scandalous rumors tore through the estate staff like wildfire. Shocked, frantic whispers circulated the halls regarding Lord Gerard's wildly uncharacteristic and gentle behavior. The loyal servants could hardly believe the terrifying, iron-masked lord had suddenly softened so drastically. Utter disbelief washed over the domain while a blissfully ignorant goat bleated peacefully in the background. The fearsome duke openly carried his little sister through the sunlit pasture, entirely shattering his icy, untouchable reputation. Onlookers gasped in shock as they witnessed the terrifying lord acting completely devoted and openly affectionate toward the young girl. He stared down at her with an unexpectedly tender expression as they strolled together through the grass. The initial wave of shock among the staff quickly melted into a profound, heartwarming wave of relief. She casually brushed off the intensely warm, lingering gazes directed at them from the completely captivated servants. Smiling triumphantly to herself, she celebrated her successful tactical mission to force her chronically overworked brother to finally relax. Flashing back a few hours, she mentally cheered her manipulative success while Gerard stubbornly insisted on checking the financial ledgers. She had boldly confronted him at his heavy wooden desk, pointing out his relentless, exhausting work schedule from the previous day. Slamming her hands down with fiery determination, she firmly forbade him from working another single minute. He stared at her in utter confusion as she demanded he take a mandatory, well-deserved day of absolute rest. He dismissively claimed that reviewing simple ledgers barely counted as work, but she fiercely shouted down his terrible logic. Dropping her voice to a pathetic, trembling whisper, she guilt-tripped him over his unfulfilled promise to visit the estate's goats. She unleashed a devastating, wide-eyed gaze perfectly engineered to shatter his ironclad resolve. Executing her ultimate tactical weapon, she deployed her mother's secret fake crying technique with flawless precision. Thoroughly bewildered by her sudden onslaught of tears, he awkwardly asked if she really loved goats that intensely. Shia sobbed dramatically into her hands, claiming she feared he secretly hated her, a ridiculous notion he instantly denied. Utterly defeated by her overwhelming emotional barrage, he let out a heavy, profoundly resigned sigh. He finally surrendered completely to her ridiculous demands, agreeing to abandon his crucial paperwork for a trip to the goat pasture. Sweeping her effortlessly into his strong arms, he entirely ignored her startled protests that she could walk perfectly fine on her own. Tightening his protective grip on her, he quietly began to confess a deeply hidden truth about his nature. He bluntly admitted he would never waste his precious time or physical touch on someone he actually disliked. A furious, burning blush exploded across her cheeks as the sheer weight of his indirect, incredibly rare affection hit her. She violently panicked and screamed internally, frantically denying anything was wrong while her overwhelmed mind raced. As her stay stretched on, the stubborn siblings engaged in a relentless, daily war of wills over his toxic workaholic habits. She initially calculated their stubborn victories were split perfectly down the middle before pausing to reconsider the real statistics. Wiping away imaginary sweat, she caught her breath amidst their chaotic, deeply affectionate ongoing rivalry. Smiling with supreme smugness, she admitted she usually managed to manipulate the stoic lord into bending entirely to her whims. They shared a thrilling, sun-drenched afternoon galloping across the sprawling estate on her very first exhilarating horseback ride. She bravely tackled messy farm chores, successfully milking a massive cow under his watchful, entirely silent gaze. Together, the siblings embarked on countless small adventures, thoroughly exploring every hidden, beautiful corner of the vast territory. Sprinting joyfully through the lush gardens alongside Tyrol, she eagerly absorbed the rich, fascinating history shared by the smiling staff. Bidding a fond farewell to Gerard, Shia realizes her peaceful retreat has ended. The inevitable day to return to the royal capital has finally arrived. The carriage departs the snowy manor. It journeys steadily across the quiet, frozen landscape, carrying Shia back to her duties. Staring out the frosted window, Shia lets out a heavy sigh. She silently laments how quickly her precious time away has slipped through her fingers. Her brother warmly reassures her that they can return anytime they wish. Grateful for the escape, Shia enthusiastically thanks him for the wonderful trip. A soft smile touches the young girl's lips as her thoughts drift back to the manor. She wonders if the little colt she befriended will remember her upon her next visit. The nostalgic moment quickly fades, replaced by a sudden surge of resolve gripping her dress tightly. A look of quiet determination settles over Shia's face as the carriage rolls onward. She resolves to actively assist with her brother's duties once they reach the capital. She is fiercely determined to prevent him from overworking himself ever again. Clenching her fists, Shia stares ahead with renewed focus. She silently vows to do her absolute best to support her family from now on. Meanwhile, the harsh grip of winter fully claims the sprawling grounds of her family's secondary manor. A thick blanket of pristine snow covers the entire estate. Bounding eagerly through the deep snow, Tyrol dashes ahead of her human companion. The playful beastkin looks back and loudly taunts Shia for being entirely too slow. Refusing to lose, Shia pushes through the freezing courtyard. Laughing cheerfully, she desperately chases after the highly energetic beastkin. Lunging forward with a sudden burst of speed, Shia closes the distance. She triumphantly catches Tyrol in a joyful, tumbling embrace. Holding her furry friend close, Shia gazes across the estate. She marvels at how the thick winter snow has completely blanketed the massive mansion. Shia playfully asks if the biting cold bothers Tyrell at all. The beastkin immediately scoffs and mocks her companion's inherent physical weakness. Shia jokingly blames Tyrell's resistance to the cold entirely on her fluffy fur. She playfully squeezes the squealing beastkin even tighter, demanding warmth. Changing the subject, Shia excitedly shifts her focus to the upcoming calendar. She enthusiastically informs a confused Tyrell about the rapidly approaching Winter Solstice Festival. Shia's eyes sparkle brightly with uncontained excitement. She lists all the magnificent cakes, grand feasts, and lavish presents the upcoming festival promises. Suddenly, a stern voice slices through the crisp winter air. The figure interrupts to inform them that feasts and presents are far from the festival's only attractions. Startled by the unexpected intrusion, Shia jumps in place. She turns sharply to find Annabelle watching them with intense scrutiny. Annabelle steps forward into the snow, refusing to entertain their childish games. Her face settles into a familiar mask of absolute, uncompromising seriousness. The strict caretaker corrects Shia's materialistic view. She explains that the festival fundamentally serves as a sacred ceremony celebrating the goddess's holy birth. She continues her rigorous lecture without missing a beat. Annabelle reveals that all noble children are strictly required to participate in the Grand Cathedral's massive choir. The caretaker further elaborates on the choir's central tradition. She states that one special child is chosen every single year to represent the goddess and sing at the choir's absolute center. Leaning in closely, Annabelle drops a massive piece of unreleased information. She reveals that the high priest himself made a highly unusual personal request for this year's grand ceremony. Delivering the bombshell, Annabelle stares directly at her young charge. She officially announces that Shia has been specially appointed to take on the divine role of the goddess. Completely blindsided by the news, Shia panics internally. She desperately wishes to avoid such an excessively flashy, high-profile role. Her internal anxiety absolutely skyrockets to dangerous levels. She realizes this prestigious assignment drastically increases her chances of running into Victor at the royal capital. Hoping for a desperate, last-minute reprieve, Shia searches for a loophole. She nervously asks if the royal family will also be participating directly in the cathedral choir. Annabelle quickly confirms the royals always hold their own separate ritual at the palace. This news prompts a massive, shuddering sigh of relief from the trembling girl. Unimpressed by her obvious relief, Annabelle furiously scolds Shia. She strictly demands the girl fully comprehend the immense, unyielding honor of this great responsibility. Flinching under the intense reprimand, Shia hastily agrees to obey. Annabelle immediately declares the start of rigorous, uncompromising vocal training. Annabelle relentlessly drills her struggling pupil without an ounce of mercy. She forces Shia to open her throat and project her voice while the poor girl squeaks in pure distress. Slumping forward in absolute defeat, Shia's energy completely evaporates. She looks utterly drained from the agonizing and entirely unexpected vocal exercises. Gasping loudly for breath, the exhausted girl clutches her throat. She weakly tries to recover her stamina from Annabelle's merciless training regimen. Meanwhile, miles away within the opulent halls of the royal palace, a completely different atmosphere takes hold. The tension in the capital feels incredibly dense. Whispering quietly among themselves, a group of palace maids gather in the halls. They anxiously gossip about Lord Victor's increasingly strange and distant behavior. They note his constant, absent-minded sighing throughout the day. The maids openly complain that the young prince no longer plays their usual games of tag around the palace. Feeling suffocated by his own racing thoughts, Victor stares blankly into space, muttering that he desperately needs some fresh air. He slowly rises to his feet. He informs his attentive servants that he plans to walk the palace grounds alone. The guards respond with a swift, obedient bow of compliance. Strolling silently down the grand, empty corridors, the young prince stops in his tracks. He overhears a loud commotion coming from a nearby servant's room. Inside the room, exasperated servants loudly complain about their overwhelming workload. The upcoming Winter Solstice Festival preparations have pushed them to their absolute limits. Pausing his walk, Victor presses himself against the wall to listen. The maids excitedly discuss a rumor that the high priest personally selected the cathedral choir's goddess. The servants wildly speculate about the mysterious noble girl's identity. They confidently predict her unseen presence will draw a massive, unprecedented crowd to the cathedral. Bursting suddenly through the doorway, Victor's intense, unannounced appearance shocks the room. He completely startles the gossiping maids into a terrified silence. Staring them down with predatory focus, Victor asks a highly specific question. He urgently demands to know if this grand event means a large gathering of children will also be present. Trembling under his intense, unwavering gaze, a maid stammers a quick confirmation. She nervously explains that the choir is always an immensely lively gathering of noble youths. Digesting this vital piece of information, Victor slowly lowers his gaze. A heavy, deeply calculating silence overtakes him as the pieces fall into place. A dark, wildly determined smirk spreads across Victor's face. He excitedly interprets this upcoming festival as a divine opportunity given directly to him by the goddess herself. Clenching his fist with burning, obsessive anticipation, the prince looks up. He fiercely whispers Shia's name into the empty air, solidifying his twisted resolve. Time marches rapidly forward, completely ignoring the looming collision of fates. The day of the winter solstice festival finally arrives, drawing massive crowds around the magnificent grand cathedral. Wandering through the bustling festival grounds, Hortensia marvels at the massive number of stalls set up. She excitedly takes in the vibrant atmosphere surrounding the grand cathedral. Pointing eagerly into the crowd, she urgently calls out to Pamela. She spots a vendor selling freshly cooked moose sausages and cannot contain her excitement. Taking a large bite of the street food, Hortensia closes her eyes in pure culinary bliss. She notes how the meat is surprisingly light yet incredibly rich in flavor. Savoring the meal, she highlights the delicious blend of herbs mixed into the sausage. She turns to her companion, eagerly seeking agreement on the incredible taste. Suddenly snapping to her senses, Pamela panics and desperately calls out to her lady. The caretaker realizes they have completely lost track of time. Pamela frantically reminds the young noble that the choir ceremony is about to begin. She insists they can no longer afford to idle around the food stalls. Bursting into the dressing room, a stern supervisor furiously screams that they are late. The woman glares fiercely at the tardy arrivals. The angry supervisor immediately turns her wrath upon Pamela for failing her duties. She demands to know what on earth they were doing to delay the sacred schedule. Dismissing their excuses, the supervisor barks a strict order at Hortensia. She commands the young girl to hurry up and change into her ceremonial robes immediately. Complying with the urgent demands, Hortensia rushes to put on her elaborate garments. The attendants work quickly to prepare her for the grand performance. Elsewhere in the cathedral, a high-ranking official checks on the event status. He solemnly asks his subordinates if all preparations for the choir are fully complete. The massive grand cathedral stands beautifully decorated for the sacred winter solstice festival. The magnificent architecture completely awes the gathering attendees. Inside the cavernous hall, an enormous crowd of nobles fills the pews. They wait in respectful silence for the holy ceremony to finally commence. Stepping into the light, Hortensia appears fully adorned in her breathtaking goddess attire. Her pure white robes and ornate accessories command absolute reverence. Admiring her stunning appearance, her father joyfully praises how wonderful she looks. He gently asks his daughter if she is feeling nervous about the impending performance. Clutching her stomach, Hortensia regretfully mentions the moose sausages she just ate. She nervously admits she feels so sick that she might actually throw up her festive meal. Struggling under the weight of her ceremonial garments, she weakly brings up another issue. She attempts to voice her discomfort to her family. Drooping her neck, she groans that the massive headpiece is incredibly heavy. The elaborate crown threatens to overwhelm the anxious young girl. Seeking emotional support, she nervously turns her gaze toward her brother. She silently begs Gerard for some last-minute encouragement. Gerard offers a warm, reassuring smile to calm his sister's racing heart. He confidently promises her that she will do absolutely fine. Meanwhile, the cathedral priests finalize the last details of the sacred gathering. The atmosphere grows incredibly tense as the start time approaches. A breathless messenger delivers shocking news to an official, prompting immediate disbelief. The official frantically asks if the unbelievable rumor is actually true. Before the messenger can fully explain, a loud commotion erupts outside the cathedral doors. The official turns his head, confused by the sudden, disruptive noise. Panicking wildly, a guard screams that the prince has left the palace. He warns everyone that the royal heir is currently on his way to watch the cathedral choir. The surrounding adults erupt into a state of absolute, terrified shock. They cannot fathom why the prince would unexpectedly crash the public ceremony. Miles away in a speeding carriage, Lord Victor furiously demands his driver go faster. His anxious retainer desperately begs him to reconsider, warning that showing his face in public is far too dangerous. Ignoring the retainer's pleas, Victor relentlessly commands the driver to hurry. The carriage careens dangerously through the blinding winter snowstorm. Staring intensely into the freezing blizzard, Victor makes a dark, unwavering vow. He fiercely swears that he will find Shia, charging headlong into the chaotic storm. Back inside the warm cathedral, the grand choir officially begins its heavenly performance. Musical notes gracefully float through the massive, vaulted sanctuary. Hundreds of noble children sing in perfect, synchronized harmony. Their angelic voices blend together to honor the goddess's sacred birth. The beautiful melody washes over the massive audience gathered in the pews. The entire cathedral is completely enveloped in the divine, echoing music. Standing proudly at the absolute center of the choir, Hortensia fulfills her role flawlessly. She leads the massive assembly with unmatched grace and poise. Projecting her voice perfectly, the young girl sings with everything she has. She completely embodies the pure, divine spirit of the goddess. The captivated audience watches the magnificent performance in awe. The breathtaking ceremony proceeds without a single flaw or interruption. Concluding their majestic hymn, the children hold the final, lingering note. The grand choir ceremony slowly comes to a beautiful, triumphant end. Rushing to congratulate her, Hortensia's father praises her wonderful performance. He excitedly declares that she looked exactly like the real goddess descended from heaven. Blushing happily, Hortensia looks up at her beaming father. She smiles softly, deeply relieved that the stressful ordeal is finally over. Turning to his son, the proud father boasts about his family's incredible fortune. He tells Gerard just how proud he is to have such a beautiful, talented daughter. Gerard silently agrees, sharing a warm and loving look with his exhausted sister. The family basks in the joyful aftermath of the successful event. Exiting the crowded cathedral, the noble family finally boards their private carriage. They prepare to depart the bustling capital and return to the safety of their estate. Slumping into her plush seat, Hortensia completely relaxes her tense muscles. The immense exhaustion of the day's events finally catches up to the young girl. Staring blankly out the frosted carriage window, she falls into deep thought. She watches the snowy landscape roll by as they leave the festival behind. Recalling the terrifying rumor, she realizes she never actually saw anyone resembling Victor. She sighs in massive relief, assuming the horrifying information was entirely false. A violent halt, the angry father to demand answers. The desperate driver apologizes profusely, screaming that the wheels are completely trapped in the heavy snow. Startled by the abrupt stop, Hortensia gasps and jolts forward in her seat. A sudden sense of dread rapidly replaces her previous feeling of safety. Outside in the howling blizzard, a panicked voice loudly screams Lord Victor's name. The sudden shout completely shatters the quiet winter night. Royal guards desperately beg the young prince to wait. They chase after him as he seemingly abandons his escort and flees into the storm. Unaware of the chaos, nearby pedestrians walk through the snow, happily discussing the choir. They praise the pretty girl who played the goddess and marvel at how beautifully she sang. Still inside the stuck carriage, Hortensia tries to remain optimistic about the delay. She happily cheers for the grand feast waiting for them once they finally arrive home. Completely ignoring the biting cold, Victor sprints maniacally through the freezing snow. He pants heavily, his eyes burning with an intense, unyielding obsession as he closes the distance. A single solitary letter marks the absolute beginning of the manuscript. The second page remains completely devoid of any text or visual imagery. A profound and heavy silence continues, stretching across a third empty page. The fourth consecutive blank page builds quiet anticipation for the opening scene. Hortensia exhales a happy sigh amidst the vibrant festival. She reflects that the winter solstice celebration hasn't been this exhilarating in years. Gazing thoughtfully into the distance, she desperately wishes these peaceful days could last for eternity. A sudden voice shatters the silence, asking Gerard how his academy entrance preparations are proceeding. The speaker warns him that the new year will bring the entrance ceremony faster than expected. Hortensia suddenly realizes that the Academy for Noble Sons is a distant, isolated boarding school. She laments that spring will completely sever her from her brother. An unexpected wave of raw emotion washes over her as she contemplates his impending departure. Flashing back to her past, she remembers that his departure meant absolutely nothing to her in her previous life. Recognizing the drastic emotional shift, she openly confesses her creeping loneliness. Gerard quickly steps in to comfort her. He confidently insists that the 2 rigorous years of schooling will flash by in an instant. He swears to return home and visit her during the long academy vacations. The narrative snaps back to a warm memory of the lavish, mouth-watering winter solstice feast. Hortensia delights in the fluffy gifts she received from both her father and brother. She mentions consulting the archive keeper to hunt down the perfect presents in return. Embracing the warm present, she earnestly thanks her brother for his incredible kindness. She proudly notes that she also prepared strategic gifts for them. She specifically gave her father a beautifully crafted charm to pray for his continued health. Smiling warmly, she reveals that she gifted Gerard a custom fountain pen. Gerard remains entirely silent as he carefully inspects the thoughtful present. A quiet moment of intense appreciation passes between the siblings as he absorbs the gesture. Witnessing his calm reaction, a massive wave of relief washes over Hortensia. She rejoices internally, thrilled that he genuinely appreciates the gift. She marvels at how unbelievably well her relationship with her brother is progressing this time around. Wondering about his newfound loyalty, she questions if he would step up to defend her now even if she faced false criminal accusations. Seeking physical comfort, she affectionately squeezes the plush stuffed toy Gerard gave her. Shaking her head frantically, she locks onto a survival strategy. She firmly decides that dodging the royal consort candidacy altogether is her absolute safest path. Dark doubt creeps in as she wonders if she possesses the actual power to refuse a direct summons from the royal palace. She realizes a preemptive engagement offers the ultimate escape route. Panic sets in as she draws a complete blank on any viable suitors. Letting out a heavy sigh, she resolves to bravely enter high society. She knows she must proactively hunt for a suitable match to secure her future. She groans internally at the sheer absurdity of her situation. Worrying about marriage hunting at her young age feels entirely ridiculous. Mustering her courage, Hortensia directly approaches her father. She nervously admits that there is something critically important she wants to discuss. Her father gives her his full, undivided attention. He gently prompts her to go ahead and speak her mind. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she formally demands to accompany him to the New Year's audience. The narrative explains the sheer magnitude of the New Year's audience. Nobles from across the country travel to the royal capital to offer the king their annual greetings. This massive event officially kicks off the social season. Provincial nobles aggressively strive to expand their political connections during this critical window. Taken completely aback by her request, her father gasps her name with a tone of surprised hesitation. He squeezes her hand gently, offering warm paternal comfort. He insists there is absolutely no need for her to push herself so hard. Hortensia fears the king will reject her true status within the ducal house if she hides away. Her father immediately shoots down her anxiety, swearing her position as his daughter remains unshakable. Ignoring his protective instinct, Hortensia fiercely roars her absolute desire to attend the grand event. Yielding to her fierce determination, he agrees to stand down. However, he carefully questions if she feels terrified of the daunting environment. She openly admits her terror of the unforgiving high society. Despite the fear, she firmly believes she must charge forward to rewrite her doomed destiny. Surging with newfound adrenaline, she boldly proclaims her absolute fearlessness. She declares herself invincible as long as he and Gerard stand right by her side. Her father sighs in fond defeat, admitting he can never win an argument against his daughter. He turns his head and calls out to Gerard. He playfully asks his son if he caught Hortensia's brave declaration. Chuckling softly, he proudly notes that their little princess is prepared to storm the political battlefield. Gerard steps into view, looking slightly caught off guard by the sudden spotlight. He pauses in heavy silence, his expression shifting subtly. He carefully calculates the immense weight of her dangerous request. Closing the distance, Gerard aggressively demands an unbreakable vow. He orders her never to leave his side for a single second during the treacherous event. Piercing her with an intense glare, he drops a final, uncompromising ultimatum. He threatens to abandon her entirely if she rejects his absolute protection. Hortensia reflects that the old Gerard would have stubbornly stopped her from accompanying him no matter what the circumstances. She realizes with profound relief that his willingness to let her come proves he finally trusts her. She enthusiastically promises never to leave his side, drawing a surprised but genuine laugh from her brother. Meanwhile, a mysterious observer watches them from afar and commands Tyrol to look at the siblings. The shadowy figure mockingly comments on how incredibly beautiful the harmony is between people who get along. A sprawling establishing shot reveals the massive, imposing structure of the royal palace grounds. The royal carriage smoothly approaches the grand estate, carrying Hortensia and her family toward their destiny. Gazing out the carriage window, Hortensia expresses genuine awe at the sheer number of people gathered outside. Her father gently reminds her that nobles from every corner of the country have assembled for this massive event. He reassures her that the four great ducal houses enjoy a special, exclusive entrance, meaning she has absolutely nothing to worry about. The opulent carriage proceeds without delay through the heavily guarded, pristine palace gates. Stepping onto the magnificent palace grounds, Hortensia realizes with a heavy heart that she has finally arrived. Staring up at the towering architecture, she bitterly wishes she never had to set foot in this suffocating place again. Steeling her resolve, she aggressively reminds herself that she came here to survive, refusing to return merely to die. She firmly convinces herself that today is strictly a preliminary visit. She reasons that she has nothing to fear with her powerful family walking right beside her. Her father pauses mid-step and looks back, sensing her lingering internal hesitation. He gently asks if she is nervous, prompting her to force a brave smile and give a firm nod of confirmation. Showering her with absolute praise, he declares her his ultimate pride and joy. He vows to fiercely silence anyone who dares complain about her presence. Deeply touched by his unwavering support, she reflects on how incredibly reliable her father and brother are during this crucial moment. The grand, cavernous interior of the palace looms before them, echoing with the intimidating weight of high society. Noting her father's slight fatigue, Hortensia nervously recalls a dark memory in her first life. He fell fatally ill just a few years from this very moment. She curses her past self for being isolated deep within the palace. She bitterly regrets remaining completely ignorant of his rapidly deteriorating condition back then. Clenching her fists, she fiercely vows to rewrite history. She swears to change her father's tragic fate this time around using any means necessary. Realizing how much more deeply she loves her family in this second life, she follows her father closely as he formally announces their arrival. Overflowing with profound gratitude, she turns toward the man and warmly thanks her father for everything. The magnificent, heavy palace doors swing completely open, welcoming the esteemed ducal family inside the royal halls. Staring ahead with fierce determination, she silently swears to protect not only herself but the two men she cherishes most in the world. A massive, opulent hallway stretches out before them, completely devoid of the chaotic, suffocating crowds outside. Astonished by the stark contrast, Hortensia marvels at the extreme special treatment after witnessing the massive throngs trapped at the main gates. She quickly deduces the political reality of the situation. The royal family deliberately provides this luxury because they desperately want to avoid offending the four great ducal houses. She recalls that these four elite noble lineages have existed since the nation's founding. They share direct, powerful blood ties with the royal family itself. It is practically an established law that daughters born into these houses marry into the royal family. Likewise, princesses often descend in rank to strategically join these ducal lineages. Realizing the immense political stakes, she concludes that the special treatment stems entirely from fear. The royals are terrified of a rebellion or rival claims to the ultimate throne. Suddenly, a familiar, cheerful voice shatters her focused internal monologue by enthusiastically calling out her nickname. A chilling, paralyzing realization washes over her as she remembers her exact location. She is currently standing completely exposed in the treacherous royal palace. Pure panic grips her racing heart as the logical, inescapable consequence of her location finally dawns on her. She fully understands that coming to this specific place meant constantly risking a deadly, unavoidable encounter. Her blood runs entirely cold at the terrifying prospect. She realizes she might be running into the one specific person she fears most in this world. Desperation floods her racing mind, screaming at her to flee immediately. A young boy happily declares he has finally found his precious Shia. Staring in absolute, unadulterated horror at the approaching figure, she realizes the truth. Her previous, strange encounter with him was definitely not a hallucination or a dream. Victor enthusiastically introduces himself to the frozen girl. He excitedly asks if she completely forgot about their fun playtime at the secret base. Trembling violently internally, she identifies him as the ultimate threat. He is the absolute last person she can ever associate with if she wants to survive her second life. She violently curses her own foolish carelessness. She remains completely paralyzed by the sudden, disastrous confrontation. A suffocating wave of dread crashes over her entire body. She realizes she has encountered this dangerous boy significantly earlier than she did in her previous, doomed life. Victor innocently analyzes her current location. He notes that her presence in this highly restricted VIP area proves she must be a noble's child as well. Her mind spirals into absolute, uncontrollable panic as he presses further. He excitedly demands to know which specific high-ranking noble house she belongs to. She desperately resolves to keep her true identity hidden at all costs. She knows she must prevent him from ever considering her as a potential royal consort candidate. Trapped and utterly terrified, she frantically searches her surroundings. She desperately prays for any possible escape route from this disastrous, life-threatening conversation. Sensing her extreme, visible distress, Victor tilts his head in confusion. He softly calls out her nickname, wondering why she is freezing up. The horrifying encounter hangs in unbearable, suffocating suspense. She remains completely frozen, entirely trapped by the very boy who holds her ultimate doom. A sudden, forceful grip tightens unexpectedly, instantly setting a highly tense and aggressive atmosphere. Confusion violently erupts in the chaotic scene as someone fiercely demands to know exactly what is happening. A heavy, suffocating silence stretches across the space as the opposing figures stubbornly stare each other down. The tense standoff continues entirely uninterrupted, with words utterly failing in the thick, oppressive atmosphere. A lone figure finally steps forward, boldly breaking the frozen tableau that had gripped the room. An imposing figure politely but firmly demands the royals step aside, deliberately recognizing them as members of the Verdite ducal house. Another retainer hastily intervenes, nervously warning His Highness to pull back and restrain his increasingly aggressive behavior. The fierce defender sneers openly at the prince, coldly questioning if cornering terrified individuals is the standard conduct of the royal family. Mocking the royal family's aggressive methods, the speaker fiercely declares their unbreakable friendship with Xia and demands the royals back off immediately. Defeated by the stubborn, unyielding resistance, the prince clicks his tongue in sheer, bitter frustration. Sensing her brother's dangerously boiling rage, the terrified girl realizes she absolutely must intervene before the situation escalates into bloody violence. She watches the unfolding scene in utter panic, knowing perfectly well her brother might completely lose control despite facing royalty. Sinking into overwhelming dread, she suddenly realizes her entire family's downfall could be triggered solely by her own careless actions. Resolving herself with sudden, desperate strength, she vehemently refuses to let the Verdite ducal house fall into catastrophic ruin. A new, highly authoritative voice suddenly cuts through the escalating tension with a calm but absolute dismissal. Hortensia gasps in overwhelming, sudden relief as her father abruptly arrives on the scene to check on her well-being. Her father gently attributes her visible distress to the overwhelming tension, sincerely apologizing for his delayed arrival to the conflict. Taking total, commanding control of the chaotic situation, the father immediately orders Gerard to escort Hortensia back to the safety of their manor. Ignoring any lingering protests or hesitations, Gerard firmly prompts her to leave the dangerous scene behind without looking back. As they quickly depart, a desperate voice calls out from behind, practically pleading for Xia to turn around and remember their shared past. The heavy wooden wheels of the carriage clatter loudly against the cobblestone as it pulls rapidly away from the sprawling palace grounds. A heavy, intensely suffocating silence completely fills the carriage cabin as the tense siblings sit together in the dim light. Piercing the intensely uncomfortable quiet, Gerard sharply demands to know exactly when she first encountered Prince Victor. She nervously explains that the fateful meeting occurred while returning from the spirit realm after successfully contracting with Tyrol. She quietly admits to her brother that a bizarre spatial error caused her to accidentally emerge directly inside the forbidden palace grounds. Gerard notes with sharp, unwavering suspicion that her physical reaction to the prince earlier was one of sheer, unadulterated terror. Trembling slightly under his piercing gaze, she openly confesses a deep-seated fear of the royal family and her desperate wish to avoid them entirely. Internalizing her deep dread, she recognizes Victor's innocence but remains utterly paralyzed by the terrifying fear of repeating a doomed, tragic fate. Gerard remains perfectly silent, intensely scrutinizing his sister's trembling form as she visibly wrestles with her inner demons. A sudden, gentle physical gesture entirely breaks her spiraling thoughts, causing her to gasp sharply in absolute surprise. Gently comforting her fragile state, Gerard finally understands the absolute, terrifying depths of her reluctance to engage with the prince. Tears welling rapidly in her wide eyes, she weakly but earnestly confirms her brother's highly accurate assessment of her hidden fears. Gerard absorbs this fragile, honest confession with a grim, resolute understanding that instantly shifts the heavy atmosphere of the carriage. Bewildered by his uncharacteristic calmness, she mentally contrasts his current, quiet demeanor with his terrifyingly aggressive past self. Despite her lingering confusion, his quiet, steady reassurance mysteriously wraps around her like an unbreakable, protective shield against the world. A warm wave of absolute, unwavering trust washes over her as she firmly realizes her brother will stand fiercely by her side no matter what. Anchoring herself completely to his quiet promise, she decides to completely surrender the massive, crushing burden into his highly capable hands. Panic unexpectedly flaring up once more, she hastily begs him not to ignite a disastrous, bloody political war between their house and the royals. Gerard offers a dangerously vague promise to consider her plea, entirely leaving his true, potentially violent intentions completely masked in shadow. Chilled to the bone by his highly ominous reply, she internally questions the terrifying, extreme lengths her brother is genuinely prepared to go to. Tyrol suddenly appears to check on Xia, and she warmly expresses her deep, heartfelt gratitude for the tiny spirit's genuine concern. The fierce little spirit proudly declares its absolute, unwavering readiness to eliminate any problem that dares to bother its beloved master. She tries hopelessly to comfort herself, internally shaken by the disastrously early and entirely unexpected reunion with Victor that ruined her day. Hardening her fragile resolve into cold steel, she mentally vows to maintain an absolute, impenetrable distance from the prince moving forward. The carriage finally halts as the loyal, waiting estate staff warmly welcome the Duke and his completely exhausted daughter back to their territory. Hortensia immediately turns her full attention back to her imposing father as they safely step into the grand foyer of their ancestral home. Dismissing the loyal retainers with quiet authority, the Duke specifically requests absolute, uninterrupted privacy to speak directly with his daughter. Bracing herself for the entirely inevitable interrogation, she nervously anticipates a highly serious discussion about the day's disastrous, chaotic events. Her father gently reveals that Gerard has already fully briefed him on the frightening, highly chaotic ordeal she just miraculously endured. Bowing her head in deep, miserable shame, she finally apologizes sincerely for hiding her previous, completely secret encounter with Prince Victor. Acknowledging the weight of the situation, the Duke warns that staying silent about her presence might have been safer to avoid trespassing charges. Following the departure of Gerard and the girl, the Duke reveals he has already concluded a discussion with Prince Victor. To her dismay, the Duke explains that the prince expressed a strong and persistent desire to meet with her once again. Reacting with visible dread, the girl lets out a sharp click of her tongue as the reality of the prince's interest sets in. Silence fills the room as she processes the terrifying implications of being sought after by royalty. Observing her obvious discomfort, the Duke notes that she clearly lacks any eagerness to reunite with the young prince. She quickly dismisses the idea, arguing that a girl of her standing could never properly serve as a playmate for someone of the prince's status. Trembling at the thought, she worries that any social blunder on her part would only bring shame and trouble to her father and brother. Internally, she reflects on her uncertain bloodline and fears her father only welcomed her to use as a political pawn for a powerful marriage. The weight of her precarious position within the family becomes a source of deep, underlying fear. She realizes with a shudder that her father might see Prince Victor's interest as the perfect opportunity to offer her up. Surprising her, the Duke decides he will inform the prince that her need for rest makes it impossible for her to serve as a playmate. Stunned by this unexpected protection, she can only utter a confused sound as her fears are suddenly subverted. A quiet moment of realization passes as the Duke's protective stance begins to sink in. The Duke mentions that Prince Victor will soon be leaving for the academy, effectively moving him away from the capital. Simultaneously, the Duke proposes that she relocate to the peaceful ducal territory to focus on her recovery. He explains that the tranquil countryside will ease her mind, especially since he cannot return home frequently and she would be lonely in the capital. Deepening his care, he assures her that in the ducal lands, she will be safe from any unwanted social invitations or royal pressure. She begins to piece together the plan, realizing this is a deliberate move to keep her safe. It dawns on her that her father is using the excuse of recuperation to create a physical distance between her and Victor. Though it seems like an ideal situation, she wonders if a man as shrewd as her father is truly content with letting such an opportunity go. She finds it strange that he would pass up a once-in-a-lifetime chance to curry favor with the royal family through her. Looking for confirmation, she asks if he is truly certain about sending her away instead of using her for status. The Duke laughs softly, admitting he cannot even imagine the terrifying way Gerard would react if anything happened to her while he was away. He pauses, his expression softening as he prepares to voice his true feelings. Dropping his political mask, he confesses that he simply does not want to see his beloved daughter suffer. She realizes that despite their lack of biological ties, the bond they share is genuine and deep. For the first time, she truly sees the man before her as her real father. A warm sense of belonging washes over her, replacing her previous doubts with newfound clarity. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she finally looks at him and offers a sincere thank you. It is settled that she will leave the manor at the same time her brother departs for his boarding academy. Sadness touches her heart as she realizes how little time is left to spend by her brother's side. The remaining days become precious as the siblings prepare for their separate journeys. The spirited cat Tyrol struggles in a tight grip, prompting a sharp warning about being gentler with the animal. Commenting on the feisty pet, the Duke suggests that the cat requires a bit more discipline. She giggles and promises to pass that advice along to Tyrol, enjoying the light-hearted moment. Turning her attention to her brother, she asks if he has finished his extensive preparations for the academy. While she expected him to be ready long ago, he admits with a slight shrug that he is nowhere near finished. She reflects on how her brother has always been perfect and independent, never needing help from anyone else. Fearing that a long absence might cause him to forget her, she nervously prepares to ask a favor. With a hopeful heart, she asks her brother if she may write him letters while he is away at school. To her immense relief, he gives a simple and cool affirmation that he doesn't mind at all. The weight of his permission brings a bright smile to her face. She resolves to send so many letters that it will be impossible for him to ever forget her. While she doesn't dare hope for a reply, the simple act of sending them feels like a major victory. She tells herself that as long as he sees her letters and thinks of her occasionally, it will be enough. With renewed energy, she promises to write constantly, and he offers a quiet acknowledgement. The days blur together in a flurry of activity until the morning of her brother's departure finally arrives. Standing at the carriage, she calls out to him one last time, urging him to take care of himself. As the carriage pulls away, a new chapter begins for the siblings, separated by distance but joined by letters. Hortensia forces a brave smile as her father encourages her to give Gerard a proper send-off. They stand together, prepared to see him depart for the academy with warmth rather than tears. Her voice filled with longing, Hortensia calls out a final farewell to her brother. She begs him to stay well and look after himself during his long journey away from home. A quiet realization washes over Hortensia as the weight of the separation finally begins to settle into the sudden silence left by Gerard's departure. The atmosphere shifts to practical concern as Hortensia shouts last-minute reminders for Gerard to brush his teeth and avoid catching a cold. Watching his daughter take charge with such earnestness, their father laughs and praises Hortensia for her dependable nature. Gerard receives a stern but loving warning to never cause his adorable sister tears, nodding solemnly at the heavy responsibility of protecting her heart. Standing before his siblings, Gerard prepares to leave while exchanging final looks of mutual concern and unspoken familial bonds. The Verdite patriarch offers chillingly practical advice, nonchalantly suggesting that Gerard simply deal with anyone who becomes a nuisance. Taken aback by the ruthlessness of the suggestion, Hortensia questions the dark advice while remaining her family's moral anchor. As the carriage begins to pull away, the reality of the distance becomes a physical barrier framed by the quiet anticipation of their long separation. Clinging to the last moments of visibility, Hortensia waves frantically and screams for her brother to stay safe until her voice cracks. The silence of the manor returns as the carriage disappears from view, marking the official beginning of Hortensia's life without Gerard's constant protection. Placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, her father praises her strength and reassures her that Gerard will undoubtedly be fine on his own. Eager to bridge the gap, Hortensia suggests writing a letter immediately to ensure her care reaches him before he even settles into the academy. Hortensia reflects on the mountain of neglected advice, realizing her role as a sister involves a never-ending list of things she needs to tell him. Her mind races through domestic remedies from salt water to cold cabbage, defining her devotion to keeping him healthy from a distance. Fueled by sudden inspiration, she settles at her desk determined to pour her heart and worries onto the blank parchment. The letter begins with a gentle inquiry into his well-being, written in her neatest script to reflect her deep affection. Hortensia updates him on her arrival at the ducal manor while acknowledging the busy schedule he must face as the new term commences. Everyone at the manor welcomes her with open arms, easing her transition and filling her with genuine happiness. Looking back on her time at the main house, she notes how much her perspective has broadened since gaining the independence of the manor. A newfound maturity takes hold as she begins to grasp the immense burdens and sacrifices her father and brother carry for the family name. Motivated by this realization, Hortensia vows to stop being a protected child and become a functional member who truly supports her family. She pours her ambition into the ink, stating her driving goal to become a proper duke's daughter as soon as possible. Outside the window, the still world contrasts with the whirlwind of growth and determination happening within Hortensia's heart. Her thoughts drift back to Gerard's comfort as the first flakes of snow trigger her protective instincts regarding the changing weather. She pleads with him through her writing to avoid catching a chill, her every line a testament to her role as his primary caretaker. The quiet of the room is punctuated only by the scratching of her pen as she creates a tether to his new life. On the 10th of November, a frantic maid bursts into the room with urgent news that shatters the peaceful atmosphere. Hortensia leaps to her feet, her mind immediately jumping to potential tragedies involving her family as she demands an explanation. Pamela breathlessly clarifies that the news isn't a disaster, holding out a physical object with hands trembling in excitement. Hortensia examines the mystery envelope with a racing heart, sensing the weight of a significant message from the outside world. Her breath catches as she recognizes the unmistakable Verdite crest stamped into the wax seal, signaling a matter of grave importance. Panic flares as she wonders if the seal indicates an emergency involving Gerard or a dispatch from her father. The maid excitedly reveals that the letter is actually a direct reply from Master Gerard himself, leaving them both momentarily stunned. Hortensia is paralyzed by a mix of disbelief and joy, letting out a high-pitched cry at the shock of such a quick response. She can barely process the fact that Gerard sent a letter, imagining the awkward or serious face he must have made while writing it. It is a treasure she never expected to receive. Clutching the letter to her chest, she trembles with the anticipation of reading his personal words. The physical connection to her brother through the parchment is almost too much to bear. Hortensia lets out a long, shaky sigh as she tries to steady her breathing before opening the seal. The emotional intensity of the moment threatens to overwhelm her senses. She carefully breaks the wax and unfolds the paper, her eyes scanning the elegant script of her brother. Each stroke of the pen feels like a direct link to his presence at the academy. The letter begins with a formal yet tender address to his dear sister, Hortensia. Seeing her name written in his hand sends a jolt of electricity through her heart. The sheer impact of his words hits her like a physical force, causing her to gasp and lose her footing. The emotional weight of his acknowledgement is more powerful than she anticipated. Her attendants rush to her side in concern, but Hortensia insists she is fine despite her visible distress. She struggles to remain upright as the reality of the letter sinks in. Fainting from the impact of just a single line, she jokingly laments how terrifyingly influential her brother's words are. Even a standard greeting from him is enough to shatter her composure. She tries to regain her calm, knowing intellectually that it's likely just a routine update. However, her heart refuses to listen to logic, pounding against her ribs with relentless excitement. Taking a deep breath, she prepares to dive back into the contents of the letter. She centers herself, determined to savor every word he has chosen to share with her. The room falls silent again as she focuses entirely on the page, the outside world fading away. This letter is now the most important object in her entire world. With renewed focus, she asks herself what he could have possibly written to warrant such a fast response. The mystery of his thoughts keeps her glued to the parchment. Her eyes dart across the lines, absorbing the details of his new life and his reactions to her previous correspondence. Each word is a building block in the bridge they are building across the distance. To her delight, he reveals that her letter actually arrived before he did, and he is reading it while unpacking. The timing is a perfect coincidence that makes the distance feel just a little bit smaller. Clutching the latest update from her brother, she reflects on how his swift reply proves just how much he truly values her despite his overwhelming schedule. She realizes he prioritized her letter to ensure she wasn't kept waiting, a gesture of kindness that reinforces their deep bond even across the distance. Deep in thought, she resolves to maintain this connection through regular letters, ensuring her brother still feels her presence even while they are apart. A soft smile touches her lips as she feels a wave of relief, genuinely glad she took the initiative to reach out to him first. Addressing her brother in her heart, she vows to do her absolute best in her new environment while her maid encourages her to write back immediately. Determination fills her as she prepares her next message, hoping to share even better news to make him proud of her progress. The quiet atmosphere of the estate provides a perfect backdrop for her reflections, allowing her to appreciate the stillness of her new life. Sunlight filters through the room as she gathers her thoughts, finding comfort in the peace of the Northern Territory compared to the chaos of the capital. Amidst the tranquil surroundings, she finds stability in the small, mundane details of her environment for the first time in a long while. She remarks on how peaceful her life has become while watching small creatures, grateful for the sanctuary the manor provides. Credit for this newfound freedom goes to her father, who perfectly arranged her stay to ensure she could live freely without royal expectations. A sense of profound relief washes over her knowing Prince Victor is finally out of her hair, as the North keeps him far away for now. Distance is her greatest ally, separating her from both Victor and the suffocating pressures of high society in the royal capital. Despite the current peace, she reminds herself not to let her guard down, knowing the political landscape is always shifting. Now that Victor knows of her existence, she understands the stakes have shifted and new dangers are likely on the horizon. Anxiety creeps in as she considers the possibility of being named a potential bride candidate, a fate she is determined to avoid. She resolves to handle any future proposals with wisdom, seeking ways to refuse them and maintain her hard-won independence. An idea suddenly strikes her with clarity, causing a sudden exclamation that surprises her maid, Annabelle, who enters the room. Annabelle quickly attends to her with the grace and efficiency of a dedicated servant, transitioning them into their daily manner routine. The governess praises her rapid progress, noting that her hard work is paying off as she becomes more refined with every passing day. Annabelle admits she never expected an elegant urban lady like her mistress to actually follow her into the rugged Northern Territory. She turns to Annabelle and asks if the maid is truly happy to have come along, showing her deep concern for those who serve her. Annabelle responds with shock, insisting that she would never dream of being anywhere else but by her lady's side. She reminds her mistress that His Grace specifically appointed her as governess with the sacred mission of raising a refined lady. Annabelle declares her unwavering loyalty, vowing to follow her mistress wherever she goes to complete her mission. The lady offers her thanks but urges the hardworking maid to take some rest, a moment of mutual respect between the two. In addition to Annabelle, Her father arranged for various skilled tutors to ensure her education in the north is comprehensive. While valuing her standard lessons, she feels a burning desire to learn something unconventional and calls for Constan to speak her mind. She expresses her gratitude to Constan for the enjoyable life at the manor, which he promises to share with the rest of the staff. Constan stands ready to serve, unaware that she is about to present him with a very serious and significant request. While she is satisfied with her life, she admits there is something specific she wishes to learn personally from him. She looks Constan directly in the eye and reveals her desire to gain his personal knowledge, catching the veteran off guard. Constan is visibly surprised, wondering what a man of his position could possibly teach a noble lady of her status. With firm resolve, she states her goal is to learn territorial management and governance, seeking to understand the mechanics of power. Silence fills the room as Constan processes this bold request, which represents a massive departure from traditional noble lady roles. She explains that this isn't a mere whim but something she has been contemplating seriously for quite some time. Her ultimate goal is to share the heavy burden of her father and brother, becoming truly useful to the family's legacy. Constan speaks carefully, asking for forgiveness before addressing the difficult social reality of her ambitious request. He explains that territorial management is a rare and often frowned upon subject for a noble lady of her standing to pursue. She nods solemnly, making it clear she is fully aware of the traditions she is challenging with this path. Though she knows people won't look kindly on her, she insists her desire to help her family outweighs social expectations. She reiterates her plea, driven by the hope that this knowledge will allow her to one day assist her father and brother. Constan gazes at her, moved by the genuine fire and absolute dedication he sees in her young eyes. Softening his stance, he tells her that he deeply understands her feelings and can no longer dismiss her intent. However, he explains he cannot approve such a radical change alone and must seek final permission from her father in the capital. She thanks Constan warmly for his help, appreciating his honesty regarding the chain of command he must follow. Alone again, she wonders how her father will react to such a bold request, the uncertainty weighing heavily on her heart. Deciding to take action, she resolves to write him a personal letter to prove just how serious she is about this path. She spends the evening pouring her heart and ambition into the message, ensuring her father understands she is ready for responsibility. Sometime later, Annabelle rushes in with urgent news. A letter has finally arrived from His Grace with an answer. Gripping a letter bearing her father's official seal, Hortensia nervously reads the highly anticipated reply. Her father's written words express surprise at her sudden desire to study territorial management, though he notes his pleasure at her deep concern for their lands. A tense pause follows the word however, leading Hortensia to momentarily despair that her grand ambitions have been rejected. Quickly scanning the next lines, immense relief washes over her as she realizes he fully supports her newfound drive to learn. Overjoyed by his conditional permission to study, Hortensia clutches the letter to her chest with profound gratitude. A bright, unstoppable smile breaks across her face, thrilled that her father has finally accepted her earnest wish. Sprinting desperately to find Constan, she excitedly announces the triumphant arrival of her father's supportive reply. Wasting zero time, Hortensia immediately begins balancing her traditional etiquette lessons with intense, grueling studies on territorial management. Poring over heavy tomes, she diligently highlights the fundamental keys to governing a prosperous and thriving land. Her studies explicitly warn that while governance is crucial, excessive micromanagement can fatally choke a territory's natural growth. Nodding in profound understanding, she likens being overly meticulous to foolishly scrubbing a square box with a round pestle. Dashing off mid-lesson, Hortensia boldly declares her intent to speak directly with the townsfolk, leaving a flustered Constan shouting about listening to the people's voices. Wandering through the bustling town, she overhears villagers heavily lamenting the lingering hardships of last year's poor harvest despite recent tax cuts. The wary townsfolk continue to grumble bitterly about the freezing cold and their absolute lack of specialty goods or tourist attractions. Taking their somber, heavy words to heart, Hortensia falls into a deep and contemplative silence. Turning urgently to Shia, she expresses a desperate, burning desire to find some way to lift the struggling villagers' broken spirits. Her brilliant mind races furiously, searching for a unifying event or attraction that could bring explosive joy to the entire community. Suddenly, her eyes widen in sheer awe as she spots incredibly vibrant wild roses blooming wildly across the rugged landscape. Leaning in to breathe their rich fragrance, she marvels at the stunning, untamed beauty of the sprawling flowers. She quickly realizes these are incredibly rare wild roses, a magnificent sight almost never witnessed within the grand royal capital. Captivated by the sweeping sea of vibrant crimson petals, she breathlessly admits she has never seen such a massive bloom. A sudden spark of brilliant inspiration strikes her, completely lighting up her fiercely determined expression. Turning enthusiastically to her companions, she boldly declares her masterful plan to host a massive, territory-wide flower festival. Swept up in the explosive excitement, the villagers immediately begin buzzing with vibrant preparations for the upcoming celebration. Joyous, infectious energy fills the air as colorful, intricate decorations are strung up across the once dreary town square. Bright, beaming faces completely replace the previous gloom, transforming the entire territory into a bustling hub of lively activity. The tight-knit community works seamlessly together, eagerly setting up festive stalls and massive floral displays under Hortensia's watchful eye. Bathed in warm, golden sunlight, the fully completed festival grounds look absolutely breathtaking. Approaching the newly transformed town, a completely stunned Constance stammers in absolute disbelief at the magnificent sight. Beaming with well-earned pride, Hortensia warmly greets Constance amidst the cheerful, booming chaos of the festival. She humbly credits the town's massive cooperation for the festival's success, thrilled that her plan to cheer everyone up has worked flawlessly. Constance quickly shakes his head in awe, fiercely praising Hortensia's brilliant planning and direction as the true driving force behind the miracle. Overhearing the delighted townsfolk, she gleefully learns that the rare flower festival has already become a massive tourist attraction, drawing massive crowds from neighboring lands. Gazing out over the vibrant celebration, the amazed villagers loudly marvel at how special their seemingly ordinary wild roses truly are. Amidst the roaring joyous laughter, a sudden, bittersweet pang strikes deep into Hortensia's heart. She softly reflects on how the entire town had taken such profound, everyday beauty completely for granted. Looking up at the clear azure sky, she whispers a heartfelt, desperate wish that her absent brother could witness this vibrant scenery. Determined to share the fleeting moment, she decisively plans to press one of the rare roses and send it to him in a letter. Carefully sealing the delicate bloom inside the envelope, she fiercely prays the sweet scent of spring reaches him safely. The meticulously crafted letter embarks on a massive journey, carrying the enduring warmth of the festival far away across the kingdom. Sometime later, Hortensia bursts violently into the room, screaming in pure shock that her brother has been accepted into the prestigious Black Heron Order. Pamela gasps in sheer awe, loudly noting that the Black Heron Order is an ultra-elite division rivaling the legendary White Hawk Order. Thrilled by the massive news, they animatedly discuss the legendary, secretive nature of the elite order that only accepts the absolute top graduates. Recalling her past life, Hortensia realizes her brother has always been a hard-working genius, deeply impressed by his incredible, world-shaking achievement. The sheer weight of his monumental success fills her entire being with a surging sense of fierce familial pride. Clutching the news tightly to her chest, she eagerly anticipates his imminent and highly awaited return to their sprawling estate. Breaking her deep reverie, Hortensia notices she is looking deeply troubled and immediately demands to know what is wrong. Pushing herself up with a soft grunt of effort, she decisively prepares to head out and investigate. Deciding she needs some fresh air to clear her head, Hortensia casually announces she is going for a short walk outside. Waving off her companion's strict offer to escort her to the garden, Hortensia excitedly requests that a grand tea time be prepared for her brother's glorious arrival. The opening scene remains quiet and devoid of text, setting a somber tone for what is to come. The eerie silence stretches on, letting the heavy atmosphere settle completely over the landscape. Hortensia stares blankly ahead, dread creeping in as she realizes her 14th birthday is rapidly approaching. A cold sweat breaks across her skin as she realizes the exact day of her death from her previous life is drawing closer and closer. A sudden, sharp noise pierces the quiet air, startling her from her grim reflections. Gripping her trembling hands, she desperately hopes that simply staying hidden away will protect her from experiencing that suffocating fear ever again. She tries to convince herself that her father and brother will be perfectly fine without her. In fact, she bitterly reasons that her cursed presence might only serve to hold her beloved family back. Despite her best efforts to stay positive, she simply cannot stop these dark, self-deprecating thoughts from poisoning her mind. Lost in a sea of overwhelming doubt, she mutters aloud, completely unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, a blinding, ethereal light erupts before her eyes, making her gasp in utter shock. The blinding flash causes immense panic, prompting someone to urgently shout out to Shia to ensure she is unharmed. As the radiant light fades, a majestic voice addresses Hortensia by name, warmly noting how long it has been since their last encounter. Hortensia's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she gasps at the divine figure of the goddess manifesting directly before her. Chaos erupts among the companions as they scramble in bewilderment, shouting frantically for Tyrol at the sight of the sudden apparition. A companion desperately restrains their pet from attacking while the group realizes with total shock that they are standing before a literal deity. Completely unbothered by the frantic commotion, the ethereal goddess merely offers a soft, amused chuckle. Smiling warmly, the goddess praises Hortensia's impressive growth while gently teasing her for failing to properly utilize the divine blessing bestowed upon her. Flustered and groaning awkwardly, Hortensia frantically defends herself by stammering that the blessing's vague nature makes it nearly impossible to know when to use it. Struggling to string a coherent sentence together under the deity's knowing gaze, Hortensia weakly insists she has been trying to find a proper use for the gift. Hortensia breaks into a nervous sweat as she realizes she cannot possibly admit she had practically forgotten the divine blessing even existed. Cutting through the tension, the goddess softly calls Hortensia's name once more as the atmosphere turns instantly serious. Hovering gracefully, the radiant deity reveals she has descended specifically to offer crucial guidance to a soul who has entirely lost her way. Pointing to herself in confusion, Hortensia questions why someone as insignificant as her would require direct celestial intervention. The goddess nods solemnly, her glowing eyes locking onto the girl as she confirms Hortensia is the sole focus of this divine mission. The atmosphere shatters as the goddess delivers a terrifying warning that the demon god's reach is closing in on Hortensia's beloved family. Completely blindsided by the horrific news, Hortensia lets out a high-pitched gasp of pure shock. Recalling her past kidnapping by the cult, she desperately tries to reassure herself that her powerful brother already annihilated that threat. Shattering her hope, the goddess delivers a soul-crushing blow by stating the demon god has now shifted its murderous focus directly onto her brother. The goddess outlines the entity's horrific plan to possess her brother's body and use his immense power to plunge the world into absolute darkness. Utterly horrified, Hortensia trembles while whispering in raw denial of the nightmarish fate awaiting her sibling. Gazing down with sorrow, the goddess acknowledges the unfair burden before preparing to deliver a final, ultimate ultimatum. The divine entity makes it crystal clear that Hortensia is the one and only person capable of saving Gerard from his dark doom. Having delivered her message, the goddess begins to dissipate into the air while leaving behind a final plea for Hortensia to make the right choice. Snapping out of her shock, Hortensia reaches out frantically and screams for the deity to wait for more answers. The ethereal light scatters into thousands of particles, leaving the clearing in an oppressive and heavy silence. A profound shift overtakes Hortensia as her blinding fear slowly morphs into an unbreakable, burning determination. The thought of her precious family being slaughtered violently overrides her previous cowardice as she processes the dark god's threat. Clenching her fists, she turns sharply to Tyrol and firmly declares she has finally made her absolute decision. Locking her gaze on the horizon, Hortensia chooses to stop running and vows to return straight into the jaws of danger at the royal capital. All lingering doubts are incinerated as she screams her conviction to the sky, swearing to save her father and brother at any cost. Sometime later, the clatter of carriage wheels signals their approach as the towering city structures finally pierce the horizon. The sprawling, majestic skyline of the royal capital dominates the view, bustling with an intimidating level of energy. Gazing out the window, Hortensia whispers a breathless greeting to the city she once fled as she officially begins her mission. Staring at the passing streets, she softly wonders how many agonizing years it has been since she last set foot in this place. Despite their steady stream of letters, a wave of suffocating nervousness grips her at the thought of facing her family again. Suddenly, a chilling and suppressed memory bubbles to the surface, bringing a cold realization of a familiar feeling. The crushing anxiety feels horrifyingly identical to the terror she experienced during her previous, doomed life when she first entered the estate. She remembers being so paralyzed by panic back then that it relentlessly pushed her into making countless, irreversible mistakes. Hortensia grimly reflects that her failure to connect with her household during her first life paved the way to her gruesome end. Shaking off the dark phantoms of her past, she steels her resolve and hopes she has grown enough to forge a better path this time. Reflecting on the situation, Hortensia realizes that the true challenge is only just beginning. She steels her resolve for the daunting path ahead. Recalling the goddess's revelation, she notes that imminent danger is rapidly approaching her brother and father. Without a guide to dictate her actions, she resolves to forge her own way forward. She vows to protect both her father and brother no matter the cost. Arriving safely at the estate, a warm voice welcomes Hortensia home. Catching sight of a familiar figure, she eagerly calls out to her waiting father. Rushing forward with bright enthusiasm, she joyfully announces her return to him. Her father speaks her name with deep affection, formally welcoming her back to the household. He notes that monopolizing her any longer will make someone else angry, expressing his profound relief at her safe return. Her father reveals that Gerard has also been eagerly anticipating her arrival. The mention of Gerard's name immediately shifts the focus of the conversation. A quiet pause settles over the room as the weight of her brother's presence takes hold. Hortensia takes a brief moment to brace herself for the impending encounter. Staring directly at her grown-up brother, she recalls the version of him from her first life. Confronted by him in person, she freely admits just how intimidating he truly is. Trying to steady her racing heart, she reminds herself of the countless letters they exchanged while apart. She reflects on the genuine, undeniable bond they have meticulously built together over time. Despite acknowledging their stronger relationship, a lingering, icy sense of fear still grips her. Anxiety spirals as she worries he might suddenly treat her with his agonizing old coldness. Breaking the suffocating tension, Gerard lets out a low, ambiguous hum. He bluntly remarks that she is much smaller than he previously remembered. Caught entirely off guard, Hortensia reels backward in immediate, indignant shock at his comment. A massive wave of relief washes over her as she realizes their bonded past wasn't an illusion. A heavy silence briefly follows her sudden outburst of shock before she regains her composure. Puffing up in defiance, she fiercely insists that she has grown properly and isn't small, though Gerard teasingly dismisses it as a mere rounding error. Squirming under his grip, she blames his excessive height and loudly demands he stop squishing her head before she shrinks further. Instead of arguing back, Gerard simply offers another quiet, thoughtful hum. Sometime later, the mood shifts as her father seriously asks if she is certain about her decision. Hortensia confidently confirms her firm intention to participate in the upcoming debutante ball. The narrative notes that an official debut recognizes noble ladies as adults, forcing their earnest entry into social circles. Admitting her lingering fears, she simultaneously refuses to spend the rest of her life running away. Slashing through the moment, Gerard bluntly declares that it is still far too soon for her to debut. She instantly fires back, fiercely declaring herself to already be a proper, capable lady. Her father sighs and concedes, promising not to stop her if her mind is truly made up. Despite yielding, he sternly advises her to think critically before finalizing her choices. He reminds her that debuting will strip away her status of recovering in the territory, turning her into a full-fledged noblewoman. Issuing a dire warning, he notes that marriage proposals and social invitations will inevitably pour in more than ever. He demands to know if she is truly ready to face each challenge sincerely and entirely on her own. Meeting his intense gaze without flinching, Hortensia firmly promises that she will be fine. Solidifying her internal fortress, she affirms to herself that she is genuinely prepared for the future. She reflects on how her biggest goal used to be simply surviving her destined execution. Acknowledging her immense growth, she realizes that mere survival is no longer her only focus. She fiercely vows to protect both her brother and father alongside herself. Fully embracing her transformation, she confidently promises to handle everything properly this time around. A brief pause hangs in the air following her passionate, unyielding declaration. Finding her words deeply reassuring, her father asks Gerard for his thoughts, to which he briefly agrees. Gerard abruptly shifts his focus, directly calling out to Hortensia to grab her undivided attention. Pinned by his stare, she remembers how that exact, chilling look used to nearly stop her heart in the past. Swallowing her fear, she tentatively asks her brother if something is wrong. Maintaining his stone-cold expression, Gerard bluntly informs her that they need to talk. He follows up his heavy demand by formally requesting she accompany him for a private walk in the garden. Stepping out into the grand estate, the siblings silently begin their private walk together. Agreeing to the outing, Gerard simply nods and offers a quiet affirmation. Suddenly, Hortensia lets out a startled gasp as she is unexpectedly swept entirely off her feet. Gerard effortlessly lifts her high into his arms, carrying her with the ease of holding a small child. Flustered and blushing furiously, she desperately protests that she is no longer a little kid. Completely unfazed by her embarrassment, Gerard calmly states that there is absolutely no problem with the arrangement. As she squirms and squeaks in his iron grip, he sharply warns her to hold still before she falls. Resting against his broad chest, Hortensia reflects on her brother's highly unusual and overbearing demeanor. Despite his odd behavior, she quietly wonders if this unapologetic bluntness is secretly one of his good traits. She admits to herself that his intense, protective nature is undoubtedly quite unusual. Carrying her effortlessly through the lush pathways, Gerard brings her to a stunning viewing spot in the gardens. Her eyes widen in absolute awe as she takes in the breathtaking, illuminated sight before them. Radiant, glowing blooms completely illuminate the evening garden with a magical and ethereal light. Gazing out at the mesmerizing scenery, she softly murmurs her sheer amazement at its beauty. Gerard glances down at her awestruck face, silently preparing to address the real reason for their walk. Breaking the peaceful silence, he directly questions if she has finally changed her mind. Caught completely off guard, she questions what he means, prompting him to clarify that he is asking about her social debut. She stares back up at him, fully absorbing the heavy weight of his sudden interrogation. Setting a deadly serious tone, Gerard states that he intends to be perfectly clear with her. He bitterly warns her that high society is a glittering facade filled with vipers who only desire to use and crush others. He harshly reminds her that the nobles know about her past kidnapping by the demon god cult and will exploit her lingering trauma to get close. Darkening his expression, he viciously promises to eliminate anyone who dares to try such underhanded tactics on sight. Listening to his terrifying threat, Hortensia simply looks up at him without a single trace of fear. Instead of recoiling, a soft smile touches her lips as she earnestly calls him incredibly kind. Scoffing at her genuine compliment, Gerard bluntly tells her she is blind and seriously needs to work on her perception. Chuckling softly at his prickly response, she brushes off his cynical concerns with a light-hearted laugh. Radiating sheer confidence, she fiercely declares that everything will be absolutely fine. Boasting about Annabelle's strict tutoring, she promises to flawlessly execute all the proper high society manners when the time comes. Pausing for a brief moment, her bright expression softens into something far more vulnerable and sincere. She explains her true desire to debut, noting that high society officially recognizes a noble lady as a true adult once she is formally introduced. Pressing her hands gently against his chest, she prepares to share her deepest and most personal motivation. Looking directly into his eyes, she admits her desperate wish to finally be recognized as a real, undeniable member of their family. Gerard physically tenses, completely silenced by the raw emotional weight of her sudden confession. He quietly repeats her words, slowly processing what it truly means to be considered part of the family. Instantly, dark memories from her past life bleed into Hortensia's mind, echoing his old and cruel insults. She remembers how he once called her a disgrace to the ducal house and coldly stated he never considered her a sister. Pushing through the haunting curses of her first life, she acknowledges that she was once the only one dreaming of a true family bond. Staring up at his face, she resolves to keep believing in him despite the lingering, icy shadows of the past. She fiercely clings to the hope that their relationship is genuinely different and stronger this time around. Reaching out emotionally, she desperately wants to fully trust the fragile connection they have built. Banishing the phantom of his past cruelty, she chooses to wholeheartedly believe in the protective brother standing right in front of her. Gerard finally breaks the heavy silence, his stoic expression softening considerably as he gazes down at her. He gently corrects her phrasing, firmly stating that she isn't just a part of the family, but is family itself. Tears prick the corners of Hortensia's eyes as his unwavering, absolute validation washes completely over her. Leaving no room for doubt, he declares her a true member of House Verret, an undeniable family to both him and their father. Exhaling a soft breath, he playfully reminds her that he has already told her this exact same thing many times before. Overwhelmed by his quiet warmth, a genuine and watery smile finally breaks across her glowing face. Beaming up at him with absolute trust, she sincerely thanks her brother from the bottom of her heart. Promising to do her absolute best, she passionately vows never to bring shame to him or their noble father. As she boldly declares her intention to make her debut dazzling, Gerard simply chuckles and affectionately calls her as reckless as always. Reminding her brother not to overwork, Hortensia notes with concern that his eyes look tired lately. The highly anticipated day of the grand debutante ball finally arrives. The massive double doors loom ahead as quiet anticipation builds within the corridor. Fussing over her elegant appearance, Hortensia anxiously asks her peers if she looks strange and wonders if she can execute the dances properly. An attendant politely guides her to a designated waiting area before the ceremony begins. Stepping into the staging room, she offers a final word of profound thanks to her guide. Taking a deep, bracing breath, she prepares her mind for the intense social battlefield ahead. Making her grand entrance, she confidently introduces herself to the room as Hortensia of House Verret. Scanning the assembly, she warmly addresses her fellow debutantes with hopes of building harmonious relationships. The surrounding aristocrats watch her closely, murmuring among themselves as they assess the striking newcomer. Eager young nobles quickly swarm her, tripping over themselves to express their immense honor at making her acquaintance. Inwardly cheering her flawless performance, Hortensia breathes a sigh of relief that no humiliating missteps have occurred yet. Masking her internal panic, she nervously prays her trembling legs aren't betraying her hidden anxiety. Despite having experienced this exact event in a past life, she knows this ball will critically impact her future and cannot help feeling terrified. Overhearing whispers identifying her as a former potential bride for the prince, she resolves to make a stellar impression while she still has the chance. Another noblewoman approaches, prompting Hortensia's internal realization that she must build strong political allies immediately. Caught slightly off guard, she graciously acknowledges the eager peers calling out her distinguished name. The gossiping nobles nod along, proudly confirming their deep awareness of her prestigious lineage. Pivoting smoothly, she charms a noble from House Michelet by showering praise upon their famous estate tea leaves. Blushing with absolute pride, the Michelet noble is utterly thrilled to receive such high praise from the mighty House Verret. Retreating gracefully from the dense conversation, Hortensia internally thanks her rigorous academic sessions with Constant. She reflects on her intense tutoring, which she endured solely to become a valuable asset to her beloved father and brother. Her flawless memory serves her well as she expertly recalls vast details regarding the nation's history and the specific specialties of every noble house. Effortlessly working the room, she charms Lady Debord with botanical inquiries and flatters House Diffort over their legendary wartime heroics. Beaming with feigned delight, she encourages a young noblewoman who proudly assists in her father's academic research. The relentless socializing continues as she expertly navigates the glittering sea of high society aristocrats. Escaping the crowd for a brief moment, her charming facade drops as absolute spiritual exhaustion washes over her. Slumping slightly in the shadows, she desperately wonders if she possesses enough physical energy to survive the upcoming dance. Reviewing the strict débutante traditions, she notes that a male relative or fiancé must serve as a young lady's crucial first escort. Comforted by the thought of her father, she trusts his experienced lead will guide her flawlessly across the ballroom floor. A stern announcement echoes through the hall, signaling that the time for the grand dance has finally arrived. Squealing with sheer delight, the young ladies gather their skirts and eagerly move toward the main ballroom. With a final bracing breath, Hortensia steps out of the shadows to face the booming music. Panic temporarily spikes in her chest as she fiercely prays to avoid any humiliating missteps on the grand stage. The vast, glittering ballroom opens up before the dazzling array of waiting débutantes. Standing poised at the top of the grand staircase, Hortensia nervously scans the dense crowd below. Elegant gentlemen line the perimeter of the polished dance floor, waiting patiently to claim their respective partners. Expectant eyes turn toward the stairs as the débutantes prepare to descend into the brilliant spotlight. Her confident facade shatters instantly as she desperately searches the unfamiliar crowd for her missing father. A sudden rustle of heavy fabric catches her attention from the dark edge of the staircase. Shock freezes her completely as an entirely unexpected figure steps gracefully into the light. A tall, distinguished young man steps forward, fixing his intense gaze upon her. Excited gasps ripple through the noble crowd as the striking gentleman commands the room's undivided attention. Complete bewilderment violently strikes Hortensia as she realizes her brother Gerard is standing before her instead of their father. Gazing up at her with an unreadable expression, he patiently offers himself as her official escort. Wild theories spin through her panicked mind as she tries to rationalize his sudden, unexplained appearance at the ball. Hearing the swooning whispers of the surrounding ladies, she suddenly fears he might have secretly gotten engaged while she was isolated in the territory. Frantically connecting the dots, she realizes his mature age makes a sudden high-profile engagement entirely plausible. As she silently freaks out over his potential secret fiancé, he casually asks if he forgot to mention his arrival. Utterly lost in the sheer chaos of the moment, Hortensia stares blankly ahead, completely bewildered by the unfolding drama. A profound sense of unease washes over Hortensia as she frantically questions the source of her sinking feeling. She darkly suspects her surging anxiety stems from her brother deliberately hiding a crucial piece of information from her. Attempting to forcefully rationalize her growing panic, she desperately searches her mind for a logical explanation. Her spiraling, chaotic thoughts are abruptly shattered by Gerard's calm voice calling out to her from the shadows. Noticeably concerned by her pale complexion, he steps closer and quietly asks if she is feeling unwell. She stares back at him in stunned silence while her overwhelmed brain frantically tries to process his sudden appearance. Heavy tension thickens the air as the two siblings lock eyes in the dimly lit, opulent corridor. Masking her internal shock with a nervous, stammering laugh, she fakes a bright smile and calls their unexpected meeting a massive coincidence. Gerard openly questions her bizarre, erratic reaction as she loudly claims she never expected to run into him there. Trembling slightly, she hesitantly asks whose escort he is playing tonight, to which he bluntly replies that he is exclusively hers. He holds her gaze steadily, completely unfazed by her sheer, unadulterated bewilderment. Her jaw drops slightly as her brain effectively short-circuits at the stunning, game-changing revelation. She silently mouths his words, entirely unable to comprehend the impossible reality of the current situation. Absolute, paralyzing shock strikes her as the truth finally sinks in that her own brother is her official debutante escort. Gerard smoothly explains he is directly stepping in for their father and casually asks if she somehow missed the official memo. Panic tightly grips her chest as she frantically wonders how such a vital, life-altering message got completely lost. Piecing the twisted puzzle together, she realizes her scheming father intentionally hid the truth to prevent a preemptive panic attack. Intense frustration boils beneath her elegant facade as she silently curses her father for orchestrating such a cruel, unnecessary surprise. Nearby nobles begin to murmur in absolute awe, astonished that the mighty Lord Verrill actually graced the event with his presence. Forcing herself to breathe naturally, Hortensia violently wrestles her anxiety down and commands herself to remain perfectly calm. She takes deep, deliberate breaths to firmly ground herself before stepping into the impending social storm. Plastering on a flawless, radiant smile, she sweetly declares how genuinely thrilled she is to have him as her escort. Gerard quietly observes her sudden, dramatic shift in demeanor with a completely unreadable, piercing expression. Accepting her cheerful facade without pushing for further explanation, he simply nods in calm acknowledgement. A sudden, captivating brilliance seems to wash over him as he stands tall and confident in the grand corridor. Blinking in pure, unfiltered confusion, Hortensia notices a literal glowing aura radiating from his elegant figure. She stares openly, entirely mesmerized by his unexpectedly dashing and perfectly refined appearance. A wild, entirely unexpected theory suddenly crosses her rapidly racing mind. She genuinely wonders if her stoic, serious brother secretly enjoys attending these glamorous ballroom events. Digging deep into the tragic memories of her past life, she realizes she never once witnessed him taking a lady's hand for a dance. Despite the sheer absurdity of the thought, she speculates that he might actually harbor a hidden passion for dancing. The surrounding noblewomen swoon dramatically over Lord Gerard, whispering excitedly about how radiant and wonderful he looks standing beside her. The booming voice of the announcer loudly commands the room's attention while onlookers marvel at the siblings, comparing them to a flawless painting. The heavy, suffocating anticipation reaches its absolute peak as the final preparations conclude. Gerard sharply breaks the trance, firmly telling her that it is finally time to move forward. Gathering her fractured courage, she dutifully agrees and prepares to step directly into the blinding spotlight. Side by side, the striking siblings march confidently toward the grand, imposing entrance. A dark shadow crosses her mind as she vividly remembers this exact stage once paved the brutal way to her death. Steeling her fierce resolve, she fiercely promises herself that history will absolutely not repeat itself tonight. Her fractured confidence forcefully returns as she relies heavily on the towering, protective presence of her brother walking beside her. They boldly breach the threshold, stepping together into the dazzling, overwhelming light of the main hall. The massive ballroom aggressively stretches out before them, glittering with opulent chandeliers and an endless sea of wealthy aristocrats. An abrupt, chilling shift in the atmosphere instantly snaps her to high alert. A wave of sickeningly familiar dread washes over her, instantly spiking her blood pressure and freezing her in place. She slowly looks up, her wide eyes locking onto the terrifying source of the deeply oppressive aura. A highly distinguished and deeply intimidating figure silently commands the space directly ahead of her. Pure, unadulterated terror strikes her heart as she instantly recognizes the formidable Prince Victor standing ominously in the crowd. Frantically fighting down a rising panic attack, she forcefully commands herself to stay calm, knowing that losing her composure will only trigger a fatal mistake. Anchoring herself firmly to reality, she finds immense comfort in knowing her fiercely protective brother is right by her side to face the threat. Reflecting on the tragic failures of her first life, she bitterly recalls how she never fit into this ruthless world and spent her days constantly running away. Reflecting on her second life, she recalled the unexpected and terrifying moment she was kidnapped by the demon god cult. Despite the trauma of her past life execution, she attempted to rejoin society but was forced back into hiding after crossing paths with the man responsible, Prince Victor. Uncertainty gnawed at her, yet she realized that abandoning her father and brother for her own safety was a regret she could never endure. Steeling her resolve, she mentally prepared herself to face the daunting trials that awaited her in the capital. Boldly declaring her return to the battlefield of high society, she stepped forward with unwavering determination to navigate the treacherous noble schemes. Shedding her former naivety, she vowed to never again be the easily deceived fool of her past and took pride in the person she had become. To survive this ruthless world and protect her family at any cost, she swore that her upcoming social debut must be an absolute success. The grand ballroom loomed before them as an intimidating battleground of whispers and dazzling lights. Watching her brother prepare for the dance, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. She realized she had never actually seen him dance before and wondered if he would struggle. Pondering the situation, she tried to picture her composed brother stumbling awkwardly on the dance floor but found it completely impossible to imagine. Breaking her train of thought, he suddenly turned toward her with a silent, questioning gaze. A tense silence hung in the air as they locked eyes. Leaning in slightly, her brother calmly asked if she was feeling nervous. Startled by his sudden inquiry, she let out a tiny, embarrassed gasp. Flustered and waving her hands frantically, she hastily assured him she was perfectly fine. Sensing her panic, he gently pressed again to see if she was truly all right. She nervously adjusted her posture, trying desperately to regain her composure under his watchful gaze. Stealing a quick glance at his stoic expression, panic set in as she wondered if she had somehow made him angry. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, letting out a soft, resigned sigh. Opening his eyes, his gaze softened into a reassuring, focused stare. In a steady, commanding voice, he instructed her to pay no attention to the whispering crowd surrounding them. Radiating absolute confidence, he promised that as long as she left everything to him, there would be no problems at all. A warm flush of realization spread across her face as his comforting words sank in. Staring at him in awe, she finally understood that beneath his cold exterior, he was genuinely worried about her. Nodding with newfound trust, she softly agreed and told him she would be counting on his lead. He offered a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk as he prepared to guide her onto the floor. She playfully boasted in her mind about her growing ability to read his subtle emotions. She confidently joked that she would easily earn certification if a brother proficiency exam existed. As they stepped onto the dance floor, he effortlessly swept her into the rhythm of the waltz. Following his flawless lead, she couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly skilled he was at dancing. Watching his graceful movements, she was struck by the realization that her brother truly excelled at absolutely everything. Despite her immense admiration, a sudden wave of intimidation crept up on her. Blushing furiously, she panicked internally at just how breathtakingly close his face was to hers. Struggling to maintain her composure, she was overwhelmed by the sheer beauty of his striking features. Gazing into his eyes, she silently declared his flawless face to be an absolute national treasure. Memories of her past life surfaced, reminding her that while she always found him beautiful, his terrifying aura had previously kept her from ever meeting his gaze head-on. Now seeing him up close, she marveled that his ethereal beauty looked like a direct blessing from the gods themselves. She knew without a doubt that his captivating looks alone were enough to steal anyone's heart. Combining his unmatched skills in swordsmanship and intellect with their kingdom's highest noble lineage, he was the pinnacle of perfection. Scanning the ballroom, she realized every eligible lady present must have their sights firmly set on him, knowing no one would ignore a man of his caliber. Accepting this as a natural fact, she assumed he must already be drowning in countless marriage proposals. Anxiety flares in her chest as she realizes it is only a matter of time before he becomes truly engaged to someone else, a thought that deeply unsettles her despite their past misunderstandings. Lost in her swirling thoughts, she missed a step and her foot abruptly slipped. Panic erupted as she let out a sharp gasp, feeling her balance vanish completely as she plummeted forward. Time seemed to slow down as gravity pulled her helplessly toward the unforgiving marble floor. In a flash of motion, her brother's arm shot out to intercept her terrifying descent. With effortless strength, he firmly caught her waist, stopping her fall instantly. Pulling her securely against his chest, he stabilized them both without missing a single beat of the music. She clung to his shoulder, her heart pounding wildly in her chest from the near disaster. Catching her breath, she looked up with wide eyes and softly thanked him for the rescue. Staring down at her with his usual stoic expression, he bluntly advised her to work on her core strength. Letting out a resigned sigh, she mentally chuckled at how typical that response was for him and weakly agreed to focus on her core. Hortensia reflected that thanks to her brother, she felt strangely lighter. The crushing anxiety of the ballroom began to fade away. She confidently assured herself that even if she stumbled, Gerard would always be there to catch her. His steady presence anchored her chaotic thoughts. Smiling warmly, she gazed up at her brother with an overwhelming sense of renewed trust. She knew she was finally safe in his protective shadow. Suddenly, a swarm of eager nobles descended upon her, praising her magnificent dance. They desperately asked if she remembered them from past estate visits. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Hortensia nervously turned to face the growing, chaotic crowd. She desperately tried to maintain her composed facade. The nobles relentlessly pressed closer, trapping her in a suffocating circle. They aggressively insisted they had someone incredibly important to introduce to her. Voices overlapped in a frantic frenzy as they shamelessly pitched their relatives' nephews, sons, and musical prodigies were thrown at her for consideration. Swallowing hard, Hortensia realized with rising panic that she had unwittingly walked right into a massive matchmaking ambush. The sheer aggression of the nobility caught her entirely off guard. Pondering her dire predicament, she frantically weighed her limited options. She wondered if securing an engagement with someone else was the only true way to avoid Prince Victor. Although a political engagement might offer protection, her heart instantly rejected the idea. She simply could not stomach a future where she was separated from her beloved family. Steeling her resolve, she pushed the desperate thoughts away. She decided it would be terribly rude to enter a sacred engagement with such half-hearted, selfish feelings. Suddenly, a strange noble interrupted her thoughts, formally greeting her as the esteemed Lady Hortensia of House Verit. His sudden appearance snapped her back to reality. The man smoothly complimented her graceful dancing, claiming he could not take his eyes off her beautiful movements. He shamelessly compared her elegance to a butterfly in flight. Without waiting for a proper response, he boldly asked for the honor of the next dance. Before she could react, he aggressively seized her fragile hand. Startled by his sheer audacity, Hortensia froze in absolute shock. She internally screamed in panic that he was already holding her hand without a shred of consent. Desperately trying to remain polite, she frantically searched her racing mind. She needed to find a graceful, inoffensive way to immediately turn him down. Letting out a sharp, terrified gasp, she stumbled forward. The forceful man had abruptly yanked her away from her safe spot. Ignoring her desperate pleas to wait, the pushy noble forcefully dragged her. He callously pulled her toward the crowded, chaotic dance floor. Suddenly, a massive, intimidating shadow loomed ominously over the aggressive noble. The temperature in the room seemed to drop instantaneously. The pushy man froze in absolute terror as a dark, suffocating aura completely enveloped him. He slowly turned to face the towering monster behind him. Gerard gripped the noble's shoulder with bone-crushing force. His piercing eyes radiated pure, unadulterated murderous intent. The overwhelming, silent pressure of Gerard's wrath completely paralyzed the surrounding crowd. Everyone watched the terrifying standoff in absolute silence. Trembling slightly under the terrifying glare, Hortensia could only stare. She watched as her beloved brother became the sheer embodiment of pure intimidation. Gerard coldly broke the silence with a chilling declaration. He swore he could never entrust his sister to a pathetic man who forcefully dragged her away without consent. The pushy noble shrieked in absolute terror, his arrogant facade shattering completely. He scrambled frantically to escape the impending, crushing doom. Begging pathetically for forgiveness, the terrified man cowardly blamed his lack of manners on his countryside upbringing. Without looking back, he sprinted desperately out of sight. Watching the man run for his life, Hortensia let out a shaky breath. She silently marveled at the sheer, incredible power of her brother's intimidation aura. However, panic quickly set in as she surveyed the silent room. She realized the grand ballroom had descended into a tense, battlefield-like silence. Just as the awkwardness reached its absolute peak, a cheerful voice echoed through the hall. The booming sound instantly broke the suffocating tension. Stepping smoothly into the crowd, the Duke took control of the situation. He playfully diffused the fear by loudly asking for the whereabouts of his lovely princess. Walking up to her with a warm, fatherly smile, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. He proudly praised Hortensia for looking absolutely wonderful on her special day. Raising his commanding voice, the Duke addressed the entire ballroom. He graciously thanked everyone for gathering to celebrate his beloved daughter's grand debut. He masterfully played off the tense incident, masking his son's murderous rage with a joke. He claimed Gerard's overly strict standards stemmed from an adorable inability to be gentle with his sister. Breathing a massive sigh of relief, Hortensia relaxed her tense shoulders. She deeply admired her father's flawless ability to instantly lighten the heavy, awkward mood. Seizing the perfect, momentary distraction, She slipped away from the center of attention. She decided it was finally time to put her hidden, mystical abilities to the test. Concentrating deeply, she silently activated the goddess's blessing. She tuned her senses to meticulously eavesdrop on the hushed whispers of the massive crowd. Snippets of noble conversation immediately flooded her mind. She listened as they discussed Gerard's clear doting nature and rapidly identified the prestigious Verret family. Relieved by the overwhelmingly positive chatter, she let out a steadying breath. She tentatively considered her debut a fragile, hard-won success. She shuddered violently at the dark thought of failure. She knew that ruining this critical social debut could have easily meant her absolute downfall. Suddenly, a cruel, piercing whisper cut through the positive chatter. The venomous voice viciously branded her as nothing more than a lowly, illegitimate child. Vicious voices schemed about using her as a cheap ticket to fortune. They openly mocked her supposed superiority and swore she would soon learn her proper place. The gossip mercilessly twisted the painful knife into her deepest insecurities. They cruelly labeled her as the damaged, broken girl who had been kidnapped by the horrific demon god cult. Gripping her elegant dress tightly, Hortensia desperately ordered her racing heart to calm down. She commanded herself to ignore the venomous, ignorant words. She frantically tried to rationalize the sharp emotional pain tearing through her chest. She constantly reminded herself that she had fully expected malicious people to weaponize her past trauma. Despite her thorough, logical mental preparation, the cruel reality of being called damaged was overwhelming. The harsh whispers tore mercilessly at her fragile, healing heart. A suffocating wave of deep despair washed over her trembling frame. She tragically wondered if her cursed fate was truly impossible to change. Fighting back hot, stinging tears, she fiercely scolded herself. She felt pathetic for letting such predictable, petty malice hurt her so deeply. She realized with bitter, crushing clarity that outward appearances were simply not enough. No amount of social refinement could easily forge a truly resilient, unbreakable heart. A dark, insidious thought crept into her fragile, exhausted mind. It violently whispered that she would always be seen as irreparably tainted by the cult. A sudden, sharp pain throbbed intensely in her heavy head. The crushing weight of society's unforgiving judgment threatened to swallow her completely into the dark. The young lady reflects on the harsh reality of noble society. She knows deeply that deception and manipulation are everyday occurrences. She reminds herself of her solemn duty to maintain a composed smile. A true lady must perfectly conceal her true feelings from the judging world. Forcing her expression into a polite mask, she steels her resolve. She silently commands herself to keep smiling through the intense pressure. Reassured by her own flawless facade, she breathes a small sigh of relief. She remains convinced that no one has noticed her inner turmoil. She stands quietly amidst the bustling crowd. Despite her youth, she expertly maintains her flawless aristocratic poise. The grand ballroom swirls around her in a dizzying display of wealth. Whispered secrets and judging eyes surround her on all sides. Suddenly, a commanding presence breaks through the sea of nobles. The atmosphere shifts entirely as a familiar figure approaches. Her brother steps forward with undeniable authority. His sharp gaze cuts through the crowded room to lock directly onto her. Caught completely off guard, she flinches in shock. She frantically wonders what just happened to draw his attention. Panic sets in as her thoughts race out of control. She desperately tries to figure out if she accidentally committed a terrible breach of manners. He steps closer without a word. His imposing figure casts a protective shadow over her trembling form. Turning his attention away from his anxious sister, he addresses their father. He speaks with a sharp, commanding tone. Taking complete charge of the situation, he dismisses pleasantries. He calmly informs their father that he is taking her away to rest for a while. Without waiting for a rebuttal, he takes action. He gently but firmly guides her away from the stifling ballroom floor. Bewildered by the sudden extraction, she agonizes over the failure. She cannot fathom how her perfectly crafted facade cracked so completely. A bittersweet realization washes over her racing mind. She understands that only her beloved brother could see right through her flawless mask. They retreat into a quiet, secluded hallway. The overwhelming noise and pressure of high society are left far behind them. He smoothly excuses their abrupt departure to a passing noble. He claims effortlessly that her very first ball simply proved too nerve-wracking. Turning back to her, he offers a deeply reassuring look. He urges her to finally drop her heavy guard and rest at ease. Stammering a grateful agreement, she yields to his protection. She obediently follows him deeper into the quiet sanctuary. He carefully guides her to a plush, comfortable seat. He ensures she is completely removed from any prying aristocratic eyes. She finally allows herself to exhale properly. The immense tension slowly bleeds out of her shoulders as the crushing weight lifts. He silently offers her a delicate crystal glass. His usually stern expression softens into a look of genuine concern. Accepting the drink with a small, surprised gasp, she looks up. She bows her head slightly and thanks him earnestly for his care. She takes a tentative sip of the golden liquid, her eyes light up in mild surprise as she notes how delicious it tastes. He casually explains the nature of the beverage to ease her mind. He assures her the apple wine is barely stronger than juice and perfectly safe to drink. A faint blush creeps across her cheeks as a soft giggle escapes her. She realizes with amusement that she just drank alcohol for the very first time. He sternly warns her to get used to alcohol if she plans to enter society. He notes it is a necessary skill to prevent getting dead drunk and embarrassing herself. A comfortable, familiar silence settles between the two siblings. She cradles the glass gently while processing his highly practical advice. The adrenaline of the evening entirely fades away. Exhaustion finally catches up to her, prompting a small, unguarded yawn. He watches her relaxed posture with a quiet intensity. His sharp features soften further as the healthy color slowly returns to her face. Noting the visible change in her demeanor, he finally speaks up. He points out with quiet relief that her complexion is looking significantly better. Surprised by his intense, unbroken observation, she stiffens slightly. She lets out a soft gasp and meets his steady, searching gaze. He leans forward, his expression darkening into absolute seriousness. He recalls her ghost-like pallor and demands to know what exactly happened to upset her. She hesitates, her mind flooded with terrifying doubts. She fears that revealing the ugly truth might cause him to look upon her with deep disappointment. Gathering her courage, she anchors herself in their shared past. She remembers their childhood promise to share both their happiest moments and their deepest sorrows equally. Lowering her gaze to her lap, she finally surrenders the truth. She confesses quietly that she overheard some cruel whispers just a little while ago. Her voice trembles as she reveals the devastating rumor being spread. She recounts the venomous claims that the girl kidnapped by the demon god's cult is now forever tainted. The temperature in the room seems to plummet. Instantly her brother freezes in place, completely consumed by pure shock. A dark, terrifying shadow falls heavily over his eyes. He demands to know exactly who on earth dared to utter such vile poison. He cuts his own sentence off before he can finish it. His voice drips with lethal intent as he vows total destruction upon anyone who speaks ill of her. Feeling his overwhelming, suffocating killing intent, panic grips her heart. She realizes that naming the culprits would result in their immediate and violent erasure. Waving her hands frantically in the air, she quickly lies to diffuse his rage. She stammers that she only overheard the vicious gossip in passing and never saw their faces. His murderous aura remains barely restrained beneath the surface. He coldly orders her to tell him immediately if she ever discovers their identities so he can handle them. She shivers internally at his ominous phrasing. She is absolutely certain that his version of dealing with them involves merciless, unquestionable violence. Forcing her brightest, most reassuring smile, she waves off his deadly concern. She insists passionately that she is completely fine and unbothered. Slowly, her forced smile softens into a look of quiet, mature resignation. She admits the cruel whispers merely served as a harsh but necessary reminder of reality. She steels her resolve against the brutal truth of their station. She acknowledges that the aristocratic world she is entering is a cold battlefield where everyone exploits weakness. Clenching her fists with a surge of newfound determination, she looks him in the eye. She boldly declares that despite the cruelty of their world, she will be completely all right. Standing tall and proud, she fully embraces her royal lineage. She vows to conquer high society and become a truly respected lady worthy of the Verdite ducal house. A heavy, pregnant silence hangs in the air as they stand completely alone in the quiet corridor. The overwhelming tension of the crowded ballroom finally begins to fade away. She stares at him intensely, her wide eyes searching his stoic face for any hidden meaning. The heavy weight of their previous conversation still lingers sharply between them. Breaking the unbearable quiet, she looks up at him with a volatile mixture of pure hope and deep fear. She quietly calls out to her brother, desperately seeking his ultimate reassurance. Meeting her wavering gaze head-on, his sharp expression hardens with absolute, undeniable certainty. He firmly declares that she is completely untainted by the sinister cult's actions. His incredibly powerful words strike her right in the chest, halting her racing thoughts entirely. A profound, overwhelming sense of relief immediately begins to wash over her trembling form. Refusing to break eye contact, his normally cold voice suddenly softens into a rare, gentle tone. He simply calls her beautiful, completely shattering the remains of her dark insecurities. Time seems to instantly freeze around them in the dimly lit, highly secluded hallway. His unexpectedly tender compliment hangs heavily suspended in the quiet, intimate atmosphere. Caught completely off guard by the praise, her breathing violently hitches in her throat. She lets out a highly confused, breathless squeak as her brain entirely short-circuits. Pure panic floods her system as she frantically wonders if her stoic brother truly uttered something so outrageous. Attempting to rein in her racing heart, she fiercely tries to convince herself his words carry no deeper romantic meaning. Her face flushes a deep crimson as the once spacious hallway suddenly feels suffocatingly small. Retreating into denial, she stubbornly insists he would never whisper words of love in such a tense situation. Forcefully shutting down her overactive imagination, she reminds herself she is merely his adopted sister. Despite her structured logic, she struggles to dismiss the intense warmth radiating from his shocking declaration. Rationality finally seizes control as she determines his statement was simply an honest, objective impression. She likens his aesthetic appreciation to admiring a majestic natural wonder or a starry night sky. Her racing heart finally steadies upon the logical belief that he called her beautiful as an undeniable fact. A blooming warmth spreads through her chest as she admits his kind words brought her immense joy. A melodious chuckle escapes her lips as the clouds of social anxiety officially dissipate from her mind. Looking up with a revitalized smile, she earnestly thanks her powerful brother for his unwavering support. Her voice fills with deep gratitude as she admits that hearing those specific words makes her incredibly happy. Taking in her brightened demeanor, his rigid posture relaxes as he acknowledges her gratitude with a stoic murmur. Her smile softens into something vulnerable as she bravely confesses she had been deeply worried earlier. She reveals her fear of society's judgment but expresses hope that an understanding partner like him might exist. His eyes narrow with cold authority as he bluntly states there is no need for her to force a political marriage. The unadulterated bluntness of his statement catches her off guard, leaving her in wide-eyed bewilderment. Stammering wildly, she argues that noble women are strictly meant to marry for crucial political ties. Dismissing tradition, he proudly declares the Verdite ducal house is too strong to rely on marriage politics. Deep confusion overtakes her as she questions if she was only adopted to be used as a political pawn. Brushing off her panic, he assures her that losing a marital asset will not harm their father's complex plans. Utterly speechless, she struggles to process his shockingly casual disregard for rigid societal norms. Finding her shaky voice, she anxiously points out the glaring flaw regarding her staying at the estate forever. She desperately argues that keeping a spinster sister around would deter any noblewoman from marrying him. He shuts down her panic by casually revealing that he possesses absolutely zero plans to ever marry. Reeling from the revelation, she realizes with horror that the heir to the dukedom intends to stay single. Leaping into catastrophe mode, she frantically yells that he must fulfill his duty to produce a successor. Displaying zero concern for lineage, he states he will simply adopt a suitable heir from a minor branch family. Staring in sheer disbelief, she demands to know if he truly intends to never take a wife. An oppressive darkness falls over his features as he confesses that marrying someone would only cause them misery. A look of agonizing tragedy flickers across his eyes as he likens this fate to that of his own mother. The devastating reality of his hidden trauma hits her like a physical blow as the tragic truth finally clicks. A suffocating silence descends upon the hallway as the weight of his unhealed wounds paralyzes her. Searing guilt seizes her heart for berating herself for bringing up such an agonizingly sensitive topic. Trembling with regret, she stammers out a broken apology and begs her scarred brother for forgiveness. Overwhelmed by raw shame, she physically shrinks back as her thoughtless words cause emotional devastation. Watching her crumble, his hardened demeanor softens as he gently commands her not to worry about his baggage. Tears prick her eyes as she repeats her frantic apologies for speaking without considering his scarred heart. Seeking to ease her burden, he rationally reassures her that her assumptions were entirely natural. Unable to hold back her remorse, she tearfully rubs at her eyes amidst the rising emotional tension. Taking charge, he firmly urges her to dry her tears before returning to the ballroom and drawing suspicion. Hortensia sniffles quietly, struggling to hold back her overwhelming tears. Completely overcome by her turbulent emotions, she continues to weep softly into the silent air. Suddenly, a sharp gasp escapes her trembling lips as she senses a presence nearby. Gripped by fear, she agonizes over the thought that her brother must be deeply disappointed in her pathetic display. Her insecurities spiral further as she assumes he has lost all faith in her and views her merely as a troublesome fool. Startled by a sudden shift in the atmosphere, she abruptly turns around to face him. To her absolute surprise, Gerard gently commands her to stop crying so much. Admitting a rare moment of vulnerability, he confesses that he simply never knows what to do when she sheds tears. Reflecting on her previous life, Hortensia remembers her brother only as an impossibly distant and cold figure. Realizing the truth, she understands that a whirlwind of complex emotions must have always been swirling deep within his heart. Filled with a profound, newfound resolve, she desperately wishes for her brother to finally achieve true happiness. Looking up at him hesitantly, she asks if he is truly not angry with her behavior. Gerard reassures her that she said nothing wrong, leaving her to agonizingly realize the silent pain he had been carrying all this time. A quiet, breathy murmur escapes her lips as she absorbs his unexpectedly comforting words. Though uncertain of what exactly brings him joy, she frantically searches her mind for a way to support him. Driven by deep affection, she silently vows to do absolutely anything to secure his happiness. A profound and heavy silence envelops them both as the weight of their shared understanding settles. Panic suddenly strikes her as she realizes her tear-streaked, messy face might completely ruin all her painstaking efforts for the social debut. Reacting with swift protectiveness, Gerard commands her to hide behind him, a directive she eagerly and gratefully obeys. The tense, private atmosphere breaks instantly as an imposing figure approaches and calls out both of their names. Shocked by the sudden interruption, Hortensia immediately recognizes the stern arrival of their father. Turning his authoritative attention away from her, their father requests a private word with Gerard. Trembling slightly behind her brother's back, Hortensia dreads that this ominous interruption signals incoming bad news. To her sheer bewilderment, Gerard abruptly announces their immediate departure despite the grand ball still being in full swing. He firmly justifies the decision by stating they have already shown their faces, making an early exit perfectly acceptable. Pointing out her thoroughly disheveled state, he remarks that she can hardly present herself before the nobility looking like a crying mess. Their father swiftly intervenes, offering to handle the remaining social affairs so the exhausted siblings can return to the estate. Respectfully acknowledging the command, Gerard agrees and prepares to escort his weary sister away from the venue. Riding in the swaying carriage, Hortensia wearily rationalizes that her chaotic social debut was technically a success despite the tears. With the crushing stress of the evening finally lifted, a deep and heavy exhaustion suddenly washes over her. Unable to fight her mounting fatigue, her head abruptly drops as she loses consciousness. Startled awake by her own clumsiness, she hastily apologizes to her brother for dozing off. Showing a rare glimpse of tenderness, Gerard gently brushes off her apology and urges her to just stay asleep. She leans heavily into his side, finding immense comfort and safety in his steady presence. The quiet carriage continues its smooth journey through the darkness of the night. Despite his comforting permission, her violently racing heart makes it absolutely impossible for her to actually fall asleep. Upon arriving at the estate, she staggers out of the carriage so unsteadily that a panicked servant assumes she is drunk. Ignoring the commotion, Gerard firmly hands over his sister's immediate care to the attentive household staff. Reflecting on the exhausting evening, he mentally acknowledges that she behaved flawlessly during the actual social venue. However, remembering her desperate cries for him, he solemnly concludes that introducing her to high society was premature. A protective surge grips him as he realizes with deep concern that Hortensia remains dangerously defenseless. Shifting his intense focus, Gerard sternly calls out to Lucien in the dimly lit hallway. Stepping smoothly from the shadows, Lucien respectfully welcomes the young lord back to the quiet estate. Noting their highly premature arrival, Lucien calmly inquires if some unexpected incident forced them to leave the ball early. Gerard smoothly dismisses the servant's concern, offering a hollow assurance that absolutely nothing is wrong. A thick, tense pause lingers in the air as Lucien silently processes the obvious evasion. Prodding further with a knowing smile, Lucien suggests he had expected a delightful turn of events, such as the prince taking an interest in the young lady. Gerard immediately recalls his father's grave warning at the ball that Prince Victor had been actively searching for Hortensia. The memory of his father ordering him to take Hortensia back to the estate to protect her from the prince burns in his mind. His expression darkens fiercely as he remembers just how terribly frightened Hortensia had been during her previous, traumatic encounter with Prince Victor. Reflecting on the situation, the speaker acknowledges the certainty of Prince Victor's growing interest in her following their chance encounter in the spirit realm. Hoping to mitigate the situation, he reveals his past strategy of keeping her isolated in the territory to naturally dull the prince's intense focus. Realizing the bitter truth, he admits that his carefully laid isolation plan completely failed as the prince's interest remains entirely undiminished. Logically, he recognizes that a royal taking an interest in her should bring joy to the ducal house, yet a dark sense of foreboding tightens within his chest. Despite the political benefit, an intense revulsion takes hold of his heart so profound that it literally makes his skin crawl. A harrowing memory abruptly flashes of a desperate woman screaming her innocence and begging her brother for help against an assassination plot. Gripped by the terrifying phantom of the past, his expression darkens into a look of absolute horror as the memory crashes down upon his conscience. Snapping back to reality, he forcefully suppresses the disturbing vision while struggling to regain his composure despite the heavy emotional toll. Interrupting the silence, a voice smoothly addresses Lord Gerard to inquire if something is suddenly troubling the young lord's mind. Regaining his stoic facade, Gerard quickly dismisses the concern and firmly insists that absolutely nothing is the matter. Steering the conversation, the speaker remarks on the lady's anticipated social debut and predicts that noble gentlemen will soon be fiercely pursuing her. Pressing the issue, the speaker directs a knowing look at Gerard and assumes that acting as her protective brother must leave him feeling restless. Defending his sister's autonomy, Gerard firmly declares that Hortensia is capable of choosing her own path and her future rests in her own hands. Feigning admiration, the speaker praises their sibling bond before Gerard bluntly announces his intention to return to his room. Offering a practiced apology, the speaker briefly pauses to excuse himself for delaying the lord while implying he is not quite finished. Refusing to let the conversation end, the speaker prepares to deliver one final, piercing observation while deliberately stretching the tension. Dropping a heavy insinuation, he claims that Lady Hortensia is now entirely capable of catching the prince's discerning eye. As the weight of the political implication hangs in the air, Gerard remains silent with a hardened expression betraying none of his internal turmoil. Continuing his push, the speaker argues that their matched ages and social statuses make them an ideal pairing. Delivering the ultimate proposition, the speaker asks if being welcomed into the royal family as a bride wouldn't be her greatest happiness. Pressing for a reaction, the speaker directly challenges Lord Gerard to agree with his grand romantic vision while waiting for him to crack. Walking away, Gerard mentally dismisses the provocative words as completely meaningless nonsense. Hardening his resolve, he categorizes the entire conversation as vulgar gossip while attempting to bury his rising anxiety. Despite his logical dismissals, a creeping sense of unease continues to gnaw at his calm exterior as he contemplates the dark possibilities. A sudden realization strikes him, amplifying the dreadful pounding of his heart as the weight of his sister's future bears down upon him. Squeezing his eyes shut, he desperately orders his racing mind to calm down and forces himself to breathe through the overwhelming panic. Regaining his icy composure, he firmly declares he has no interest in dangerous hypotheticals and grounds himself in reality. He continues walking down the shadowed corridor with a mask of rigid determination to protect his family. Meanwhile, the heavy tension of the hallway is replaced by a vibrant, energetic atmosphere unfolding elsewhere in the estate. Hortensia's cheerful voice echoes in her mind as her pure innocence sharply contrasts with her brother's dark fears. Her vibrant smile radiates joy as she goes about her routine, blissfully unaware of the political maneuvering closing in around her. Gerard's resolve solidifies as he vows silently that Hortensia alone will be the one to decide her ultimate fate. Switching scenes, Hortensia grunts with exertion as she enthusiastically throws herself into rigorous physical training. Sir Telia loudly cheers her on to keep up her momentum while she politely thanks her enthusiastic instructor for the support. Pushing her limits, she clenches her fists and fiercely promises to do her absolute best as sweat gleams on her face. Pausing the routine, Sir Telia perceptively notices a shadow of distraction and asks the lady if something is secretly troubling her. Attempting to lift her spirits, he urges her to move her body vigorously since a sound mind naturally dwells within a sound body. Taking the advice to heart, she fully immerses herself back into the training as her worries temporarily fade into the background. Despite the distraction, a flood of anxieties regarding the demon god and Prince Victor rushes forcefully back into her thoughts. The weight of these concerns momentarily freezes her in place as she struggles to balance impending doom with the demands of training. Shaking off the dread, she laughs and admits that moving her body feels wonderful before planning a relaxing walk for later. Sir Telia resumes the count and loudly demands she push harder to achieve their shared goal of ultimate muscle. Suddenly, Lady Pamela rips through the training grounds with a panicked scream of horror at the sight of the lady sweating so aggressively. Pamela desperately waves her arms to halt the unladylike exercise and completely derails Hortensia's workout rhythm. Furious and scandalized, Pamela confronts the instructor and demands to know what absurd activities he is forcing upon the delicate lady. Completely unfazed, Telia argues that muscle training blasts away worries and enthusiastically invites the furious Pamela to join them. Horrified, Pamela imagines the disaster of a brawny Hortensia and declares that such a sight would shock Lord Gerard into a dead faint. Hortensia frantically clarifies that her brother didn't want her to be a brute, though he did advise her to strengthen her core. Absolutely refusing to compromise, Pamela dramatically begs her lady to cease the training and attempts to drag her away. Ignoring Pamela's despair, Telia cheerfully anticipates their next meeting and vows to showcase her newly developed muscles to the world. Smiling warmly, the lady reassures Pamela that the recent events were simply a refreshing change of pace. Shaking off her lingering doubts, she refuses to hang her head and resolves to keep her spirits high. Shifting focus to her upcoming music lesson, she eagerly asks if Pamela will listen to her practice. Pamela beams with joy, enthusiastically and instantly agreeing to the request. Feeling a surge of gratitude for the support around her, she graciously accepts the compliment regarding her musical talents. Drawing immense strength from her loyal companions, she confidently declares that she can push forward and do her absolute best. Staring straight ahead with renewed determination, she vows to protect all the precious people in her life. Clenching her fist defiantly, she swears to thwart the demon god's dark plans regardless of its true nature. Narrowing her eyes with fierce intensity, she fully commits her heart to the dangerous path ahead. Scanning the immediate vicinity with a sharp gaze, she meticulously searches for any suspicious individuals lurking nearby. Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, she confirms that no strange threats are currently surrounding her brother. Recalling the goddess's grim warning about the demon god targeting him, she resolves to secretly keep watch over his safety. Suddenly, her brother's calm voice cuts through the silence, casually inviting her inside if she has business. Startled by the abrupt discovery, she flinches dramatically before cautiously peeking into his room. Quickly regaining her noble composure, she steps forward and softly acknowledges his presence. Fidgeting nervously under his gaze, she admits that she simply wanted to speak with him for a little while. Her brother effortlessly grants her request, calmly signaling his agreement to the impromptu conversation. A brief and heavy silence settles over the room as she carefully prepares her line of questioning. Leaning in with obvious concern, she directly asks if anything strange has been occurring around him lately. Unfazed by the interrogation, he dryly notes that the only strange occurrence is her sneaking around sniffing for information. Groaning in sheer embarrassment, she flails slightly as she tries to brush off his highly accurate deduction. Desperate to justify her snooping, she passionately insists she is merely checking to ensure he isn't overworking himself. Pressing the issue further, she demands to know if he is eating properly and getting enough sleep. Maintaining a perfectly stoic demeanor, he flatly informs her that his personal health is not something she needs to worry about. Catching his subtle evasion, she internally panics and realizes he might actually be concealing an illness. Pleading earnestly, she begs him to rely on her, proudly mentioning all the useful skills she has learned from Constance. Surprising her completely, he breaks his stern facade and softly admits that he actually is relying on her. Her eyes widen in absolute shock, completely caught off guard by his sudden display of vulnerability. Eager to capitalize on the tender moment, she immediately instructs Pamela to prepare for a relaxing tea time. Whispering conspiratorially to the maid, she requests a special herbal tea brewed specifically to soothe his frayed nerves. Pamela cheerfully accepts the secret mission, bounding off and assuring her lady that she will handle it perfectly. Gazing fondly at her brother, she silently acknowledges the crushing burden of both his ducal and knighthood duties. Watching him settle quietly into the room's atmosphere, she carefully calculates her next conversational approach. Hoping to draw him out of his shell, she gently inquires about his current status within the knighthood. Looking slightly puzzled by the vague nature of the question, he asks her to clarify exactly what she means. She stammers out a query about whether the work is fun or difficult, to which he bluntly replies it is neither. Reflecting on his prestigious position, she silently notes his membership in one of the formidable royal court knight orders. She vividly pictures the intimidating crest of his specific elite unit, the mysterious Black Eagle Corps. Comparing the military factions, she recognizes that the White Hawk Corps remains the most visible and celebrated division guarding royalty. Contrasting their famous rivals, she acknowledges that the Black Eagle Corps operates entirely in the shadows despite matching their elite status. Trembling slightly at the dark implication, she worries about the secret and highly dangerous missions he undertakes away from the public eye. A wave of melancholy washes over her as she remembers how frequently both he and their father vanish from the estate. Clutching her chest to steady her breathing, she desperately tries to convince herself to trust his unparalleled combat skills. Unable to fully shake her deep-rooted anxiety, she vows to ensure he rests both body and mind whenever he is home. Desperate to be genuinely helpful to his recovery, she racks her brain for a practical and effective way to ease his stress. A sudden spark of profound inspiration hits her, completely lighting up her face with a brilliant idea. Beaming with overwhelming excitement, she enthusiastically suggests animal therapy as the ultimate healing method. Her brother violently rejects the whimsical idea, shouting his absolute refusal without a single second of hesitation. He stubbornly insists a beast would misjudge its strength and strangle him, while she frantically defends the hypothetical creature's kindness. Exasperated by his sheer stubbornness, she slumps in comical defeat as their peaceful afternoon dissolves into petty bickering. Staring at the stubborn creature, she sighs and mutters about what a selfish cat it is. Hoping to foster harmony, she expresses her deep desire for Tyrol and her brother to slowly get used to each other. Shifting her attention away from the pet, she softly calls out to her brother. Bridging the physical gap, she politely excuses herself as she settles down right next to him. A quiet moment passes as she confidently claims her spot by his side. Gesturing gently toward the small animal, she softly reassures him that the creature isn't scary at all. Maintaining a peaceful atmosphere, she patiently watches the subtle interactions unfold. Brimming with optimism, she explains that Tyrol will eventually let his guard down if they just take things little by little. Acknowledging her logic, her brother agrees, prompting her to warmly encourage him to try petting the animal. Blinking in complete confusion, she stammers his name as a hand suddenly begins petting her head instead. Feeling flustered by the unexpected affection, she awkwardly suggests he should be petting Tyrol rather than her. Dismissing her protests completely, he bluntly states his absolute refusal and claims the current arrangement is perfectly fine. Trembling slightly under his touch, she nervously questions if this bizarre situation is truly okay. Struck speechless by his gentle actions, she completely freezes in place. Glancing up at his stoic expression, she wonders internally if he is actually enjoying this dynamic. The quiet weight of the moment lingers as his slow, comforting strokes continue. Breaking the heavy silence, he softly asks if she hates what he is doing. Her eyes widen drastically as the surprising and vulnerable question registers in her mind. Struggling to process her own swirling emotions, she hesitates for a brief second. Flailing slightly in sheer panic, she vehemently denies hating the contact at all. Despite her crippling embarrassment, she ultimately accepts the strange dynamic, deciding it is fine as long as it makes him happy. Remembering his past teasing, she realizes he once compared her behavior to a restless small animal. Connecting the dots, she shockingly deduces that she has essentially become his personal animal therapy. Giving up on resisting the situation, she focuses entirely on the soothing warmth of her brother's hand. Closing her eyes in pure relaxation, she notes how surprisingly large and gentle his touch feels. A small, involuntary shiver runs down her spine as she admits the sensation is also incredibly ticklish. Deciding to take things slowly, she resolves to simply enjoy the quiet bonding time for just a little longer. Time peacefully slips away as the sibling duo shares a rare, tranquil moment together. Later, shifting her focus to her grand plan, she corners Lucian and begs the aide to secretly divulge information about her brother's work. Amused by her sudden surge of ambition, the aide lets out a soft, intrigued hum. Venting her deep frustrations, she complains that her brother merely claims to rely on her while utterly refusing to let her help with ducal duties. Refusing to be sidelined any longer, she declares her absolute determination to secretly build achievements under Lucian to force her brother's acknowledgement. Nodding in profound understanding, Lucian accurately assesses her earnest desire to be of actual use to her family. Leaning in with bright, eager eyes, she enthusiastically confirms his spot-on deduction. Laying out her master plan, she proposes doing the work secretly before surprising her brother with the finished results. Analyzing the massive risks involved, Lucian grimly notes that Lord Gerard would likely sever his head if this scheme was ever discovered. Wavering slightly at the dark threat, she awkwardly tries to convince herself that her brother wouldn't go to such violent extremes. Sensing his lingering hesitation, she swiftly deploys the ultimate weapon by utilizing a perfect, mother-taught upward gaze. Utterly defeated by the devastating puppy dog eyes, Lucian sighs heavily and admits he cannot possibly refuse her request. Pausing to establish firm boundaries, he sharply raises a finger to deliver a crucial, life-saving condition. Staring down with intense seriousness, he commands her to ensure Lord Gerard never notices their clandestine activities. Leaning in dangerously close, he softly declares that this high-stakes alliance must remain a strict secret between the two of them. Struck by his sudden and overwhelming intensity, her breath hitches as she stares back wide-eyed. Recovering from her momentary daze, she stammers out a quick, nervous agreement. Warning her one last time to avoid detection, Lucian elegantly bows and promises to await her orders anytime. Flushing slightly from the intense interaction, she manages to squeak out a highly hesitant thank you. Watching him gracefully walk away, she internally marvels at what an incredibly bewitching man the aide truly is. Recalling chaotic estate gossip, she remembers vivid stories of desperate maids fiercely fighting over his affections. Sweating nervously, she completely understands how his natural behavior causes so many disastrous romantic misunderstandings. Brushing off the dramatic gossip, she firmly resolves to learn from his undeniable capabilities since her brother trusts him so completely. Keeping her actions completely hidden from her family, she embarked on a secret path she successfully managed to study under Lucian's tutelage without her brother ever finding out. Initially, she harbored a rather poor impression of the man standing before her. She noted how Lucian constantly repeated bizarre behavior that bewildered everyone around him. Despite her initial misgivings, she couldn't deny the reality of the situation. She reluctantly admitted that his work ethic and sheer professional excellence were absolutely undeniable. Wiping her brow with a heavy sigh of relief, she set her pen down. She had finally finished processing a single, exhausting sheet of ducal paperwork. The sheer mental effort of the task proved to be entirely overwhelming. Completely drained, she collapsed face first over the massive stack of documents covering her desk. Gathering her remaining wits, she forced herself to look at the reality of her situation. She stared down in sheer dread at the towering mountain of ledgers still waiting to be processed. The Duke's domain alongside Constance. She realized that helping with those duties had only exposed her to a tiny fraction of this enormous workload. The meticulous records she once had to manage. She remembered tracking property taxes and calculating the endless usage fees for local bread ovens and water mills. Recognizing the brutal reality of her current task, she faced a harsh truth. She admitted that without her prior experience assisting Constance, she would have completely failed to keep pace. Staring blankly ahead, a new wave of exhaustion washed over her. She remembered the agonizing detail required to accurately manage the salaries of everyone serving the ducal house. The letters and numbers on the page began to swim chaotically before her eyes. Groaning in absolute frustration, she glared at the agonizingly detailed text spread across the ledger. Exasperated by the mounting paperwork, she compared the daunting task to scaling a mountain whose peak remained lost in the clouds. Watching from the shadows of a massive bookshelf, Lucian observed her struggle with intense, silent focus. Breaking the heavy silence, Lucian stepped forward to cheerfully assure her that the ducal house's finances were perfectly stable. Shifting the conversation to new ventures, he revealed that their personal jeweler had just pioneered a revolutionary gem-cutting technique. He noted that the new technique was already a sensation in high society, promising to bring even more wealth to the estate. Realization dawned on her as she connected his words to the brooch her father gave her, effectively turning her into a living advertisement. She mentally praised her father's cunning foresight, acknowledging his brilliance in using her debut to promote the family business. Stepping closer, Lucian locked eyes with her and insisted she had no reason to worry about their overwhelming fortune. He confidently argued that even if she demanded extravagant dresses, her father would simply turn the expense into a lucrative opportunity. Gesturing toward the ledgers, he urged her to cast aside the tedious work and live her life freely without such heavy burdens. Waving off his concerns, she clarified that her goal wasn't to avoid bankruptcy but to ease the weight resting on her father and brother. A shadow crossed her face as her voice dropped, admitting that her brother Gerard had been looking increasingly unwell lately. The atmosphere shifted instantly at the mention of Gerard's name, as Lucian's cheerful mask slipped into a serious, unreadable stare. A heavy, pregnant silence filled the room, replacing the previously light banter. She stood perfectly still, staring intently at his suddenly darkened and contemplative expression. Unable to bear the quiet tension any longer, she pressed him for answers. She pointedly asked if he had also noticed her brother's actively deteriorating physical condition. Slowly raising his head, Lucian met her desperate gaze. He quietly confirmed her dark suspicions, validating her fears with a single, affirmative word. Maintaining his solemn and measured tone, he offered a concerning confession. He admitted that despite serving directly at Gerard's side, he remained entirely uncertain of the exact cause. Furrowing her brow in deep concern, she began to analyze the potential threats. She wondered aloud if Gerard's daily workload was truly devastating enough to break him. Lucian quickly and effortlessly dismantled her workload theory. He pointed out that a naturally gifted man like Gerard would never be overwhelmed by mere paperwork. Narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, he proposed a far more insidious possibility. He suggested that Gerard was likely harboring a deep, unspoken anxiety that was eating him alive from the inside. Blinking in complete surprise, she looked up at her tutor. The heavy weight of this deeply personal new theory completely washed over her. Crossing his arms decisively, Lucian stood firm on his assessment that a massive hidden worry was likely destroying her brother's peace. Placing a hand to her chin in deep thought, she desperately scoured her mind for any clue that could break her brother's legendary iron composure. Struck by a wild theory, she suddenly gasped and accused the Night Order of subjecting Gerard to relentless, soul-crushing power harassment. The ridiculousness of her claim brought the room to a halt as Lucian stared at her with a completely dumbfounded and blank expression. Regaining his composure, he immediately shot down the notion by mocking the idea that anyone would be suicidal enough to bully the son of the Verdite ducal house. Shrinking back in immediate embarrassment, she sheepishly accepted that her harassment theory was completely off the mark. Pressing his logical advantage, he forced her to consider if Gerard truly looked like a man who would quietly endure such degrading abuse. Humming in reluctant agreement, she realized she had been outmaneuvered and mentally conceded to the absolute truth of his solid argument. Nodding thoughtfully, she abandoned her previous thinking and admitted she couldn't fathom a scenario where Gerard would ever warrant a formal reprimand. Discarding the foolish power harassment theory entirely, she sighed in defeat. Having eliminated the only idea she had, she found herself right back at square one. Turning her desperate gaze back to Lucian, she decided to rely on his expertise. She practically pleaded with him to share any real theories regarding her brother's secret turmoil. Shifting his stance to command the absolute attention of the room, Lucian prepared his final strike. He geared up to drop a massive, undeniable revelation on his unsuspecting student. Staring her down with the absolute confidence of a master detective, he laid out his premise. He declared that a man of Gerard's specific age could only be tormented by one specific thing. Knowing he had her completely hooked, he played with the pacing. He let the heavy suspense build to a breaking point, pausing dramatically before delivering his final deduction. Leaning in with bated breath, her anticipation reached its absolute peak. She practically begged him to stop stalling and finally reveal the elusive truth. Stepping forward with incredible theatrical flair, he commanded the space. He raised a single hand to emphasize the undeniable weight of his impending deduction. Grinning with absolute, unshakable certainty, he delivered the final punchline. He cheerfully announced that Gerard was undoubtedly suffering from severe, debilitating love troubles. The profound revelation completely failed to land the way he intended. Her face instantly dropped into a deadpan stare as he teasingly asked if his brilliant deduction somehow displeased her. Frowning in sheer disbelief, she openly questions his ridiculous deduction. She struggles to imagine her formidable brother actually agonizing over romantic feelings. Skepticism washing over her, she completely dismisses the absurd notion. The idea of the indomitable Gerard worrying about love seems entirely impossible to her. Lucian smoothly counters her doubt with a highly logical argument. He points out that even a man as disciplined as Gerard is still human and capable of experiencing romance. She recalls a recent conversation with her sibling. She remembers Gerard explicitly stating that he had absolutely no plans for marriage in the near future. Following this sudden train of thought, a scandalous theory begins to take shape. She wonders if her brother is desperately entangled with someone he cannot legally or spiritually marry. The pieces slowly clicking together, the gravity of the situation dawns on her. She theorizes that Gerard might be suffering in silence over a completely forbidden and deeply hidden romance. Choosing her words to avoid sounding disrespectful, she voices her wildest speculation by asking if the secret object of his affection might already be married to another nobleman. Analyzing her brother's sheer magnetism, she dismisses the difficulty of such an affair and declares that almost any woman would succumb if Gerard actively pursued them. Rationalizing the scandalous situation, she reflects on the dark reality of high society where nobles often treat affairs as mere entertainment amidst loveless political marriages. Considering his immense status and overwhelming charm, she finalizes her bold conclusion that a lover's existing marriage wouldn't pose a barrier for someone like Gerard. Imagining the vivid scenario, she envisions her brother's devastating romantic tactics as he easily sways a married woman's heart with irresistible declarations of love. Amused by her unexpectedly innocent perspective on aristocratic adultery, Lucian lets out a soft chuckle. He warmly remarks on her sheer purity while listening to her wild theories. Annoyed by his teasing laughter, she instantly goes on the offensive. She sternly demands to know if Lucian actually possesses the true identity of her brother's supposed secret lover. Feigning complete and total ignorance, Lucian shrugs off her intense interrogation. He offers a vague, non-committal response that only serves to deepen the infuriating mystery. Groaning in utter frustration, she glares at her endlessly sly tutor. She suspects he is just making up random, baseless theories specifically to annoy her during work. Suddenly shifting the focus of the conversation, the atmosphere grows tense. Lucian looks at her intently and smoothly asks if she herself has ever experienced true love. Caught entirely off guard by the highly personal question, she blinks in confusion. She blankly admits that between her past life and current survival struggles, she has never had time for romance. Reflecting on her chaotic past, she acknowledges the darker side of affection. She remembers witnessing the manipulative romantic games people played during her time as a tavern singer's daughter. Despite seeing the brutal reality of relationships firsthand, a strange emotion surfaces. A quiet sense of longing and lingering uncertainty slowly washes over her. She forces her mind back to reality. She recognizes the looming, inescapable fact that she must soon begin considering her own political marriage prospects. Lamenting the incredibly cold nature of nobility, she expresses genuine sadness. She finds it deeply unfortunate that aristocratic marriages rarely involve any actual, genuine love. Sensing her creeping melancholy, Lucian smoothly interjects to offer a different perspective. He softly notes that love remains a vital, beautiful element that brings vibrant color to a person's life. A heavy, pregnant silence completely overtakes the quiet study. Lucian steps slightly closer, his gaze locked intensely on her bewildered face. The atmosphere thickens considerably as all traces of his previous humor vanish. He leans into her personal space, setting the perfect stage for a bold proposition. Extending an offer dripping with scandalous implication, he makes his move. He smoothly volunteers to personally guide her through the delicate, confusing intricacies of romance. Closing the remaining distance between them, he completely shatters professional boundaries. He brazenly offers to teach her exactly what it feels like to fall deeply in love. Reaching out devastating grace, he continues his relentless assault on her composure. He promises to provide her with a highly intimate, hands-on education in the arts of affection. Maintaining his flawlessly charming facade, he masks the danger of his words. He presents his wildly inappropriate romantic proposition as if it were simply another standard academic lecture. Utterly unamused by his dangerous flirting, she immediately deploys her ultimate weapon. She coldly threatens to report his highly inappropriate behavior directly to Gerard. Instantly backing down in the face of absolute destruction, Lucian playfully surrenders. He nervously laughs and formally retracts his incredibly scandalous offer. The terrifying prospect of her follow-through, he readily admits defeat. He acknowledges that provoking Gerard's wrath would result in his immediate and violently permanent decapitation. Glaring at her endlessly frustrating tutor, she internally curses his toxic personality. She silently fumes over his deeply ingrained habit of casually teasing everyone around him. Analyzing his smooth tactics, she deduces that he likely shatters the hearts of countless noblewomen with this exact same playful, manipulative routine. Cutting the banter short, she rigidly restores order and commands him to drop the jokes to focus on the remaining ducal paperwork. Even as she forcefully turns her attention back to the massive ledgers, a lingering doubt continues to relentlessly gnaw at the back of her mind. Staring blankly at her desk, she struggles to determine if his explosive theory about her brother's secret love life was genuine or just another cruel prank. The thought sends an involuntary chill down her spine as she fails to envision the terrifying intensity of Gerard actually falling head over heels for someone. Pushing the unsettling image of a love-struck Gerard aside, she shakes her head and forcefully refocuses on the mountain of tasks sitting before her. Scanning the dense social schedule, her eyes widen in horror at the endless list of upcoming high society concerts, grand balls, and operas. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of mandatory events, she releases an exhausted sigh while acknowledging that relentless socializing is a crucial ducal duty. Clenching her fists with a sudden burst of resolve, she prepares for battle and vows to face the noble society she had been trying to avoid. Embracing her responsibilities, she realizes she must build vital connections and gather intelligence to properly support her family's absolute power. Smiling knowingly at the towering stack of luxurious invitations, Constance playfully chimes in that her mistress has rapidly become popular among the elite. Rifling through the expensive envelopes, Constance highlights a specific invitation for an evening party hosted by the influential wife of Count Denders. The mere mention of the Denders name causes an immediate visceral reaction as she recoils in disgust at a sudden, painful memory. Dark memories flood her mind as she recalls how the Count's malicious daughter falsely accused her and ultimately orchestrated her brutal execution. Searching for a motive, she remembers that as a former shut-in, she had barely even interacted with the vicious girl before the fatal accusations began. A grim realization dawns on her that her total lack of social allies made her the absolute perfect, defenseless scapegoat for the girl's wicked schemes. Recalling the goddess's revelation, she remembers that after her gruesome death, her brother Gerard unleashed a catastrophic, world-ending wrath upon her traitor. Burying her face in her hands, she concludes that her impending societal debut and entangled past lives are nothing short of an inescapable disaster. Hortensia weighs the danger of those who use false accusations as weapons, resolving to keep a cautious distance while deciding how to interact this time around. Deep in thought, she realizes the immediate priority is building solid connections within her social circle. Strengthening her network is the only way to ensure she can handle any scheme the Duke's daughter might throw her way. While planning to attend a popular play she has been looking forward to, she determines to monitor her enemies' movements from afar. The playwright's popularity has reached even the maids, sparking excitement as they discuss the upcoming new production. When Hortensia discovers her maid Pamela shares her interest in the play, she warmly asks if she would like to attend together. Brushing off Pamela's hesitation, Hortensia insists on the tickets as a gift of gratitude for the maid's constant care and loyalty. Pamela is visibly overwhelmed by the generosity, finding the offer of such an expensive gift to be almost too much to accept. Overjoyed by her mistress's kindness, Pamela accepts the invitation while Hortensia prepares to ask her father for the extra tickets. Hortensia wonders if her brother would also invite someone special to a play, curious if he has finally found someone he has feelings for. She continues to ponder her brother's romantic life, hoping he can find the same kind of happiness she seeks for herself. Ultimately, she decides that wishing for his absolute happiness is the most important role she can play in his life. Planning for a bright future proves difficult, leaving her to question what actions will best lead to the outcome everyone desires. The social season begins as noblewomen flock to Hortensia, showering her with praise for her necklace which shines like the brightest star. Maintaining her composure, Hortensia greets the gathering of young ladies who are clearly captivated by her presence and fashion. She explains that the necklace was a gift from her father, featuring gemstones cut with a revolutionary new technique. The ladies marvel at the unique sparkle of the jewels, confirming that the new cutting method creates a brilliance unlike anything they have seen. Gazing at the gems, Hortensia notes how they sparkle just like Tyrol, realizing the sheer impact of the jewelry's beauty. Recognizing that everyone's attention is fixed on her accessories, she decides to lean into her role as the public face of the trend. She strategically reveals that the workshop is supported by House Verdite, fueling their interest by asking if they would like to see more. Seeing their intrigued reactions, she graciously offers to take the group on a private tour of the exclusive workshop. The young noblewomen are shocked and delighted by the offer, hardly able to believe they might be granted such rare access. They discuss how orders are flooding in from high-ranking nobles and royalty, making a reservation nearly impossible for ordinary houses. Hortensia playfully promises to ask her father for a special exception, knowing he will let it slide for the sake of her social standing. She reflects on her father's wisdom, understanding that sharing a special privilege is the fastest way to create a sense of unity among peers. Observing her father's past actions, she realizes he uses this method of social bonding all the time to maintain his influence. By offering something just for them, she creates an exclusive bond that makes her new acquaintances feel valued and loyal. She remains realistic about her current popularity, noting that many are only approaching her because she is the it girl of the moment. Hortensia knows that if she proves to be boring or a mere novelty, these fair-weather friends will immediately pull away. To prevent being used solely for her title as a duke's daughter, she realizes she must firmly establish her own footing in society. Exhausted by the demands of high society, she gains a new appreciation for her father's ability to manage everything with a constant smile. The young ladies eagerly confirm their promise for the workshop tour, clearly excited to spend more time with Hortensia. Hortensia finds comfort in the situation, realizing that having supportive friends her own age is a reassuring step forward. Despite her self-admitted struggle with socializing, she has slowly begun to find a circle of friends she can actually relax around. She shares a quiet, pleasant moment with her new companions, enjoying the light-hearted atmosphere of their gathering. During a follow-up meeting, the girls gush over a recent opera, specifically praising the breathtaking beauty of the dance scene. Emily, a viscount's daughter, admits that being close friends with someone as high-ranking as Hortensia still feels like a dream. Hortensia recalls that in her previous life, the mild-mannered Emily eventually caught the eye of a prominent marquis heir. She finds Emily's gentle nature incredibly refreshing, noting that her friend is very easy to talk to compared to other nobles. The conversation shifts back to their recent outing, with the group agreeing that the jewelry workshop was highly educational. Janet surprises the group by expressing a desire to produce jewelry someday rather than just wearing it for status. Janet explains her unique perspective, preferring the art of choosing and designing pieces that perfectly suit someone else. With a burst of enthusiasm, Janet asks Hortensia to be her professional model in the future, much to the latter's surprise. Coming from a count's house focused on trade, Janet is highly sensitive to trends and constantly provides Hortensia with the latest news. Janet admits that whenever she sees beautiful things, her mind immediately jumps to business opportunities and seizing the market. Despite receiving snide comments for her UN ladylike interest in trade, Janet remains undeterred and confident in her passion. Hortensia finds Janet's business-oriented personality endearing, as it reminds her of her father's own industrious spirit. She reflects on how both Emily and Janet debuted on the same day as her, forming a unique bond as members of the same social cohort. As newly fledged chicks entering the world of the nobility, they realize that regular information exchange is essential for survival. The trio stands united, ready to navigate the complexities of society together through their newfound friendship and mutual support. Hortensia reflects on her social circle, realizing that while these relationships started as a mere means to survive, they have grown into something far more meaningful. Despite her initial intentions to simply build safety nets, a subtle shift in her heart begins to change her perspective on those around her. To her own surprise, she admits that she now finds herself genuinely looking forward to seeing her friends and spending time with them. The warmth of these new connections continues to grow as she acknowledges that her daily life is becoming much brighter. During a casual tea time, Janet pivots the conversation to ask if Hortensia has heard about the masked balls trending in high society. Janet's eyes sparkle as she extends a hopeful invitation, confessing she has always wanted to attend one of these mysterious events. Hortensia considers the proposal carefully, weighing the social benefits against the potential risks of such an unconventional gathering. Recalling her father's warnings, she notes that while these balls are popular, they can be incredibly dangerous and require extreme caution. The concept of a masked ball lingers in her mind, representing both a thrilling social opportunity and a potential trap. She contemplates the nature of the event, where guests hide their faces behind intricate masks to attend without anyone knowing their true identity. The appeal lies in the total anonymity, yet Hortensia worries that such a lack of transparency allows ill-intentioned people to slip through the cracks. She voices her concerns about the indecent nature of some venues, where shady dealings and dangerous encounters often take place in the shadows. Hortensia shudders at the thought of her brother's reaction, certain that if she went to a sketchy place carelessly, he would lose his mind. Seeing Hortensia's hesitation, Janet quickly steps in to reassure her that she has a specific, high-profile event in mind. Janet reveals that a grand masked ball hosted by the royal family is scheduled to take place soon, ensuring a higher level of safety and prestige. They reason that at an event sanctioned by the crown, surely no one would dare to do anything suspicious or harm the guests. Hortensia praises Janet for her quick ears, impressed that her friend managed to snag such valuable information before the general public. She admits she hadn't heard a single rumor regarding a royal-hosted ball, highlighting just how exclusive the news must be. Realizing the immense popularity of the trend, Hortensia begins to think she should attend at least once to stay socially relevant. She decides to seek formal permission, resolving to ask both her father and brother for their approval before making any final plans. Turning to her other friend, Hortensia asks Emily for her thoughts on the idea and if she would be interested in joining the party. Emily shyly admits that as long as Hortensia and Janet are going, she would love to participate and experience the ball for herself. They all agree that being labeled out of touch with society trends is a terrifying prospect that they must avoid at all costs. While the royal host adds a layer of security, Hortensia can't help but feel a lingering sense of unease about the upcoming night. Her mind drifts to the potential guest list, wondering nervously if Prince Victor will also be in attendance at such a major event. Seeing her friend go quiet, Janet asks if something is wrong, noticing the sudden change in Hortensia's expression. Hortensia quickly masks her concern, telling herself that with her face hidden, everything will be fine and she won't be recognized. Later, Hortensia brings the topic to her father, who listens intently as she explains the recent trend sweeping through social circles. Her father acknowledges the popularity of the events, asking if his daughter has finally caught the fever for these masked celebrations. She explains her reasoning, arguing that a ball hosted by the royal family should be significantly safer than the more common, dangerous ones. Her father agrees that the royal family's involvement ensures a level of decorum where no one would dare attempt anything shady. He notes that the security is further bolstered by the ticket system, as only those with high standing can acquire a pass from the host. However, he questions her resolve, asking if she is truly prepared to get involved with the royal family given her past hesitations. Hortensia confidently declares that her plan is to use a perfect disguise so that her true identity remains a complete secret. Her father smiles, praising her wisdom for knowing when to keep her distance from danger while still engaging with society. He counters with a proverb about entering the tiger's den to obtain the cub, acknowledging that sometimes a small risk is necessary for growth. To her delight, her father agrees to arrange the tickets for the masked ball, generously including enough for her friends as well. Overjoyed by the news, Hortensia thanks her father profusely, thrilled that her social plans are officially moving forward. Her thoughts immediately shift to Gerard, wondering how her stoic brother will react when he hears about her latest adventure. She worries he might find the whole thing ridiculous or become exasperated, as he definitely doesn't seem like the type to enjoy such festivities. Her father presents the idea to Gerard, asking for his opinion on the rumors and the family's potential participation. Gerard responds with his usual clinical precision, stating that they are preparing security so tight that not even a mouse could slip in undetected. He concludes that because it is a royal event, there is no reason to fear any scandals or safety breaches occurring. The family continues their discussion, establishing the necessary protocols to ensure Hortensia remains safe throughout the evening. Hortensia breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that since Gerard doesn't object, she is officially clear to go. She realizes that if the royal family is hosting, her brother's Black Eagle Corps will likely be involved in the security detail anyway. Confident that she can hide in plain sight, she vows to work tirelessly on her disguise to ensure no one catches her off guard. Preparations begin in earnest as the girls start planning their outfits and masks for the most anticipated night of the season. Hortensia feels a mix of excitement and nerves, knowing this ball could be the turning point for her standing in society. She looks at her brother one last time, wondering if he knows more about the upcoming night than he is letting on. Shia nervously awaits the verdict regarding her attendance at the upcoming masked ball, her tension palpable as she faces her brother. Shia's anxiety remains high as she confirms her understanding of the situation, hoping for a favorable response from her family. Internal panic strikes Shia as she wonders if her brother intends to oppose her participation in the event after all. To her absolute shock, her brother orders her to take the cat along to the prestigious gathering. Shia questions if he truly means for the spirit cat, Tyrol, to accompany her into such a formal environment. Practical concerns weigh on her mind as she wonders if bringing a pet to a high society ball is even socially acceptable. Her brother explains that as a spirit, Tyrol should be capable of disguising his presence to avoid exposing his true nature. Stunned by this revelation, Shia realizes how little she actually knows about the magical capabilities of spirits. Feeling a wave of inadequacy, she apologizes for her lack of study regarding the spiritual arts and her companion's potential. Silence fills the room as the weight of her brother's expectations and the upcoming mission begins to settle in. Shia gently pets Tyrol, contemplating the bond they share and the hidden power the small spirit might possess. Her brother notes that Tyrol is still essentially a child but should be capable of much more than he currently displays. He reminds her that she ventured to the spirit realm specifically to gain the power necessary to protect herself. Shia somberly confirms her original intent, acknowledging that she cannot remain a passive observer in her own life. The conversation shifts toward the necessity of strict training to ensure they are both ready for the dangers ahead. Shia realizes her brother's underlying message is a command to stop coddling Tyrol and start utilizing his true spiritual abilities. She acknowledges the wisdom in his harsh words, accepting that efficiency is required for their survival. A moment of quiet reflection follows as Shia steels herself for the rigorous path of growth that lies before her. Lamenting her own progress, she admits she has failed to properly harness the goddess's blessings or Tyrol's inherent strength. Determination burns within her as she decides she can no longer let her father and brother be her only shields. She makes a solemn vow to become strong enough to protect the two people who have always stood by her. Grateful for the guidance, Shia thanks her brother for the stern advice that has reshaped her perspective. The atmosphere shifts as the focus turns toward the tactical preparations for the high-stakes evening at the ball. Her brother warns that while they will secure the perimeter, she must be ready for any sudden breach of safety. The tone turns chillingly serious as the command is given to kill without hesitation should she sense genuine danger. Shia recoils in horror as she is instructed on human vital points, including the eyes, to compensate for her lack of physical strength. Shaking off the dread, she asks Tyrol if he can successfully hide his identity and accompany her in secret. Tyrol enthusiastically agrees, eager to prove his worth as her loyal companion and spiritual guardian. Despite his bravado, Shia remains skeptical about whether bringing the spirit along is truly a wise plan. She asks Tyrol to attempt a transformation that would look natural and inconspicuous for a masked ball. Brimming with confidence, the spirit cat tells her to leave everything to him as he prepares to change form. Magic swirls around the small creature as he begins the process of altering his physical appearance. Tyrol presents his new form with a flourish, calling for Shia to witness his supposedly perfect disguise. The result of the transformation is a bizarre and bulky shape that leaves Shia completely speechless. Tyrol boasts about his amazing new look, but Shia can only stare in mounting concern at the strange creature. Shia realizes with a sinking heart that she absolutely cannot bring the spirit in his current, conspicuous form. The failed transformation attempt leads to a chaotic moment of magical feedback and comical distress. Dizzied by the exertion and the failed spell, Tyrell's head spins as he struggles to maintain his composure. Shia decides that Tyrell will be joining her in her training sessions so they can improve their synchronization. She resolves to give her all to ensure her true identity remains hidden throughout the entire masked ball. Shia contemplates using unconventional methods to achieve her goals, knowing that standard approaches may not suffice. Comparing herself to Tyrell, she reflects on her own struggles to master the complex powers she has been granted. Partners in their inadequacy, the two vow to train hard together and grow into a formidable team. The day of the masked ball finally arrives, and Shia warmly welcomes Janet and Emily to the preparations. Her friends are stunned by her appearance, barely recognizing the young lady standing before them. The transformation is complete, marking the beginning of a dangerous night where every move must be perfect. Shia reacts with a shy laugh to the compliments, glad that her hard work on her appearance has paid off. She expresses immense relief at having finally mastered the illusion blessing bestowed upon her by the goddess. The power of illusion allows her to completely rewrite her visual presence, masking her identity from everyone at the ball. Reflecting on her many training failures, Shia is relieved that her magic is finally functioning when it matters most. Shia giggles and keeps her new technique a secret while her friends marvel at her beautifully dyed, glossy hair. The girls admire the lifelike sheen of her hair and the lovely fur wrap around her neck, unaware of its true nature. Surprised and flattered by the genuine compliments, Shia thanks them while Tyrell reacts with a subtle twitch. Gently stroking the fur, Shia silently encourages Tyrell to maintain his focus and do his best during the event. Behind the high-quality appearance of the neck wrap lies the truth of Tyrell's successful magical disguise. After rigorous training with a round fluff ball, the spirit finally managed to transform into a size perfect for a scarf. Shia reassures her brother that her magical illusion and Tyrell's presence provide the perfect cover for any danger. Despite her thorough preparations and disguises, Shia cannot help but feel a wave of nerves as they head to the ball. Steeling her resolve, she declares it is time to depart for the masked ball and steps out into the night. Entering the venue, the sheer scale and elegance of the masquerade begin to unfold before her eyes. The group is immediately struck by the breathtaking atmosphere of the ballroom, filled with mystery and wonder. Shia notes that the anonymity of the masks allows the guests to relax and enjoy themselves without social constraints. In contrast to ordinary balls where status dictates every dance and conversation, the masquerade offers total freedom. She finds comfort in the idea that for tonight, no one will recognize her as the daughter of Duke Verdite. This layer of secrecy transforms a normally stressful social obligation into an event she might actually enjoy. A sudden movement or sight catches her eye, drawing her attention deeper into the swirling crowd. Janet excitedly points out a lady wearing a hat featuring a brand new design trending in a neighboring country. Impressed by Janet's fashion knowledge, she expresses a desire to get a closer look at the trendy accessory. Janet encourages her to mingle, explaining that conversations flow effortlessly when no one knows your true identity. Realizing the truth in her friend's words, she feels a spark of confidence and decides to embrace the spirit of the ball. With a determined gesture, she prepares to dive into the festivities and test her newfound boldness. Watching her friends, Shia reflects on her own desire to learn the kind of social courage they display so easily. The sheer energy of the ballroom continues to swell around her as she observes the elegant dancers. Shia admits to feeling a lingering nervousness about the prospect of dancing with a total stranger. Her inner thoughts echo the sentiment that while the event is beautiful, the anonymity carries a hint of fear. She contemplates the inherent mystery of the night, realizing it is a bit scary to share a dance with a masked figure. After thanking Emily, Shia decides to seek out a drink to cool down from the warmth of the crowded room. Scanning the room, she begins to wonder if her brother is lurking somewhere among the many guests. She recalls his boast about tight security but realizes he never confirmed if he would attend as a guest. The uncertainty of his whereabouts makes her restless as she searches the faces of the guarding knights. Failing to spot him among the official guards, she begins to consider more playful possibilities for his absence. Shia wonders if her brother might actually be participating in the ball himself, off-duty and hidden by a mask. The thought of her brother potentially being nearby but unrecognizable makes her feel even more unsettled. Her focus shifts back to her companions as she notices a stranger beginning to approach Emily. Deciding to give her friend some space, Shia chooses not to intervene in the budding social interaction. She recalls a memory from her previous life where a marquis's son noticed Emily, wondering if this is that very moment. Determined to let things play out naturally, she resolves to stay back unless Emily explicitly asks for her help. Left momentarily alone, Shia takes in the sights and sounds of the gala from the sidelines. The music and movement of the ball create a rhythmic backdrop to her private observations and memories. A sudden change in the atmosphere or a specific person's arrival catches her off guard as she stands by. A figure approaches her directly, causing her to freeze in a moment of surprised realization. Her heart races as she realizes that someone is focusing their attention solely on her through the crowd. The stranger reaches out, his intentions becoming clear as he moves to bridge the distance between them. Shia's mind whirls as she realizes she is being presented with a formal invitation to dance. Panicked by the sudden attention, she frantically questions how she should respond to the unexpected gentleman. The mysterious man speaks, his voice cutting through the noise of the ballroom and grabbing her attention. He softly reminds her that everything at a masquerade is merely a dream of a single night. The gentleman insists that it is only proper manners to accept a pleasant invitation at such an event. Shia hesitates, worrying that refusing a dance might indeed be considered rude in this specific social setting. Casting aside her doubts, she decides to accept the dance, confident that her disguise will keep her identity safe. A mysterious figure stands in silence, his presence commanding the space despite the lack of words. The atmosphere shifts as the masked man approaches, his movements calculated and smooth. Shia observes the stranger, suspecting that he is intentionally hiding his identity to remain unrecognized during the dance. Deciding to play along, Shia resolves to keep the interaction brief by dancing quickly and separating immediately to avoid unnecessary talk. The two lock eyes for a brief moment as they prepare to move, the tension between them palpable. Assessing his stature, Shia realizes the masked man is roughly the same height as her, adding to the mystery of his persona. She searches her memory, wondering if they have ever crossed paths before, but finds no familiar face to match his frame. The music begins to swell, pulling them into the center of the ballroom as the crowd fades into the background. Suddenly the tempo quickens, forcing Shia to sharpen her focus as the dance becomes more intense and demanding. They move in perfect synchronization, gliding across the floor with a grace that surprises those watching. Shia finds herself breathless, struggling to keep pace with the stranger's flawless and powerful leads. She marvels at his skill, internally acknowledging that this mysterious partner is exceptionally talented. The precision of his steps reminds her of her brother, Filling, evoking memories of the times they spent dancing together. Every turn and dip is executed with professional mastery, leaving no room for error in their performance. The dance reaches a crescendo, drawing the attention of every guest in the room to their rhythmic display. As the music slows, Shia remains captivated by the enigma of the man holding her hand. They come to a halt, the physical connection lingering for just a second too long as the dance concludes. Breaking the silence, the man offers a polite thanks, his voice sparking a flicker of recognition in Shia's mind. He begins to move away, leaving Shia standing alone amidst the swirling gowns of the ballroom. Shia stands frozen, her mind racing to place the tone and cadence of the stranger's brief words. She calls out hesitantly, her voice small as she tries to find the right words to stop him. The man pauses and reassures her, stating he only wishes to speak for a moment without causing alarm. A wave of familiarity washes over her, convincing Shia that she has heard this specific voice somewhere in her past. Despite her growing suspicion, she still cannot put a name to the face hidden behind the mask. Her intuition tells her there is no danger, as she senses absolutely no hostility coming from him. Instead, she feels a desperate underlying message, as if he is trying to communicate something vital through his presence. He waits for her response, his posture open yet expectant as they stand in the quiet corner of the hall. Shia searches his eyes through the mask, looking for any clue that might confirm her burgeoning theory. The silence between them stretches, filled only by the distant echo of the orchestra. She takes a step closer, drawn in by the strange magnetic pull of his earnest demeanor. The man remains still, allowing her to observe him as the weight of the moment settles over them. Shock suddenly strikes her heart as the impossible truth begins to take shape in her mind. The realization hits like a physical blow. The man standing before her is none other than Prince Victor. Shia berates herself for not recognizing him sooner, especially since his voice was so ingrained in her first life. Panicked by the revelation, she turns to flee, her instinct screaming at her to escape the encounter. Victor pleads for her to stay, promising he won't come any closer if she just grants him a moment to speak. Shia's footsteps echo as she rushes away, her mind a whirlwind of fear and conflicting memories. She stops momentarily, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she tries to process the prince's sudden appearance. The shadow of her past looms large, threatening to pull her back into the tragedy she worked so hard to avoid. Her internal resolve hardens, reminding herself that getting involved with Prince Victor is a dangerous path. She recalls her vow to stay away from him, a promise made the moment she returned to the day of her death. The pain of her execution flashes through her mind, knowing his bride selection was the catalyst for her original demise. Doubt begins to creep in as she wonders if her decision to completely shun him was truly the correct one. She reflects on how reliving her life has revealed new, hidden sides of the people she once thought she knew. Changing herself has already transformed her relationship with her brother, Filling, who no longer frightens her. She acknowledges that Filling has become the most important person in her current life, proof that the future is not set. Inspired by these changes, she considers whether she should finally face Prince Victor properly instead of running. She admits to herself that even in her first life, he didn't act out of malice when he sent her to her death. Victor calls out her name again, his voice filled with an urgency that stops her in her tracks. Shia turns back, ready to confront the man who once held her life in his hands with a new perspective. Shia realizes that if she simply speaks with him, Prince Victor will surely understand her position. Standing in the quiet hallway, Shia prepares herself for a conversation that could change her entire future. Prince Victor immediately lowers his head, offering a sincere apology for his previously forceful and underhanded approach. Shia is visibly shaken by the sight of royalty bowing before her, frantically urging him to stop such a humble display. Victor persists, explaining that he has carried the weight of this apology for a long time and needed to express it to her. He admits that he never truly imagined he would have the chance to see her again after her sudden departure from the palace. Reflecting on their past meeting, Victor confesses he was blind to her fear and deeply regrets forcing himself into her space. With a heavy heart, he asks for her forgiveness, acknowledging that he was entirely ignorant of the difficult circumstances she was facing. Shia is struck by his warmth, realizing that from Victor's perspective, she is merely a childhood playmate who vanished without a word. She recognizes that in this second life, the prince is completely unaware of the tragic fate she suffered in her previous timeline. Softening her stance, Shia tells the prince that he has no need to apologize for his past actions. The tension begins to dissipate as they stand together, finding a rare moment of peace away from the ballroom's chaos. Shia takes the blame upon herself, explaining that her own excessive reactions were what caused the prince such confusion. Victor looks at her with earnest eyes and asks the question that has been haunting him: why does she avoid him so much? Shia begins to explain her reality, reminding him that she is the daughter of a concubine and lacks a traditional noble upbringing. She reveals the truth of her past, explaining that she lived as a commoner until the Duke's house finally took her in. Shadows of her past trauma flicker in her eyes as she struggles to articulate the danger of their association. She mentions her past kidnapping by the cult of the demon god, warning that people would react poorly to someone like her being near royalty. To protect them both, she argues that maintaining a distance is the only way to avoid bringing scandal to his high office. Internally, she hopes her feelings are reaching him, as she wants to be as honest as possible without revealing the secret of her second life. Victor listens in contemplative silence before thanking her for finally opening up and sharing her true feelings. He expresses a profound sense of relief, glad that he could finally hear the truth directly from her heart. Watching him, Shia realizes that Prince Victor truly does understand the complexities of her situation. Victor smiles warmly, reminiscing about the day they first met and how much fun he had playing with her. His gaze shifts to the familiar creature around her neck, correctly identifying the fur as her companion, Tyrol. Shia is caught off guard by his sharp observation, her eyes widening in genuine surprise. Stunned, she asks how he could possibly recognize her and Tyrol despite their careful disguises. Victor laughs softly, pointing out that the unique pattern of that fur is an unmistakable giveaway of Tyrol's identity. He reassures her that while others might not notice, he can always recognize her presence no matter how she hides herself. Shia realizes he must possess a royal blessing as potent as her own or Filling's, allowing him to sense her true nature through any mask. Victor tells her how happy he is to have met her again and to finally have the chance to speak so freely. His tone turns serious as he admits that, despite her hesitation, he still holds a specific view of her. The world seems to slow down as Victor prepares to define their relationship on his own terms. With a gentle but firm expression, he declares that he still considers Shia to be a dear friend. Shia feels a surge of hope, dreaming of a day when she can be free of her burdens and proudly call the prince her friend in return. Apologizing for taking up so much of her time, Victor suggests she head back to the ball first while he lingers behind. Shia bows respectfully and thanks him, her heart lighter than it has been since the start of the evening. Before she can leave, Victor stops her with one more question, asking if she attends these masquerade balls often. She shakes her head, admitting that this is actually her very first time attending such a secretive event. Victor's expression darkens with concern as he considers the hidden dangers lurking within the noble gathering. He tells her he is glad she is safe but feels compelled to offer a stern warning regarding the current state of the kingdom. He reveals the chilling news that the cult of the demon god has secretly resumed its activities after years of silence. Shia is visibly rattled by the mention of the organization that once caused her so much suffering. Even more alarming, the prince explains that certain members of the nobility have already established secret ties to the cult. He warns that masquerade balls are the perfect breeding ground for the cult to recruit new members under the cover of anonymity. Though he assumes her brother Filling has likely warned her, he urges her to remain extremely vigilant. The weight of the warning settles over Shia as she realizes the threat to her new life is closer than she thought. She thanks him sincerely for the information, her mind already racing with the implications of the cult's return. Victor watches her go, his eyes full of a complex mix of affection and protective instinct. As Shia walks away, she knows that her dance with fate is far from over and the real battle is just beginning. A somber reflection hangs heavy in the air as a solitary mind dwells intensely on the lingering memories of a missing companion. The silent weight of the past stretches onward to bridge the gap between painful nostalgia and the bustling reality of the present. Janet frantically scans the area until her eyes suddenly light up, calling out in sheer relief upon finally spotting Lady Hortensia. Hortensia offers a gentle apology to Janet, explaining she simply needed to escape the overwhelming crowd to catch some fresh night air. Gesturing wildly to the massive sea of guests, Janet enthusiastically declares the gathering a perfect opportunity to study the latest fashion trends. Suddenly snapping to attention, Hortensia scans the surrounding faces and quickly asks her companion if she has seen Emily anywhere. Janet casually reveals that a particularly eager gentleman had cornered their friend earlier in the evening. Hortensia's thoughts darken significantly as she remembers Victor's chilling warning about the clandestine resurgence of the demon god's cult. Pure dread grips her heart as she realizes the heretical cult's return means imminent, lethal danger is rapidly closing in on her brother. She recalls the horrifying prophecy stating the demon god is actively targeting her brother, throwing her entire family into the crosshairs. The grim reality paralyzes her as she recognizes the entity intends to possess her brother's body to plunge the entire world into eternal darkness. With a heavy and sinking heart, she acknowledges that the goddess's ominous warnings were tragically accurate all along. Clenching her fists in fierce determination, Hortensia vows she must find a way to shield her brother from this looming catastrophe. She remembers Victor advising her to stay vigilant, operating under the assumption her brother had already briefed her on the deadly threat. Realizing she never heard a single word of this, she deduces her brother must secretly know everything if Prince Victor is already aware. A profound sorrow washes over her as she concludes her stubborn brother is attempting to shoulder this massive, terrifying burden entirely alone. Noticing her distant and troubled gaze, Janet steps closer and calls out Hortensia's name with genuine, mounting concern. Expressing worry over her pale complexion, Janet gently suggests that the tired noblewoman should step away and find a quiet place to rest. Shaking off her lingering dread, Hortensia quickly insists she is perfectly fine just as she spots Emily happily returning to their group. Janet giggles mischievously, eagerly announcing her plan to ruthlessly interrogate Emily about her encounter with the mysterious gentleman. Watching her lively friends reunite, Hortensia quietly reminds herself she only stepped away to check on Emily's well-being. Gazing at her cheerful companions, she realizes a revived demon god would utterly destroy this beautiful, peaceful scenery forever. A steely resolve hardens her delicate features as she silently vows to prevent that catastrophic future at any absolute cost. She reflects momentarily on her own perceived ordinariness, never once believing she possessed any truly special or heroic traits. Yet despite all her lingering insecurities, she solemnly acknowledges the immense, divine power the goddess actively entrusted to her hands. Feeling the crushing weight of her sacred duty, Hortensia silently promises to push herself far beyond her current limits. Emily suddenly rushes over with a dramatic whine, playfully begging Lady Hortensia to save her from Janet's relentless teasing. The girls share a light-hearted moment of laughter, remaining blissfully oblivious to the heavy, world-ending thoughts plaguing Hortensia's mind. Meanwhile at the grand estate, a loyal servant respectfully greets Lord Gerard as he finally arrives back home from the night's events. Gerard walks past the estate staff in absolute, stony silence, his aristocratic features shadowed and radiating a tense hostility. He coldly rebuffs the polite greeting, stating flatly with narrowed eyes that he never requested any pleasantries upon his return. Unfazed by the icy demeanor, the servant smoothly informs him that Lady Hortensia has safely returned and already retired to her chambers. The servant notes Gerard's notoriously deep devotion to his sister, reasonably assuming the lord would naturally be anxious about her well-being. Smirking slightly, the attendant points out that Gerard obsessively tracks Hortensia's every movement even without their official reports. Gerard violently clicks his tongue in sheer irritation, clearly annoyed that the perceptive servant completely saw through his stoic facade. He turns his back sharply, allowing his brooding, dangerous presence to fill the otherwise quiet halls of the lavish estate. The servant boldly presses on, revealing he knows for a fact Gerard secretly infiltrated the masquerade ball that very night. Halting his purposeful steps, Gerard shoots a lethal, sideways glare at the overly observant subordinate daring to question him. Ignoring the silent threat, the servant mentions the swirling rumors that Prince Victor himself made a surprise appearance at the event. He slyly suggests the distinct possibility that the royal prince likely crossed paths with the young lady during the chaotic festivities. Gerard's thoughts race as he remembers tracking Victor disguised as Lucian, fully prepared to strike if the royal dared harm Hortensia. However, he recalls with a confusing mix of immense pride and bitter frustration how Hortensia bravely managed the tense encounter alone. She had stood her ground and faced the disguised prince head-on, completely rejecting the need for anyone else's intervention. Gerard violently wrestles with his conflicting emotions, knowing he should celebrate her independence while secretly aching for her to rely on him. He disgustedly recognizes this dark, twisting feeling festering inside his chest as nothing more than a deeply ugly possessiveness. His fury flares anew as he reflects on Prince Victor feeding Hortensia dangerous, hidden truths he had intentionally kept from her. He grits his teeth in pure rage, furious that Victor recklessly acted without understanding how deeply her past traumas still scar her soul. Closing his tired eyes, Gerard whispers into the empty hall, his usually cold voice tinged with a sudden, desperate vulnerability. He admits to the surrounding shadows that his only true desire has always been to completely protect her fragile, peaceful life from harm. Cursing the endless string of interferences, he declares the entire situation unbearably infuriating as he stews in his protective wrath. The sly servant smoothly suggests that it might finally be time for the young lady to leave their hands and spread her wings on her own. Gerard instantly snaps back with lethal hostility, commanding his subordinate to shut his unpleasant mouth immediately. Unfazed by the chilling threat, the attendant mockingly apologizes while noting this is clearly a topic his lord does not appreciate. Staring out into the silent night, the brooding lord internally acknowledges that Hortensia's personal growth should realistically be a joyful occasion. A dark shadow crosses his sharp features as he considers the agonizing possibility of his beloved sister slipping entirely out of his protective grasp. Surrendering to his twisting possessiveness, he admits to himself that he would heavily prefer she remain a small and utterly helpless girl forever. The intense weight of his own toxic desires hangs heavily in the air as he stands alone in the dimly lit hallway. Fond memories of a much younger, innocent Hortensia clinging securely to his hand suddenly flash through his troubled mind. He visualizes her bright, trusting smile from their past, serving as a vivid reminder of the unbreakable bond they share. The phantom echo of her gentle voice resonates deep within his thoughts, anchoring him completely to her enduring devotion. He clearly remembers her earnest plea, begging her dear brother to never forget the solemn promise they made to each other. Her past words remind him that their joys and sorrows are eternally linked and meant to be shared equally between them. Agonized by the sheer purity of her vow, Gerard tightly grips his own chest as his heart aches with unbearable guilt. Gritting his teeth in silent torment, he curses the fact that he can never share these incredibly ugly and twisted emotions with her. Meanwhile, across the massive estate, Hortensia lies wide awake in her sprawling bed, completely unable to find any peaceful rest. She lets out a frustrated groan, her mind spinning wildly as she wrestles with the terrifying revelations from earlier tonight. The horrifying prophecy constantly echoes in her head, reminding her that the awakened demon god is actively targeting her older brother. Connecting Prince Victor's warning about the cult's resurgence to the divine prophecy, she realizes the two deadly threats are undeniably linked. A cold sweat breaks across her skin as she questions if the demon god's sinister hand is already reaching out to consume her brother. Bolting upright in her bed, she fiercely rejects that tragic outcome and swears she will never let anything happen to him. Realizing she lacks the raw combat power to single-handedly destroy the cult like her brother once did, she frantically searches for a viable strategy. Acknowledging her physical limitations, she deduces that utterly crushing the heretical organization will require a much larger and more organized military force. She carefully pieces together Prince Victor's intel, recalling his explicit warning that high society itself has become a major breeding ground for cult recruitment. This chilling realization leads her to conclude that the sinister cult is being actively shielded and supported by powerful, corrupted nobles. Understanding the dirty politics of the aristocracy, she guesses that these noble backers are successfully preventing any official, open investigations from taking place. A daring plan suddenly forms in her determined mind, sparking the idea that she could personally gather concrete evidence and deliver it directly to Gerard. She hopes that handing the proof over to her brother's elite Black Eagle Corps will allow them to swiftly arrest the entire underground syndicate at once. To execute this dangerous maneuver, she realizes she must deliberately get incredibly close to the central figures leading the demonic cult. A sudden wave of intense terror washes over her delicate frame as she fully comprehends the lethal risks of her new mission. Her eyes widen in lingering dread as the traumatic memories of her previous kidnapping threaten to paralyze her courage entirely. She silently confesses that the mere thought of enduring that agonizing captivity again absolutely terrifies her to the core of her soul. A weak part of her desperately wishes to stay hidden inside this warm, gentle mansion where she can be fiercely protected forever. Despite the alluring comfort of safety, a profound sense of duty forces her to aggressively push past her overwhelming fears. Steeling her racing heart, she reminds herself that any momentary hesitation could cause her to lose everything before it is too late. Clenching her fists with fiery resolve, Hortensia declares that she must become the ultimate shield that protects her brother from the encroaching darkness. She lovingly reflects on her miraculous second life, acknowledging that her older brother has constantly sacrificed everything to keep her safe. With her spirit burning bright, she officially vows that it is finally her turn to step up and protect him from the shadows. Drawing immense strength from her divine companions, she gently cradles her hands as a soft, magical light begins to warm her palms. Comforting her own anxieties, she confidently reassures herself that she wields the goddess's holy blessing and has Tyrell faithfully fighting by her side. Filled with newfound bravery, the young noblewoman throws off her covers and decisively rises from her bed into the moonlit room. She turns her determined gaze toward the heavy wooden door, her mind completely focused on the immediate task at hand. Unable to suppress her deep familial affection, a sudden and overwhelming desire to see her dear brother right now washes over her. Calculating his grueling schedule, she reasons that he is likely the only one currently off duty and resting within the quiet mansion tonight. Hoping for just a brief moment of comfort, she innocently convinces herself that speaking with him for just a little bit will be perfectly fine. Slipping quietly out of her bedroom, she carefully navigates the shadowy, silent corridors of the massive estate with stealthy precision. She unexpectedly bumps into Lucian in the hallway and asks for Gerard, prompting the servant to reveal that the Lord is currently secluded inside the library. Brushing off a sudden hesitation, Lucian smoothly encourages the young lady to head straight inside, assuring her that Gerard will be absolutely thrilled to see her. Reaching the heavy library doors, Hortensia cautiously peeks her head inside the dimly lit room to locate her exhausted brother. Her breath catches in genuine surprise as she spots the notoriously stern lord slumped over a massive desk, completely fast asleep. Blushing with a mix of shock and pure endearment, she excitedly realizes this might be the very first time she has ever seen him sleep so unguardedly. A faint rustling noise breaks the stillness of the room. The subtle sound signals the beginning of an unsettling sequence of events. Shadows stretch across the quiet space as tension begins to mount. The atmosphere feels heavy with an unspoken anticipation. Hortensia watches her sleeping sibling in awe. Completely captivated by his features, she quietly marvels at how unfairly beautiful he truly is. Time seems to stand still as she continues her silent observation. A profound sense of peace temporarily masks the underlying dread. The tranquil environment suddenly fractures without warning. A subtle shift in the air destroys the brief moment of calm. Darkness encroaches further into the room, swallowing the peaceful mood. The oppressive silence quickly transforms into palpable anxiety. Restless murmurs escape his lips, shattering the quiet. His distressed movements hint at a terrible vision unfolding in his mind. Realizing he is trapped in a nightmare, panic sets in for Hortensia. She frantically debates whether she should wake him from his torment. Leaning over him with deep concern, she softly calls out his name. She anxiously asks if he is all right, hoping to reach him. Her gentle voice fails to pierce the veil of his dark slumber. He remains entirely consumed by whatever horrors dance behind his eyelids. Helplessness washes over her as his condition visibly deteriorates. She watches, paralyzed by uncertainty and rising fear. His breathing grows ragged, Matching his increasingly erratic movements, the tension in the room skyrockets to an unbearable level. A suffocating dread fills the air as the unseen terror reaches its peak. His silent struggle threatens to boil over at any second. Suddenly, his body jolts violently, signaling a terrifying shift. The nightmare firmly tightens its grip on his physical form. A sudden, violent thrash shatters the last remaining traces of quiet. The sheer force of his movement echoes through the dark chamber. Startled by his explosive awakening, Hortensia gasps in shock. She calls out to her brother, her voice trembling with sudden fear. He snaps awake and glares wildly, fiercely addressing an unseen enemy. His burning eyes look right through his sister, lost in madness. A menacing, dangerous aura radiates from his tense frame. He remains totally trapped within the violent delusions of his dream. Lashing out, he forcefully grabs her, causing her to cry out in pain. She pleads for her brother to recognize her through his unyielding grip. Panicking, she struggles weakly against his crushing hold. His overwhelming strength leaves her completely at his mercy. Desperation flashes across her tearful eyes as she tries to break his trance. She fights to reach the gentle brother buried beneath the hostility. Gasping heavily for air, clarity suddenly crashes back into his mind. He forcefully releases his violent hold as reality sets in. Recognizing his familiar expression returning, she scrambles to check on him. She desperately asks if he is all right now that the nightmare has broken. Confusion clouds his eyes as he mutters Hortensia's name. The lingering shadows of his terror slowly begin to fade away. Tears of profound relief instantly well up in her eyes. She openly rejoices at his safe return to the waking world. The adrenaline crashes, leaving a heavy, exhausted silence in its wake. They sit together, processing the terrifying ordeal that just transpired. Deep guilt quickly washes over his exhausted features. He averts his gaze and quietly begs his sister for forgiveness. She hastily brushes off her stinging pain, refusing to make him feel worse. She firmly assures him that she is completely unharmed. Redirecting the focus away from herself, her expression hardens with concern. She immediately turns the conversation back to his precarious well-being. Gently probing his defenses, she asks if another nightmare plagued him. She searches his face for any sign of the truth. He silently turns away, refusing to confirm or deny her suspicions. The heavy unspoken truth hangs suffocatingly in the space between them. Her heart plummets as she realizes his nocturnal torment is far from over. The dark confirmation proves that his suffering remains an ongoing battle. She recalls his terrifying transformation, noting how he became a stranger. The sheer hostility of that sudden change sends shivers down her spine. Fear grips her chest as she analyzes his recent violent outburst. She wonders if the dark dream directly caused his terrifying loss of control. Chillingly, she remembers how he stared straight at her while yelling at an enemy. She desperately tries to convince herself it was merely a case of mistaken identity. A dark, terrifying suspicion takes root deep within her mind. She begins to question the true, sinister nature of these recurring visions. Desperate for answers, she begs him to reveal what horrors are torturing him. She pleads for him to finally let her into his waking nightmare. He hesitates, deeply conflicted by her earnest and desperate pleas. The heavy weight of his secret keeps his lips tightly sealed. Dismissing her heartfelt concern, he coldly insists she need not worry. He attempts to shut down the conversation with an icy deflection. Refusing to back down, she fiercely points out his obvious, agonizing pain. She declares it is impossible for her to simply ignore his suffering. Her heart aches terribly as she watches him shoulder the crushing weight. The emotional toll of seeing her brother in agony finally surfaces. She silently wishes he would let her share even a fraction of his heavy burden. She yearns to be his steadfast pillar of support. Ignoring his protests, she eagerly vows to do absolutely anything to help him. She desperately offers her full devotion to ease his endless torment. His expression hardens into an impenetrable wall of resistance. He fortifies his resolve against her well-meaning but misguided desperation. His voice drops to a chilling tone as he forcefully repeats his rejection. He makes it devastatingly clear that he requires zero assistance. Staking her ground, she insists she is no longer a helpless child. She vehemently argues that she is fully capable of being useful to him. Her fiery determination begins to waver against his unyielding, icy stare. The sheer force of his rejection causes her words to die in her throat. He glares down at her, firmly cementing his absolute authority over the situation. The commanding silence leaves no room for further argument. With brutal finality, he orders her to do absolutely nothing. He repeats his harsh command to ensure she understands her place. He commands her to remain quietly in the mansion and handle only the bare minimum. Sneering coldly, he warns that wandering around defenseless only creates more trouble for him. Hortensia flees down the corridor, her heart pounding frantically from the devastating encounter. She continues to run blindly, the heavy silence of the massive mansion amplifying her growing distress. Tears well up in her eyes as she desperately struggles to process her brother's sudden, chilling coldness. Slowing her frantic pace, she questions in utter disbelief why things have suddenly turned so terrible. Despair grips her heart tightly as she realizes just how incredibly distant he suddenly feels. She reflects mournfully on their recent progress, having truly believed that their fragile relationship was finally improving. A crushing wave of doubt washes over her, making her wonder if all their warm memories were nothing but cruel lies. She halts completely in the dark hallway, utterly overwhelmed by the suffocating weight of her own racing thoughts. Refusing to give in to complete despair, she desperately denies the horrible possibility that his recent kindness was fake. Gathering her fractured resolve, she dashes off again down the hall with renewed, frantic energy. She rounds a corner completely blind to her surroundings, letting out a sudden gasp as a figure appears directly in her path. Narrowly avoiding a disastrous collision, she streaks past the unsuspecting bystander in a rapid, chaotic blur of motion. She leaves the dim hallway far behind, her rushing footsteps echoing rapidly into the distance. The dust slowly settles in the quiet corridor, marking the only lingering evidence of her extremely hasty departure. A mysterious figure stands calmly in the shadows, carefully watching her retreating form with a highly calculated gaze. The sharp-eyed observer remains completely motionless, silently taking in the dramatic scene rapidly unfolding before him. Turning his undivided attention backward, the onlooker spots Gerard silently emerging from the nearby, heavy shadows. The tension instantly spikes dramatically as the two formidable figures face each other in the otherwise quiet hallway. Breaking the heavy silence, the stranger remarks in mild amusement at the young lady's truly incredible speed. Feigning innocent ignorance, he playfully wonders aloud what in the world could have happened to cause such a frantic, emotional scene. Gerard clicks his tongue in sheer, unfiltered annoyance, clearly unamused by the mysterious man's lingering, unwanted presence. Ignoring the man's casual observation, Gerard coldly states that the entire matter has absolutely nothing to do with him. The stranger simply chuckles at the freezing response, warning smoothly that such harsh treatment will only frighten the young lady further. Peering far closer, the insightful man accurately deduces that Gerard's cruel act is actually fiercely meant to protect her. A sharp, incredibly dangerous glare flashes across Gerard's stoic face as his deeply guarded secret is so casually exposed. Smiling effortlessly, the stranger offers a mock apology, claiming his bad habits simply slipped out quite unintentionally. He smoothly explains that his unusual blessing grants him the rare power to accidentally glimpse into the innermost thoughts of others. Noting Gerard's incredibly stoic reaction, the mindreader expresses mild amusement that he isn't the least bit surprised by this massive revelation. Staring him down completely coldly, Gerard retorts sharply that he is honestly just surprised the infuriating man is still alive. The stranger wholeheartedly agrees, smoothly admitting he keeps his highly dangerous power completely hidden from anyone he cannot implicitly trust. Shifting the intense focus directly back, he points out exactly how desperately Gerard tries to protect the young lady from a tragic fate. He sympathetically notes the overwhelmingly sad reality that absolutely none of Gerard's fierce, protective intentions actually reach her. The perceptive man tilts his head, musing aloud about how truly tragic the entire sprawling, deeply painful misunderstanding is. Completely losing his patience, Gerard forcefully orders the infuriating man to immediately stop reading his highly private thoughts. Bowing slightly in a formal apology, the stranger insists he honestly does not intend to forcefully pry into his troubled mind. He pauses thoughtfully in the hallway, choosing his next words incredibly carefully to properly explain his totally uninvited intrusion. Lowering his voice to a serious whisper, he confesses that he accidentally saw a horrifying vision actively forming inside Gerard's mind. He explicitly describes witnessing the gruesome, deeply chilling scene of Lady Hortensia meeting a truly tragic, horrific death. Gerard falls completely silent, the heavy, agonizing truth of his deeply hidden torment finally dragged into the cold, harsh light. Reflecting on his endless suffering, Gerard firmly admits that he initially dismissed the terrifying visions as nothing more than mere bad dreams. However, he bitterly reveals that the horrifying nightmare of her desperately begging for her life kept clinging to him absolutely relentlessly. He notes quietly that the dark dreams faded while he was away at the academy, but quickly returned to actively torment him the exact moment he came back home. A deep, highly unsettling dread fills his voice as he realizes the dream version of Hortensia is rapidly growing terrifyingly similar to the real one. He visibly shudders in the darkness, completely haunted by the incredibly vivid, highly brutal nature of that specific, bloody scene. Absolute fear completely paralyzes his heart as he wonders if these recurring visions are actually a dire warning of the impending, unavoidable future. Clenching his fists tightly, he fiercely declares that he would stop at absolutely nothing to somehow save Hortensia from such a horrific, painful fate. His steady voice breaks slightly as he vividly recalls his agonizing, totally paralyzing helplessness within the dark confines of the recurring nightmare. Knowing he is completely unable to save her in the vision, he realizes he can no longer simply dismiss it as a meaningless, random dream. The crushing, inescapable weight of impending doom makes him fiercely feel as though he is slowly losing his grip on sanity. Reverting completely to his cold facade, he silently rationalizes his incredibly harsh, unforgiving command for her to stay quiet and totally defenseless in the mansion. He coldly declares his intentions, firmly stating that he wants Hortensia to remain completely uninvolved in any dangerous affairs. Determined to maintain her safety, he insists that she must stay quiet and still just as she always has in the past. Confident in his strength and his father's immense power, he vows to personally strike down any looming danger that dares to approach her. Struggling with his internal burden, he debates whether he should finally reveal the truth about his haunting dreams to Hortensia. Fearing the consequences of the truth, he realizes that knowing about his recurring visions of her death would only terrify her. Choosing silence over trauma, he decides not to cloud her innocent smile with the darkness of an uncertain and frightening dream. Resolute in his grim decision, he accepts the possibility that she might end up hating him for his cold behavior. Sacrificing his own peace, he concludes that any price is worth paying if it means he can successfully protect her precious smile. Lord Gerard listens intently and finds himself in total agreement with the protective reasoning presented to him. Suggesting a higher purpose, he notes that these dreams must hold significant meaning given the many divine blessings already bestowed upon them. Offering a glimmer of hope, he assures that the young lady will eventually find a way to understand his true intentions one day. Overwhelmed by the sudden emotional distance, Hortensia can only manage a tearful sniffle as she watches her brother pull away. Heartbroken and confused, she weeps while wondering why the relationship she thought they were building has suddenly fractured. Refusing to believe the worst, she tries to convince herself that his gentle nature wasn't just an act and that he must have a hidden reason. Alone with her sorrow, the young girl continues to sob quietly as she processes the cold wall her brother has built between them. Recalling the goddess's ominous warnings, she realizes with dread that the shadow of the demon god is slowly closing in on her brother. Contemplating the source of the change, she wonders if the malevolent influence of the dark deity is already starting to affect his mind. Strengthening her resolve, she clings to the belief that the deep bond they forged in this second life cannot possibly be a lie. Analyzing the political landscape, she connects the dots between Prince Victor's words and the rising activity of the demon god's cult. Pushed to the brink by the growing threat, she decides she can no longer afford to sit around and wait for disaster to strike. Startling her attendant with her sudden intensity, she demands to uncover the secret hideout of the cult as quickly as possible. Taking charge of her destiny, she summons Pamela and apologizes for the abruptness of her sudden and urgent request. Looking for a way into the heart of the enemy, she asks to see every single invitation addressed to her without exception. Ignoring the maid's confusion, she clarifies that she wants to see the entire pile of invites, including the ones previously discarded. Prepared to walk into the lion's den, she announces her decision to properly enter high society to protect her precious brother. Embracing the peril ahead, she steels her heart and declares herself ready to walk directly into the path of danger. Stepping into the elegant moonlight, the daughter of Duke Verdite arrives at the social gathering with a hidden purpose. Noticing her solitary arrival, observers point out that she is unusually unaccompanied by either her father or her brother tonight. Gliding through the ballroom, she maintains a composed and regal presence despite the weight of her secret mission. Confidently asserting her independence, she reminds them that as an adult, she is perfectly entitled to a little nighttime outing. Putting on a flawless performance, she hopes she appears as nothing more than a curious young lady playing at high society. Scanning the crowd with a sharp eye, she carefully observes the guests while maintaining her innocent and naive facade. Hidden beneath the surface of the party, she suspects that someone present in the room is secretly connected to the dark cult. Plotting her trap, she hopes that appearing as an easy-to-prey-upon girl will lure the members of the cult back into the open. Focused on her goal, she believes this social charade is her best chance to gain a lead that connects to the cult's core members. Despite her strong resolve, the endless cycle of night after night at exhausting parties begins to take a physical toll on her. Noticing her pale complexion, her concerned attendant suggests that she should finally take a moment to rest and recover. Pushing through the fatigue, she reminds herself that tonight's gathering is hosted by the Marquis and is too important to skip. Surrounded by the glitter of the nobility, she continues to navigate the social waters while hunting for any sign of the enemy. Looking for information, she asks Janet to distract the others by discussing the upcoming dress styles likely to come into fashion. Facing direct scrutiny, she is suddenly grilled by peers who want to know why she has become so proactively involved in social events. Realizing her change in behavior is obvious to everyone, she prepares herself to answer the inevitable questions about her motives. Pausing for a moment to craft her response, she prepares to deliver a believable cover story to hide her true investigation. Using a classic social excuse, she claims that since they have officially debuted, it is naturally time to start searching for marriage partners. Elaborating on the lie, she points out that men with good prospects are quickly snatched up if one doesn't act fast enough. Her friends listen with understanding, nodding along as her practical explanation for her social butterfly behavior takes hold. Turning the tables, she asks Emily about her progress with the Marquis's son to shift the spotlight away from herself. Blushing and flustered, Emily insists that things aren't going well, yet since they are only currently exchanging letters. The group erupts into playful teasing, calling the exchange of letters a promising sign for a future match within the Marquis's family. Observing the scene, she realizes that Emily is being noticed by the Marquis's son on this masquerade night just as it happened in her first life. Observing Emily with the same Marquis's son she married in her previous life, Hortensia realizes the same romantic connections are forming all over again. She notes with unease that while this royal masquerade never happened in her first life, the key players are still finding their way to one another. Realizing that Emily and the nobleman were destined to meet regardless of the circumstances, Hortensia feels a chilling sense of inevitability. Watching them interact, she concludes that some invisible force is drawing them together exactly as it did in the past. Deeply shaken, she wonders if all her desperate efforts are ultimately futile and if every event is doomed to end in the same tragic way. She trembles at the thought of an unchangeable fate, fearing that her own execution and her brother's violent rampage are truly unavoidable. Startled out of her dark internal monologue, Hortensia blinks in confusion as her friends suddenly turn their attention back toward her. Struggling to regain her composure, she realizes she has completely lost track of the conversation while lost in her traumatic memories. Her friends tease her playfully, suggesting that her silence and attempts to dodge the question must mean her own love life is going perfectly. Confused by their assumptions, Hortensia can only repeat their words back to them in a daze as she tries to process the shift in topic. One of the girls grows impatient and clarifies that they are specifically discussing Hortensia's own marriage prospects and social standing. They point out that since she has become so remarkably active in society lately, she must be absolutely swamped with eager suitors. Caught off guard by the suggestion of romance, Hortensia lets out a panicked internal shriek as the pressure of the conversation mounts. Flustered and blushing, she frantically waves her hands to deny the rumors, insisting that the situation is nothing like what they imagine. Her friends remain unconvinced, assuming that the daughter of Duke Verdite simply has standards so high that ordinary men can never hope to reach them. Desperately trying to ground the conversation, Hortensia continues to protest that she isn't looking for a legendary romance or a perfect suitor. The young noblewomen continue to observe her with a mixture of admiration and curiosity, unconvinced by her modest denials. One of the girls leans in with a bold suggestion, claiming that Hortensia seems like the exact type of woman who could capture a prince's heart. The others quickly chime in with agreement, pressuring her to consider the possibility of rising to the highest ranks of society. Hortensia immediately shuts down the idea of becoming queen as an absolute impossibility, though her friends think such modesty is a total waste. They argue that having someone as magnificent as Lord Gerard by her side likely makes it impossible for her to even glance at another man. The conversation turns sentimental as they describe how perfectly the siblings look together, suggesting that no one else should ever come between them. The group collectively agrees that the bond between Hortensia and Gerard is so strong that it creates a world where only they exist. Hortensia remains silent as she listens to them romanticize her relationship with her brother, her mind still heavy with the secrets of her past. Lost in thought once more, she feels the weight of her responsibilities and the terrifying mission she has undertaken to save her family. Stiffening her resolve, she tells herself that moping around and dwelling on the past won't help anyone or change the future. Recalling the goddess's words that she is the only one who can fix this, she realizes that giving up now would be a betrayal of her second life. Looking at the cute Tyrol on her lap and thinking of her dependable friends, she finds the strength to keep moving forward. She finds comfort in the thought of her loyal servants waiting for her return, reminding her that she is not alone in this fight. Picturing her beloved father and brother coming home safely, she hardens her heart against the fear of failure. Staring into the distance, she swears a silent oath that she will never let this life end in the same bloody way her first one did. With a fierce determination, she vows to use everything she has gained to literally twist fate itself and save those she loves. While her father and brother are away from the mansion, Hortensia begins a systematic and aggressive navigation of the high society social scene. Leveraging the immense power of the Verdite name, she finds herself publicly welcomed and celebrated in every ballroom she enters. She carefully builds a network of acquaintances, slowly expanding her influence one social engagement at a time. Traveling by carriage through the busy streets, she maintains her busy schedule of parties while her mind stays focused on her secret investigation. Despite her constant efforts, she admits to herself with growing frustration that she still hasn't found any significant leads on the cult. The pressure of time weighs heavily on her, and she fears that if she doesn't hurry, her brother will fall into the enemy's trap. Tyrell notices her distress and asks what is wrong, pointing out that she looks dangerously pale despite the festive atmosphere. Thanking her small companion for the concern, she tries to dismiss her anxiety as she stares out at the massive party before her. She notes that tonight's gathering is exceptionally large, filled with unfamiliar faces and potential threats lurking in every corner. Whispers follow her through the hall as noblewomen gossip about the sudden presence of the reclusive duke's daughter in their midst. Suddenly hearing a voice that sends a shiver down her spine, Hortensia feels an overwhelming urge to turn and run away immediately. Forcing herself to stay, she turns to offer a polite greeting while her heart hammers against her ribs in pure terror. She finds herself face to face with the sharp gaze and cold smile of Countess Denderise. The Countess notes with a hint of sarcasm that she is surprised Hortensia even knows who she is, given her avoidance of Denderise family parties. She continues her subtle attack, suggesting that someone of her lowly standing wouldn't normally even register in the eyes of a Verdite. Staring at the woman before her, Hortensia's mind screams as the memories of her first life come rushing back with agonizing clarity. She realizes with horror that Countess Denderise is the very person who was responsible for her execution in her previous life. Desperately struggling to keep her face a mask of calm, she commands herself not to panic and to avoid making an enemy of this dangerous woman. Countess Denders commands immense influence within high society despite her modest self-descriptions, standing as a noble lady from an established house. Having been selected as a potential bride for Prince Victor, she mirrors the protagonist's own standing from her first life. Beneath her noble exterior lies a woman driven by extraordinary ambition. In a desperate bid for Prince Victor's attention during the previous life, she went as far as consuming poison to manipulate his favor. The protagonist recognizes that crossing such a dangerous woman would inevitably lead to a catastrophic disaster. Offering a late greeting to Countess Denders, the protagonist approaches with careful social grace to navigate the encounter. Expressing a polite desire to attend a future Denders house party, the protagonist acknowledges the Countess's importance to stroke her ego. The Countess scoffs with pride, haughtily deciding that she might allow the two of them to get along under these circumstances. Frustration boils beneath the protagonist's surface as she reflects on how this woman would have been an accomplice in her previous execution. Shifting the flow of the conversation, the Countess prepares to probe with a more direct line of questioning. When asked about her romantic status, the protagonist calmly confirms that she does not currently have a fiancé. The Countess leans in further, inquiring about the protagonist's personal opinion regarding Prince Victor. She points out that without a fiancé, the protagonist will almost certainly receive an official offer to become a potential bride. Bracing herself for the inevitable social trap, the protagonist realizes the moment of truth has finally arrived. Despite the rudeness of the question between new acquaintances, the protagonist views this as a strategic opportunity to set the record straight. Taking a steady breath, she prepares to deliver a response that will alter her standing in the eyes of the court. She declares with absolute certainty that becoming the prince's bride is out of the question, shocking the ambitious countess. Explaining that such a role is a burden beyond her desires, she states her only wish is to support the future princess consort as a loyal subject. Firmly reinforcing her position, she ensures there is no room for misinterpretation regarding her lack of royal ambition. While expressing a hope to remain friends with Prince Victor, she reiterates that she could never take the throne as his bride. Her true priority lies in supporting her father and brother, fulfilling her duties as a daughter of the Duke without seeking a crown. By making her resolve clear now, she intends for her refusal to marry into the royalty to spread quickly through high society circles. The Countess looks on, absorbing the fact that the protagonist is willingly stepping out of the competition for the prince's hand. Surprised by the sudden turn of events, the Countess can only murmur in disbelief at the protagonist's blunt honesty. Breaking into a smile, the Countess admits the protagonist is far wiser than she initially expected. Observing the Countess's transparent reactions, the protagonist sighs at her own past incompetence for having been tricked by someone so easy to read. While she won't interfere in the selection process, the protagonist silently hopes the prince chooses someone other than the manipulative Countess Denders. A momentary pause settles over the room as the social atmosphere shifts following the heavy declaration. The protagonist moves through the gathering, the weight of her first encounter beginning to lift. Scanning the crowd, she remains alert to the presence of other influential figures watching her every move. A voice cuts through the air, praising the princess of the Verdite house for her conduct and composure. Turning toward the voice, the protagonist realizes she is facing someone she has never had a proper conversation with before. Though their attire is subdued, she notes the exquisite stitching and quality that signals immense wealth and status. Analyzing their refined movements, she deduces that the stranger must be a high-ranking noble equal to her own standing. Searching for any visual clues to identify the mystery figure, her eyes dart across their person for a family mark. She focuses her gaze intensely, catching a glimpse of a specific detail hidden in their accessories. Her eyes widen as she spots a distinct crest, confirming the identity of the person standing before her. Recognition hits her like a bolt of lightning as she identifies the prestigious mark of House Linnaeus. She recalls seeing that specific crest numerous times within the noble registry during her lessons with Annabelle. House Linnaeus represents a powerful line of collateral royalty, standing as a ducal house distinct from the four grand houses like Verdite. The protagonist remembers that the current head of the house is the king's own cousin, making him a formidable political figure. Calculating the man's age and appearance, she finds that everything matches the records of the Linnaeus family head. Every piece of evidence confirms the high-status identity of the noble challenging her presence. Bowing with grace, she offers a polite greeting to Duke Linnaeus, showing she has successfully identified him. The Duke reacts with a smirk of intrigue, impressed that his identity was discovered so quickly. He reveals he has long looked forward to meeting her, praising the young lady of Verdite for being even more perceptive than the rumors suggested. Internal relief washes over the protagonist for correctly guessing his rank, though she keeps her external composure perfect. Despite the successful identification, she wonders why such a powerful royal relative would take an interest in her specifically. The Duke apologizes for the sudden approach, his expression softening as he prepares to explain his motives. He confesses that he couldn't help but overhear her fascinating conversation with Countess Denders earlier. Duke Linnaeus observes that Countess Denders clearly intended to provoke a fight, expressing embarrassment at her transparently hostile behavior. He warns that once the Countess marks someone as her enemy, unavoidable trouble follows in her wake. A tense silence hangs in the air as the Duke considers the weight of the social conflict that just unfolded. To his surprise, the protagonist swept aside the Countess's hostility with beautiful composure and grace. Impressed by her wisdom, the Duke suggests that someone of her caliber would surely make a brilliant queen and asks if she truly has no feelings for Prince Victor. The protagonist offers an immediate and absolute rejection of the idea, leaving no room for royal speculation. Reaffirming her stance to the Duke, she humbly insists she does not consider herself worthy of being the prince's bride. She clarifies that while she respects Prince Victor deeply as a loyal subject, her heart holds no romantic ambition for the throne. Her firm resolve leaves the Duke momentarily speechless as he evaluates the sincerity of her refusal. A heavy atmosphere settles between them while the Duke processes her lack of interest in the royal marriage. Captivated by her unique perspective, Duke Linnaeus admits he finds himself wanting to converse with her even further. He extends an exclusive invitation to attend a private gathering held by his inner circle, promising it will be a place befitting her wisdom. The weight of the invitation lingers as the Duke waits for her response to joining his mysterious group. The protagonist stands at a crossroads, sensing the hidden significance behind the Duke's sudden interest. She takes a moment to breathe, realizing that accepting this invitation could change everything. The high society ballroom fades into the background as she focuses entirely on the Duke's intriguing proposition. Her mind races with the realization that this invitation could be a dangerous turning point in her second life. She wonders if this private soiree is the entrance to her ultimate ruin or the breakthrough she has been searching for. The protagonist prepares to attend the secretive soiree hosted by Duke Linnaeus, steeling her nerves for what lies ahead. Even Janet, who usually possesses every scrap of gossip, had heard absolutely nothing about tonight's restricted event. The secrecy of the gathering suggests a highly selective invitation list, making the protagonist wonder what illicit conversations are taking place behind closed doors. She steps into the venue, her eyes scanning the room for the elite figures gathered in the shadows. Entering with a hidden agenda, she hopes this exclusive circle might provide a lead on the mysterious cult of the demon god. Aware of the high stakes, she reminds herself to move with extreme caution among these powerful conspirators. The opulence of the room masks a cold, calculating energy that vibrates through the gathered guests. Scanning the crowd, she recognizes some familiar faces from society alongside strangers she has never encountered before. At first glance, the event mimics a typical noble soiree, but the protagonist senses a deeper current beneath the surface. A tense, conspiratorial atmosphere fills the air as guests huddle together, sharing whispers that sound like dangerous secrets. The social cues indicate that a grand design is being discussed just out of her reach. She notices the guests carefully monitoring her presence, intentionally avoiding topics they don't want her to overhear. Recognizing her status as a newcomer, she understands the group is hesitant to speak freely until she is vetted. To gather the information she needs, she realizes she must either earn their trust or find a way to circumvent their silence. Utilizing a divine blessing, she prepares to deploy her eavesdropping skills to pierce through their wall of secrecy. Nearby nobles whisper in shock, questioning Duke Linias's decision to invite the young Lady Verdite to such a sensitive meeting. The protagonist bristles as she hears them discussing her so openly, redoubling her efforts to gather more intel. The conspirators argue that winning over the Verdite family would be a tremendous asset for the sake of their grand plan. Her heart skips a beat as she catches the mention of a plan, confirming her suspicions of a hidden agenda. She masks her shock with a polite expression as the high-ranking nobles continue their cryptic dialogue. Moving gracefully through the room, she maintains her cover while her ears remain tuned to the surrounding whispers. Duke Linias suddenly appears before her, cutting through her focused investigation with his commanding presence. She offers a graceful greeting, thanking His Grace for the honor of the invitation. The Duke welcomes the Verdite heiress, claiming the pleasure is entirely his to have her in attendance. He describes the night as an opportunity for a young noble lady to broaden her horizons among the various individuals gathered there. Beneath his polite words, the protagonist feels his evaluating gaze testing whether she can be trusted with their dark secrets. Determined to draw him out, she realizes she must prove herself worthy of being part of their inner circle. Her mind focuses on two goals: uncovering his true reason for the invitation and learning the details of their secret plan. She notices the participants become noticeably tight-lipped whenever she lingers too close to their private circles. Realizing a direct approach won't work, she begins to formulate a new strategy to crack their silence. She slips back into the flow of the party, watching the Duke from the corner of her eye. With the layout of the conspiracy now visible, she prepares her next move to infiltrate the heart of the Linias circle. Recalling Annabelle's warning, Shia gazes out from the balcony, a notorious spot for secret rendezvous. Shia remembers Annabelle's strict command to never approach such careless places, yet she feels compelled to stay. Despite her guilt, Shia apologizes to Annabelle in her heart, knowing this risk is for her brother and the future of House Verdite. Urgently requesting Tyrol to return to his true form, Shia hopes his transformation will buy her a moment of peace from Annabelle's watchful eyes. Tyrol questions if the plan is truly safe while shifting his shape in a flash of light. Shia reassures him with a firm look, insisting there is a vital task that only he can accomplish. The small creature listens intently as the weight of the mission settles between them. Shia reaches out to Tyrol, preparing him for the difficult path ahead. Pumping himself up, Tyrol wonders about the magnitude of the mission and vows to give it his all for Shia. Shia watches him with a mix of hope and uncertainty, wondering if this desperate gamble will actually succeed. She begins to explain the true nature of the task, her expression turning serious. Since Shia is stuck in place, she tasks Tyrol with sneaking through the palace rooms to eavesdrop on every secret conversation. Tyrol agrees to help but reminds her that even if he hears them, he cannot fully grasp the complexity of human speech. Shia smiles knowingly, reminding him that they can simply rely on their usual method to bridge the gap. Tyrol realizes what she means and confidently accepts the challenge. The two prepare to initiate their deep connection as the air around them shifts. Activating the goddess's blessing, Shia prepares to invoke the rare power of shared senses. By aligning their hearts through physical touch, they unlock the ability to share sight, hearing, and touch for a brief window. Shia reflects on the sheer absurdity of such a blessing, recognizing how powerful it truly is. She notes that the connection requires mutual consent, making it impossible to forcefully hijack another's senses. Aware of its potential for darkness, she worries about how easily such a power could be abused in the wrong hands. This fear is exactly why she has kept the existence of this blessing a closely guarded secret from everyone. She looks at Tyrol, her only trusted partner in this dangerous endeavor. Closing her eyes tightly, Shia prays for the connection to hold steady. Despite their many practice sessions, Shia finds that mastering the shared senses remains an incredibly draining feat. Currently, smell is the only sense she can reliably project through their spiritual link. She vividly recalls the disaster of their previous attempt at sharing scents. During that trial, Tyrol wandered into the kitchen while they were cooking spicy food, causing Shia immense pain. The memory of that sensory overload still haunts her as she focuses her mind. She settles into a chair, bracing her body for the upcoming mental strain. Shia reflects on how cat-like senses are far more overwhelming than she ever expected, remembering how her nose felt like it was falling off. She reasons that if their hearing is truly 3 times stronger than a human's, Tyrol should be able to pick up whispers from a great distance. Shia concentrates all her willpower on narrowing the gap between their minds. The world around her begins to blur as she pushes her consciousness toward Tyrol. She reaches the threshold of the connection, feeling Tyrol's presence expanding. Her own body becomes a secondary thought as the link finally snaps into place. Realizing the connection won't last long, Shia knows she must gather the information with extreme speed. She commands Tyrol to sneak into the shadows and find wherever the palace guests are whispering. Tyrol enthusiastically accepts the order, ready to become Shia's eyes and ears in the dark. Shia sends him off with a silent wish for good luck as he disappears into the palace. She feels the first rush of external data flooding her mind as Tyrol begins his movement. The connection flickers with static as they navigate the physical distance between them. Shia grips her seat, her mind straining to process the foreign input. She begins to perceive the distant sounds of the palace through Tyrol's sharp ears. A sharp headache flares up, but Shia refuses to break the link, determined to find a lead. Though the shared senses drain her energy rapidly, she pushes deeper to find even a single shred of useful information. Suddenly, a specific sound catches her attention, signaling that Tyrol has found something relevant. Through Tyrol's eyes, she sees a man frustrated over a loss, his face twisting with a tch of annoyance. A mysterious voice warns the man that he reveals too much with his expressions and will be taken advantage of. Shia's vision fades as the link severs, leaving her disappointed that this lead also ended in a dead end. Eavesdropping on the hushed whispers of the palace guests, Shia overhears them discussing Lady Verdite's high-profile attendance. Realizing the chatter is centered entirely on her presence, Shia feels the weight of the social scrutiny. The nobles trade rumors about her status as a candidate for the crown prince's bride, questioning if her arrival is a sign of shifting loyalties. Speculation turns dark as they suggest the prince may not satisfy her, implying that her visit to the duke tonight carries a scandalous hidden motive. Shia is struck with a sense of dread, realizing that her mere presence has sparked a massive and dangerous misunderstanding. Aware that Duke Liniers is single, Shia cringes as she listens to the guests assuming she is actively seeking his favor. The conversation shifts to a darker tone as the guests recall the time Shia was kidnapped by the notorious cult. With cruel indifference, they suggest humans are naturally drawn to danger and that she might willingly offer herself to the cult again. The shadowy figures conclude that winning her over is the key to advancing His Grace's grand and mysterious plan. Shia's confusion grows into alarm as she overhears whispers that she possesses a divine blessing rivaling that of royalty. Disturbed by the cryptic nature of their words, Shia struggles to make sense of what these conspirators truly mean. The voices grow more sinister, plotting to take her into their grasp to ensure their victory. They boast that once Shia is under their control, the day Duke Liniers wears the crown will be close at hand. Fanatical whispers declare that the false god and king will be struck down and judged by the true divine power. They marvel at how their underground influence is growing steadily, finding it hard to believe they were once forced into hiding. Overwhelmed by the realization of a coup, Shia reels back in shock as the truth begins to sink in. The mental strain of the shared connection takes its toll, leaving her breathless and shaken. Shia tries to process the weight of the treasonous plot she just uncovered. Gasping for air, she struggles to maintain her composure while her heart races with fear. The terrifying thought of Duke Liniers usurping the throne echoes in her mind, threatening the stability of the entire kingdom. She realizes the cult-driven underground is rising again, fueled by the fanatical goal of striking down the false god. Pieces of the puzzle fall into place as Shia begins to understand the horrific reality of the alliance between the Duke and the cult. Suddenly, Tyrol's voice breaks through her panic, calling out her name to snap her back to reality. Seeing her distress, Tyrol rushes to her side and asks if she is all right, his small face filled with concern. Weakly acknowledging Tyrol, she tries to find her voice amidst the swirling chaos of her thoughts. Tyrol notices how pale she has become and pushes for answers about what she heard during their sensory link. Shia contemplates the impossibility of what she discovered, still hoping there might be some other explanation. The horrifying truth is unavoidable. Duke Liniers is actively working with the cult of the demon god to seize the throne. Staring into the distance, Shia feels the immense burden of this secret pressing down on her. She takes a shaky breath, trying to steady her nerves before she collapses from the shock. Panicked and alone, she wonders how to proceed now that she knows the Duke is aiming for the crown. Shia considers whether she should immediately report this treason to someone she trusts. Doubts begin to cloud her judgment as she hesitates to take the next step. She thinks of her father, knowing he would take the news seriously, but she fears the consequences of acting on mere rumors. Without concrete evidence, Shia worries that accusing Duke Liniers might only allow him and the cult to slip away and hide. She realizes that a premature move could put her entire family in the crosshairs of powerful enemies. The thought of her father being harmed because of her actions sends a fresh wave of terror through her. She stares into the darkness, haunted by the potential fallout of her discovery. Shia remembers the tragedy of her first life and fears her father might meet another untimely death if she isn't careful. Steeling her resolve, she vows that she absolutely won't let history repeat itself or lose her family again. Her thoughts turn to her brother, wondering where he fits into this web of cult influence and betrayal. She recalls his dismissive words, telling her she is defenseless and shouldn't be wandering around the palace. The memory of his cold demeanor makes her realize how much he has changed. Shia concludes that in his current state, her brother likely wouldn't listen to a single word of her warnings. Determined to save him, she realizes she must deal with the cult of the demon god quickly before it's too late. She acknowledges that the brother she sees now is not normal, acting like a shadow of his former self. Recalling the goddess's warnings, Shia becomes certain that the demon god's dark power is corrupting him from within. She holds on to the hope that stopping the cult will finally return her kind brother to the person she once knew. That single goal becomes her primary focus as she prepares for the coming conflict. Clinging to that sliver of hope, Shia prepares herself to face the darkness alone to protect her loved ones. Determined to protect her father and brother, Filling resolves to face the looming danger alone rather than letting them get caught in the crossfire. Realizing she lacks the necessary leverage, she decides she must gather more information independently to navigate the treacherous path ahead. With a clear target in mind, Filling confirms she knows Duke Linier's ultimate objective and prepares her next move. She plans a dangerous gamble to pretend to support the Duke, hoping to slip into his inner circle undetected. Driven by the high stakes, she realizes that infiltrating his group might be the only way to obtain a decisive piece of evidence against him. Filling enters the lion's den, steeling her nerves as she prepares to play her role in the Duke's presence. Stepping into the social gathering, she reminds herself to remain unshakable regardless of what the Duke might say to provoke her. She adopts a mask of absolute confidence, intending to project an aura of someone who already knows every secret being kept. Scanning the room, Filling begins to observe the guests, searching for clues beneath the surface of the party. She surveys the crowd with suspicion, wondering if every person gathered here is a true supporter of Duke Linier's. A darker thought crosses her mind as she wonders if there are secret worshippers of the demon god hidden among the noble guests. Moving through the shadows of the hall, she keeps her eyes sharp for any sign of a demonic influence or hidden agenda. The atmosphere grows heavy as Filling maneuvers through the crowd, staying focused on her mission to infiltrate the Duke's ranks. Maintaining her composure, she ignores the distractions of the soiree and keeps her target in sight. Every step forward brings her closer to the heart of the conspiracy, requiring her to remain perfectly calm under pressure. She blends into the background of the event, watching the elite gather while she waits for the right moment to strike a conversation. The tension peaks as Duke Linier's finally appears, prompting Filling to brace herself for the most critical encounter of the night. She reminds herself to stay natural and avoid any signs of panic as the powerful Duke approaches her. The moment of truth arrives as the Duke draws near, leaving Filling no choice but to commit fully to her deception. Duke Linier's moves with an air of authority through the room, drawing the eyes of everyone in his path. Greeted with bows and pleasantries, the Duke acknowledges his guests as Filling prepares to offer her own formal greeting. The Duke turns his attention toward Filling, addressing her as Lady Verdite and expressing his honor at her return to his gathering. He leans in with a practiced charm, inquiring if she is enjoying the festivities and the company of his other guests. Filling meets his gaze with a polite smile, assuring him that she is finding the evening very much to her liking. She cleverly plays into his ego, remarking that everyone present seems remarkably knowledgeable. Continuing her charade, she mentions that she has heard valuable information here that rarely surfaces at other social events. She praises the gathering for broadening her horizons, successfully making herself appear as a valuable and curious ally. Duke Lineas responds with a knowing smirk, clearly intrigued by her apparent insight and willingness to learn. Watching his reaction, Filling feels a surge of relief as she realizes her act is successfully deceiving the Duke. Seizing the opening, she expresses a desire to speak with him more privately if his busy schedule allows. She plays the modest guest, suggesting that a private conversation might be difficult given how many others are waiting for his time. The Duke insists that she need not hold back, admitting that he has also been eager to speak with her in depth. He gestures for her to follow him, offering to lead her away from the crowd to a more secluded room for their discussion. They leave the main hall behind, the sounds of the party fading as they head toward the inner sanctum of his estate. Walking through the corridors, Filling keeps her guard up, knowing she is entering a space where the real secrets are kept. The air grows still as they reach the private wing, marking the transition from public performance to private interrogation. Duke Lineas holds the door open for her, politely directing her inside the quiet room. The door closes behind them, sealing Filling in with the man she suspects of plotting to overthrow the kingdom. He invites her to take a seat, setting a formal yet predatory tone for the conversation that is about to follow. Filling sits down, her heart racing beneath her calm exterior as she waits for the Duke to reveal his hand. The Duke observes her for a moment, his gaze sharp and calculating as he evaluates her potential worth to his cause. He expresses his relief that she is just as intelligent as the rumor suggested, confirming that he has been watching her. The Duke explains that everyone gathered at his estate is a capable individual who understands how to read the changing times. He looks her in the eye and tells her that he believes she is exactly like them, a person of vision and ambition. The silence in the room emphasizes the weight of his words as he begins to lay out his recruitment pitch. He reveals that they are actively seeking comrades with exceptional talent to join their secret cause. Filling tests the waters by asking if their goal is for a true king to eventually judge a false king. The Duke confirms her suspicion with a chilling smile, pleased by her quick wit and directness. He praises her rapid understanding of the situation, feeling confident that she is ready to join his inner circle. The horrifying truth is finally confirmed as Filling realizes Duke Lineas is indeed plotting to seize the throne for himself. Filling steels her resolve to gather more conclusive evidence while forcing herself to maintain a perfect, unreactive mask. Pushing forward with her deception, she confronts Duke Lineas about the rumors linking him to those people. She adopts an air of vulnerability, admitting that a certain lingering concern continues to weigh heavily on her mind. Recalling her past abduction, she warns the Duke that she understands exactly how dangerous the cult members truly are. Clutching her dress tightly, Filling emphasizes that her worry stems from a place of genuine fear regarding their true nature. She plants a seed of doubt, asking the Duke what might happen if those very monsters eventually turn their fangs against him. The tension in the room thickens as she awaits his response, her heart hammering against her ribs in the suffocating silence. Despite her outward calm, a cold sweat breaks out as she realizes the sheer magnitude of the gamble she is taking. Panic begins to set in as she realizes the Duke could seize her at any moment if he detects even a hint of suspicion. She stands her ground before the formidable man, knowing that one wrong word could end her mission and her life. The terrifying thought of her true intentions being discovered loops through her mind as the Duke looms over her. Silence stretches between them, making the opulence of the private room feel like a gilded cage. Duke Lineas scoffs at her concerns, arrogantly declaring that the group is completely under his control and there is no need to worry. He looks down at her with a chilling sense of superiority, confident in his ability to manipulate the forces of darkness. The Duke casually admits to the alliance, justifying the partnership by stating that their ultimate goals happen to align. He reveals his plan to destroy the royal succession system while the cult seeks to legitimize the forbidden worship of the demon god. Dismissing the idea of mutual cooperation, he asserts his dominance by claiming he is the one pulling all the strings. Filling realizes with horror that the man before her is far more dangerous and delusional than she initially feared. She notes that the Duke truly fails to grasp the terrifying reality of the cult he believes he has tamed. The weight of the situation hits her as she imagines the absolute chaos that would follow the revival of the demon god. Turning the conversation back to her, the Duke asks if a wise lady like herself can finally agree with his grand vision. He offers a dark promise of protection, vowing that no harm will ever come to her as long as she remains by his side. Leaning in closer, he whispers that he can offer her something far beyond what any other person in the kingdom can provide. The Duke dangles the ultimate prize before her, promising her a supreme place of honor in his new world order. Filling processes the offer, her mind racing to reconcile this new information with the immediate danger she faces. With his true intentions laid bare, she understands the full scope of the treason being plotted within these walls. She realizes that refusing him now would likely mean she never leaves the room alive, forcing her to deepen the lie. Calculating her next move, she decides that maintaining the facade of an ally will allow her to extract even more secrets. She commits to slipping deeper into his inner circle to gather the detailed intelligence necessary to stop him. The pressure mounts as she reminds herself that failing here means losing the future of everything she loves. She takes a steadying breath, preparing to give the performance of a lifetime to the man who would be king. Bowing her head in a show of feigned submission, she tells the Duke that joining him is a great honor. Internally, she acknowledges that she is now walking a literal tightrope over a bottomless abyss with no way back. She steels her heart, determined to continue this dangerous game to protect her family and her very existence. The Duke beams with satisfaction, expressing his genuine joy at welcoming a comrade of her caliber to his cause. Shifting the mood, he suddenly mentions that there is someone special he wants her to meet immediately. Filling is taken aback by the sudden development, wondering who could possibly be waiting behind the scenes. The Duke promises her a significant surprise, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing sense of anticipation. She tries to anticipate who it could be, assuming it must be a person of immense status or power. The heavy doors to the chamber begin to move, signaling the arrival of the mysterious guest. Filling watches the entrance with bated breath, her instinct screaming that something is terribly wrong. The Duke notes their arrival with a smug smile, confirming that the person has finally made their appearance. A figure steps into the light, their presence commanding the room and chilling Filling to the bone. The silhouette moves forward, revealing a face that Filling recognizes instantly despite the impossible circumstances. Shock paralyzes her as the identity of the newcomer becomes clear, shattering her composure. She stares in disbelief at the person standing before her, a person who should never have been in this place. The Duke watches her reaction with predatory glee, savoring the impact of his carefully planned revelation. Filling's voice trembles as she utters a single word of recognition, realizing that her brother is standing right there.